Exploitation Hollywood 1980. Hey, fanfic family. So glad to see you here again to continue this incredible adventure. As always, kindly remember, this story is 100% fiction. So don't go looking for dimensional portals in your closet. All rights to this fantastic novel belong to the original author. We're just your humble narrators of epic tales. Are you enjoying the fanfic? Show it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and dropping us a like. And if you're impatient for more exclusive content, our Patreon is your happy place. Chapter 526. Finally, they could hold their heads high. Nisida showed Ronald the invitations he had received from various production companies and independent producers who wanted him to direct. Paramount wants you to direct a movie. The person who contacted me said that President Michael Eisner has been keeping an eye on you, and the renewed success of breakdance makes him feel that his long-term cultivation has finally paid off. Nisida first flipped to 2 script outlines. Do I have anything to do with him? He mentored me, Ronald asked, puzzled. Did he ask for your feedback? And he even had you participate in the filming of breakdance? In the eyes of such a big shot, this is giving you an opportunity. Nisida noticed Ronald's odd reaction and explained. What kind of movie does he want me to direct? There are 2 candidates. The first is young Sherlock Holmes, a young role, a production budget of $15 million. This is a Spielberg project, co-produced by his Amblin and Paramount. Steven admires your abilities, Ronald proudly crossed his legs. The second one is about NASA, a sci-fi film. Paramount invested in it. It's about young people building a spaceship and exploring deep space. The budget is no less than $15 million. Both films feature past resume, young protagonists, sci-fi, high concept, exploitation film style. It's the kind of film that uses an A-movie budget to make a B-movie exploitation film. Ronald listened with a smile. His 3 consecutive box office hits had finally gained the recognition of major studios, and now invitations for big-budget productions were coming in. Anything else? Ronald wanted to hear more. Yes, there's Frank Price, the president of Universal. He has even higher hopes for you. He called me personally, saying that your first script caught his attention back then, and your skills have matured through practice. Now it's time to give you a directorial opportunity. What projects does he have? Ronald remembered this Hollywood executive, the only one who could understand scripts, his mentor. There's a film called Street Elmo's Fire, a story about young people. It's written by your friend Cameron Crowe. It's an ensemble piece, about a group of college graduates entering society. It's similar to Great Cold, but that's 10 years after graduation, so they gave it a code name, Small Cold. An ensemble piece, a youth drama. This was another project related to his resume. Another one is a film that's been in development for a long time, a script based on the story of Mikhail Baryshnikov, a ballet dancer who defected from the Soviet Union, called White Nights. It tells the story of a defector ballet dancer who crash lands in Siberia due to plane malfunction. A dance drama, a story about young people, all based on Ronald's history. So I can choose? Ronald was very satisfied. Of course, you can choose freely, and then negotiate with them. Of course, they're also choosing you at the same time, Nisida replied. It's already pretty good. What do you recommend? Which one should I choose? Take a look at the synopsis first, and see which one resonates with you, Nisida said with a smile, bringing over another pile of scripts from independent producers. And these 2. Of course, I suggest you wait for Dragon Boys to be released. If it's another big hit, our bargaining power will be higher. Ha ha ha, great. Finally, the day they send me scripts has arrived. Ronald happily broke into a breakdance. Screenwriting is incredibly hard work, and you have to endure the unreasonable revisions from big stars. Now it's finally his turn to choose someone else. Marketing for Dragon Boys won't start until next week, so Ronald started his vacation in Los Angeles. Wearing a t-shirt and shorts, riding his Honda motorcycle, he wandered around aimlessly, thoroughly enjoying himself. Cheers! That noon, Ronald visited his friends Jim Cameron and Gail Hurd. The 3 of them brought out a stainless steel barbecue grill and ate barbecue and beer in the yard. Terminator had just finished filming. Thanks to Ronald's revisions, the film scenes were much more condensed. The $6 million+ budget was used up smoothly, and Cameron was quite pleased with himself. Your method really worked. I used the Sherman Oaks department store you recommended, lighting it according to your storyboard drawings from Fast Pace, and the filming went incredibly fast, and your guerrilla warfare filming, I had Schwarzenegger and a few supporting actors do their own makeup, sneak off on Harleys to a bar in the middle of the night, and then Jim would just film there. After filming, they'd scatter and go home before the police arrived. Gail poured them another beer. Ronald's tricks had really saved them a lot of money. Boom! Suddenly, a clap of thunder startled Ronald, who dropped his fork. The sky is bright. No, why is there such a huge cumulonimbus cloud? Ronald looked up at the layers of cumulonimbus clouds in the sky, trying to hide his embarrassment. God, call the cinematographer. Quick. Gail, get me the phone number. Cameron jumped up, frantically rushed into the room, and dialed the number. It turned out there was only one final shot left to film. The protagonist, Sarah Connor, with the ambition of becoming the future leader of the human resistance, was driving a Jeep into the distance. This shot required the right weather, but Los Angeles had been sunny lately, and since Ronald's arrival today, they'd finally found the perfect clouds and light. Cameron and Gail immediately started contacting the cinematographer. Damn it, the cinematographer's on vacation, Cameron grumbled as he came out. It's just a long shot, right? We can film it ourselves. Ronald knew how to operate a camera, and having been a cinematographer himself, he had some aesthetic sense. Thanks, Cameron slapped him hard. Let's hurry, this celestial phenomenon might disappear at any moment. Cameron and Ronald carried the film camera and film canisters, which they had temporarily stored at home, into a Jeep, covered them with a tarpaulin, jumped in, and Gail started the engine, driving towards the interstate highway in the suburbs. Along the interstate highway, the group found an ideal shooting location. I think this is a good shot, Ronald said, squatting on the ground beside the road, looking at the scene through the director's viewfinder. On the vast land, a straight road stretched towards the distant horizon. The clouds in the sky grew thicker, as if rain was imminent. A feeling of impending doom, of the protagonist venturing into the unknown on a desolate land, overcoming countless hardships, welled up within them. Right here, Cameron was incredibly excited. Today, the heavens were cooperating. Such a closing shot would definitely elevate the film's quality. Hurry, he kept shouting, urging Ronald to set up the camera. Don't rush me, Ronald said exasperatedly. I've never handled film before. If it's exposed, we're all doomed. Okay, hurry up, Cameron said, then went to give Gail her instructions. She was to sit in the driver's seat and impersonate the lead actress, Linda Hamilton. Since it was a shot from behind, it wouldn't be obvious she was a stand-in. How come she's even more of a tyrant on set than me? Ronald muttered. Cameron wasn't usually this irritable. Finally, after groping around in the dark and loading the film in the bag, Ronald shouted, "Camera ready." Okay, Cameron grabbed a clapperboard and tapped it in front of Ronald. Action. To save time, they skipped the live sound recording and added it later in post-production. Gail started the Jeep and slowly drove up from behind Ronald on the road. With a downpour imminent, the road was completely empty, a stroke of luck. Ronald operated the camera, pointing it at the road. The Jeep drove off onto the highway behind Ronald and slowly disappeared into the distance. Gail's hair fluttered in the wind. In the distance, verdant mountains rose, and thick rain clouds moved rapidly across the sky. A large tree by the roadside added focal point to the scene. Cut. Cameron only called for a stop after the Jeep had driven quite a distance, shrinking to a tiny dot in the camera's view. How is it? Ronald, is it usable? Cameron asked impatiently. Yes, want another take? Jeep, please pull over. Filming on an interstate highway without permission is illegal in California. A police car slowly approached, and a state trooper shouted at the three men through a megaphone. Oh, SHXT, Cameron was frustrated. The film's budget was exhausted, and he had no money left. The remaining budget was for special effects, and if he got caught, he would have to pay a fine out of his own pocket, amounting to several $1,000s. It's the state troopers, can we run away? Gail, who had driven the Jeep back, was quite bold. Ronald, are you sure you can shake them off? Don't be impulsive, they definitely wrote down your license plate. Ronald stopped Gail's idea. Let me talk to them, sir. Hello. We are film students from the University of Southern California, here to shoot our graduation project. Our professors haven't taught us about filmmaking laws, and we don't know these rules. Please, have mercy on us and let us go. USC? Students. The state trooper looked at Ronald's youthful appearance and believed him to some extent, except that his two classmates looked older. Troyes, Beat the Grizzlies, Ronald shouted the cheers of the USC football team, which was to beat their rival, the UCLA Grizzlies. He knew this when he was filming his first movie, Fast Pace. Let me see your library cards, my brother is at USC, the state trooper relaxed. Ronald was stunned, he didn't have a library card. This is mine, sir, Cameron said, pulling out his library card, the one he'd gotten from sneaking into movie libraries at USC, and handing it over. Alright, from now on you guys need to obey the law, understand? You need to apply for a filming permit from the Motion Picture Association of California before filming on California highways, get it? Phew, the three of them breathed a sigh of relief and returned to the Jeep. Looks like this is the only take we can do. Let's get back and get it developed. Cameron started the car. Chapter 527 The Battle of the Box Office Dark Horses. Terminator was beautifully shot. After the proofs were developed, Ronald was invited to Cameron's editing room to watch them. I think you would be a very professional choice as director of photography. These days in America, directors of photography don't necessarily have to be operators or laborers. As long as you have a good aesthetic sense and some understanding of cameras, you can be a great director of photography, Cameron sincerely praised. Ronald is going to be a great director, Gail corrected from the side. Cameron sometimes didn't pay much attention to these things. Asking a director who had already made many blockbuster films to be director of photography might seem like he was belittling someone who didn't know him well. We're old friends. Jim is actually right. If I didn't have the opportunity to write screenplays and direct, I might have gone into cinematography. Cut. Cameron pressed the shutter of Ronald's shot, then quickly picked out the motor sounds and wind sounds from the sound footage, synchronized them, and secured them with tape. Why are you still using this old-fashioned editing tape? Ronald asked, a little puzzled. I have a new tape that works very well, and it doesn't eat up a block and a half of film at each cut. Ronald recommended Walter Merkich's new editing tape, which only covers less than a third of the film at each cut, keeping the film's rhythm and breath intact. It's safe to say that directors and editors loved it at first sight. I've heard of it, it was invented and manufactured by Walter Merkich. But he's not in America right now, and I can't reach him. Cameron, a tech enthusiast, had already found a distributor himself. I'll call his home. Ronald called San Francisco to buy from Merkich's wife. He was told that Merkich was still filming Return to Oz in England and didn't have much stock left. After some persuasion, Ronald bought the last 2 rolls from Mrs. Merkich and had Cameron send her a check. Merkich, because of his small production volume, refused to open a factory. Hopefully, his filming in London would go smoothly. Time quickly passed, and it was the second weekend of June again. Ronald scrolled through the Hollywood Reporter's box office figures from bottom to top. Ghetto Justice, starring Diane, and Once Upon a Time in America had both plummeted to just over $1 million, facing the embarrassment of being pulled from theaters in less than a month. Ronald's Breakdance, squeezed by the release of 3 new films, saw its MGM screenings gradually shrink, and its weekend box office had fallen below $2 million, leaving only $1.6 million. However, the report from Cannonball showed that the box office in second-tier cities and small-town cinemas continued its rapid growth. Everything was going very well, the decline was very slow. In total, Breakdance's box office had not decreased but increased, returning to over $4 million. The total box office was approaching $40 million. Above Breakdance was its formidable rival, Orion's Hot Street Kid. This film, which had generated considerable buzz before its release, had secured 1,400 theaters for Orion and was heavily advertising in various media outlets. 5,200,000, Ronald thought, looking at the box office numbers, feeling a sense of relief. Hot Street Kids, touted as a true breakdancing movie, with its various advertisements making no small amount of attack on breakdancing, ultimately didn't even reach the $7.8 million opening weekend box office of Breakdance, which opened in 1,000 theaters. Its average box office per theater was only half of Hot Street Kids, no matter how much critics, led by Roger Ebert, touted it, it simply couldn't compare to its box office performance. Further up, Star Trek, The Search for Spock had already plummeted to $9 million. The Incredibles, on the other hand, maintained a box office of over $12 million, befitting a big-budget production by Spielberg and Lucas. Ronald noticed The Incredibles and saw 2 other movies above it. Their weekend box office was higher than Spielberg's films. His eyes followed a finger upwards, 2 new releases. The second-ranked one even had connections to Spielberg. It was Gremlins, a teen fantasy horror film written by Chris Columbus, whom Ronald knew, produced by Spielberg's Burton Pictures, and distributed by Warner Brothers. Ronald checked the details. The director of this film was one of his mentors in directing, Joe Dent. And the female lead was Phoebe Katz, the dark-haired beauty he had discovered. Joe Dent? Oh well, that's out of the question. Otherwise, shouldn't I have been the one to direct this movie? Ronald tapped his head. The actors, screenwriter, and producer were all acquaintances of his. Why hadn't Spielberg thought of him? Perhaps they hadn't been in touch much, Ronald thought. No wonder these big-name directors and stars all lived in several affluent neighborhoods in Los Angeles. Just the connections they made from attending parties could provide them with a lot of inside information. Unlike himself, who frequently went to New York, and whose Los Angeles apartment, rather than a detached house, wasn't as close to Beverly Hills as possible, thus distancing himself from the circle. Ronald had made up his mind that after receiving his share of breakdance, he would consider moving into a nicer, detached house, at least big enough to throw parties. Greek opened in 1,500 theaters, grossing a respectable $12.5 million. Ronald's fingers moved up a notch. What movie could possibly beat it? It opened in 1,340 theaters, grossing $13.5 million in its opening weekend, averaging over $10,000 per theater. Ghostbusters, another movie he knew. He'd even had beers with Canadian screenwriter and star Dan Aykroyd, and had planned dinner with Canadian colleagues working in Hollywood, but he'd forgotten all about it. This was the last film that former Columbia Pictures president Frank Price agreed to before jumping ship to Universal. He'd finally secured comedy legend Bill Murray and actress Sigourney Weaver as leads. This was a film that CAA president Michael Ovitz had worked tirelessly to make happen. From the screenwriter and director to the lead actors, everyone was a CAA client. Ovitz had long been a fan of the comedy horror genre, and now Ghostbusters had finally achieved great success. Ronald suddenly felt immense pressure. 2 new films, 2 big second-week releases, and Dragon Boys, releasing in 2 weeks, would be sandwiched between 4 blockbusters. Ronald picked up the phone and called producer Weintraub. Jerry, have you seen today's box office results? We need to do something. Jerry, along with Susan Akins, met with Ronald in his office, both feeling the immense challenge. Weintraub wanted to allocate another $500,000 for the film's marketing. Ronald, on the other hand, started contacting old friends to see if he could get a talk show appearance or a pre-release interview. With their plans agreed, they split up. Ronald rushed to the CAA office, where confetti was being fired. Many people were holding champagne, celebrating the huge success of Ghostbusters. Ronald left the celebration crowd and went straight to Nisida's office. Rick, you want to throw a celebration like this too? SHH, Nisida made a shushing gesture, got up and closed the office door. Of course I do. Your Dragon Boy is under threat too, isn't it? Of course, you have to help me think of a way to increase exposure. This movie is definitely going to be a box office success, but I'm worried that Ghostbusters and Goliath are box office monsters right now. They'll devour our exposure. What do you think? Which shows would you like to be on? A few of the major talk shows would be fine, right? Johnny Carson, or David Letterman. I know they're all packed, but do you have any ideas? I have an idea. I can be on both of those talk shows this weekend, maybe even CBS's 60 Minutes. Huh? What idea? Tell me quickly. You go public with your relationship with Brooke Shields, and then they'll all come. Nisida poured herself a glass of wine and drank it. Huh? How? I tricked you. Ronald realized she was joking. Brooke is determined to graduate from Princeton. She's even turning down movie offers. I know. Can you try to persuade her? She's still very famous. Wouldn't it be perfect for her to film some movies this summer? If you can get rid of her mother and become her agent, I won't object. I'll even help. Ronald actually felt that Brooke shouldn't give up her acting career so soon. She might regret it later. The time is just too tight. I can't arrange it. Nisida shook her head, rejecting Ronald's idea. Could we get on Barbie Wygant's show? Ronald remembered this female film critic. His own fast pace had been on her show before, arranged by Universal. I'll make a few calls. Nisida made a few calls to inquire about the situation. Barbie is currently filming a show in Los Angeles. She might be able to get you in the line, but she needs some hype. It's just a mid-budget film released by Columbia, without any big stars. She'll need some justification for wanting to get you in the line. Justification, Ronald thought and thought, going through everyone involved in the film. The male and female leads weren't stars. Some of the supporting actors were children of celebrities, but not enough. Producer Weintraub entering the film industry? But Barbie Wagant's interviews were always only for the main cast and crew. Can I get in alone, without Brooke? Ronald still considered himself a successful director. It's difficult. Your film is produced by Weintraub, and Columbia won't be so proactive in using their resources, then that leaves only Morita Noriyuki, who plays Miyagi's teacher. Ronald thought for a moment and then dialed the office of Senator Daniel Inouye of Hawaii on Capitol Hill. Mr. Inouye is busy with his Senate proposal to use a new sterilization method for milk transported to troop station in Hawaii. The original bus sterilization method only preserves milk for 8 days, and soldiers in Hawaii and Alaska often drink sour milk. Why can the senator only propose this kind of thing? Ronald wondered. Can I get assistance from Mr. Inouye's office? Hello, I'm Mr. Inouye's public affairs assistant. Who is this? The call was transferred to a new subordinate office. I'm Ronald Lee, the director of a film about the history of the 442nd Infantry Regiment, Mr. Inouye specifically asked you to send a copy to Capitol Hill for screening after the film's release. Is there anything he can help you with? I hope Mr. Inouye can help promote my film and get a lead actor, who plays a Medal of Honor recipient, an interview opportunity on a film review program. Barbie Wagant? Her show needs advertising sponsorship, right? I'll call someone at Sony. Chapter 528 Expanding Your Circle. So, in the karate match in the movie, was the move Daniel used to win with a single blow legal in the match? Barbie Wagant asked one last question before the interview ended. Oh, it was legal. There aren't any universally agreed upon rules in karate. The movie clearly states that strikes above the waist, avoiding the throat and back of the head, are legal. A direct hit to the head scores 3 points and ends the match. Okay, thank you, Morita. Barbie Wagant started tidying up her earpiece. This will be broadcast on Barbie's show during the weekend the movie is released. Ronald paused the videotape and said to Weintraub, who was watching beside him. Senator Inouye didn't directly intervene, but Sony proactively contacted them and placed advertisements for Barbie Wagant's film review program. Barbie reciprocated by immediately filming an interview with Noriyuki Morita, the lead actor of Dragon Boys, during a business trip to Los Angeles. Great, this gives our film a strong foundation for its opening weekend. I contacted Columbia Pictures Distribution Department and urged them to increase the number of theaters showing the film from just over 900 to over 1,000. Then we added live-action cardboard posters to all the theaters. Weintraub also mobilized all resources to compete in the summer season. What are your thoughts on the box office prospects? Weintraub was a little anxious. He hadn't expected two previously underestimated dark horses to suddenly emerge during the summer season, showing strong potential to enter the top 3 of the year. I have confidence in the film, Ronald replied. Film marketing, spending money and resources can only buy theaters during the initial release. As for the subsequent box office, how many percentage points it drops each week, and how long it can stay in theaters, that's all about word of mouth. I hope you're right. We've done everything we can. Now we just have to put our fingers on the table and pray. Yes, let's pray. Ronald returned home, changed into some casual clothes, and drove to pick up Cameron and his girlfriend Gail, who were already preparing to move into the editing room, and they went to Dan Aykroyd's house for a party. Now that he knew he lacked social skills, Ronald quickly made amends, calling his Canadian friends who worked in Hollywood to join him for a party. He also invited John Candy, who had invited him to watch football, and his friend Michael J. Fox, and the group all went to the party. Canadian parties are usually quiet, everyone listens to music, and wives and girlfriends bring out food to eat together. Ronald, I heard your movie is a special effects spectacle, Aykroyd asked Cameron. His fame skyrocketed with Ghostbusters, and he was now looking to work with more directors. When are we going to watch football again? NFL or college football, anything will do, Ronald asked the chubby comedian John Candy, munching on a chicken wing. I've taken on several projects lately, and I'll be busy until the beginning of next year, Candy said, eating faster than Ronald. What projects? Movies, yes, one's filming in Thailand, with Tom Hanks, Candy said, wiping his mouth with a napkin. Thailand? What kind of genre? A spoof comedy, a rich kid who joins a volunteer program and ends up in the Vietnam War, Candy said. I didn't expect Hanks to have such a great comedic talent. We worked well together during the audition. Do you have any upcoming film projects? Michael J. Fox asked. Fox's fame has recently soared. In Family Ties, he plays Alex, the eldest son, an elephantist who is at odds with his hippie and donkey party-believing parents and is aligned with the current president, adhering to the president's economics. Just last year, inflation was successfully suppressed to 3%, and economic growth exceeded 5%, a level not seen for many years. More and more people began to like the current president, and Fox's character also gained popularity. Not recently. I'm still in preliminary contact with some projects. I might talk to Mr. Spielberg about a detective movie. Are there any suitable roles for me? Although Fox became famous in television, he still wanted to make movies. Hearing that it was a Spielberg project, he immediately asked, I didn't know that. His Amblin is really making waves lately. Let's see how the negotiations go. But your role in the TV series is so big, it must be hard to schedule your time for filming, right? Ronald asked him. I still prefer movies. If there's a suitable role, I can juggle both. Michael J. Fox stubbed out his cigarette under his shoe and put it in the ashtray. The beef is here. Aykroyd's wife, Gail, and Fox's girlfriend, Nancy, brought out the food. Fries were placed next to the beef patties, and Ronald and the others ate heartily. We Canadians should get together more often in the future, and we should give Ronald, the organizer of this event, an honorary Canadian title. Aykroyd was happy to expand his circle of friends. You're right. Actually, Ronald is more like a Canadian than an arrogant American. Haha. Actually, my mother's ancestors seem to have Canadian ancestry. Maybe they immigrated from Quebec. Everyone parted in high spirits. A TV actor doing movie work on the side? That's not easy. The next day, Ronald arrived at Spielberg's Amberlin Studios and was chatting with an old acquaintance, Chris Columbus, the screenwriter of Greek. They were talking about Michael J. Fox's Wish. TV series filming is very busy. Those sitcoms, they release an episode every week. They're already incredibly busy, unless they're rushing to film during the summer break between seasons. I see. Ronald recalled that Tom Hanks had the same problem, having to decline Ronald's invitation to film a fast-paced movie because he couldn't be in two places at once. Ronald, you're here. Steven Spielberg came out from the back room, his assistant Catherine beside him. Hello, Steven. Ronald went up and hugged him. Your Greek was really good. Phoebe Katz was perfect for that movie about Chinese mythology. Phoebe Katz is 1/4 Chinese. Ah, yes. That was a successful attempt by Amberlin, and Chris's contribution was indispensable. Spielberg patted Columbus on the shoulder. He also wrote the screenplay for this young Sherlock Holmes. You should talk to him first, and after your movie is released and you're less busy, we can discuss further collaboration. Ronald shook hands with Spielberg to say goodbye, feeling that Spielberg wasn't as close to him as before. It seemed he would have to keep in touch more often in the future. How did you come up with the idea to write such a story? Ronald asked after finishing the Columbus script. The story was about Sherlock Holmes solving his first case in college. When I was reading Sherlock Holmes, I always wondered why he didn't have a girlfriend and died alone. So I wrote a story about his younger days, where Sherlock is very emotional and meets the love of his life. After that love is broken, he begins to become the detective we know. There's a scene where a knight in a mural comes to life. Why is it a statue standing on the ground that becomes a real person? Ronald was a little puzzled. If it were a statue coming to life, then they could just have an actor put on a suit of armor, like in Lucas's Star Wars. If a mural came to life like this, the person would be a flat, paper-thin figure. A real person couldn't act like that. It would also be difficult to create such a paper-thin figure mechanically without it looking fake. This is Steven's idea. He plans to experiment with computer-generated animation, CGI, in this film, and his friend Lucas's Industrial Light and Magic will provide support. I see, Ronald said, intrigued. His own music video, Girls Just Need to Have Some Fun, used computer-generated special effects. He wondered how realistic Industrial Light and Magic's computers could achieve. Why don't you direct it yourself? Ronald asked a few more questions, noting that Columbus was thinking deeply, not only about set design but also about various plot points and performances. Direct it? Columbus seemed oblivious to the question. I have no experience. Nobody starts with experience. The first step to becoming a director is to direct something, regardless of length or subject matter, so you can understand your shortcomings. Ronald shared his experience. The film's subject matter is rather old-fashioned, falling into the category of fan films. There's not much room for creative expression. Ronald felt Columbus had talent, and if he wanted, he could recommend him to Spielberg. I don't know, I'll continue to gain experience. I'll bring it up with Mr. Spielberg about participating in the next film. Columbus adjusted his glasses. Ronald, hello. Just then, a square-faced, bespectacled man walked in, grabbed Ronald, and gave him a tight hug. Hello, Robert. Ronald recognized him. It was Robert Zemeckis, the director of the box office smash The Emerald. Your Emerald is absolutely amazing. I haven't seen such a fantastic adventure film since the Indiana Jones series. Ronald had just seen this movie recently. Catherine Turner, who went from a glamorous blonde to taciturn, introverted, homebody writer, embarks on an adventure in Central America with Michael Douglas. This kind of directorial skill in breaking away from established images is remarkable and very popular with stars. Remember that script you helped me revise a few years ago? Because of the success of The Emerald, they're all coming to me now, asking to invest in making their own films. Back to the Future, Ronald recalled the adventure story about traveling back 30 years to his parents during his high school years. Yes, but Steven helped me last time, so I approached him first this time. Zemeckis was very happy, finally proving himself with commercial success and able to direct the scripts he wanted to make. That's only natural. Ronald seemed to understand. Spielberg had a circle of people who, unless their associate Amblin became a producer and contributed a script, would find it difficult to gain Spielberg's favor as a producer. You also revised that script. Who do you think would be suitable for the male lead? Zemeckis, in a good mood, blurted out Ronald's opinion. Isn't Alex a perfect fit? Ronald thought of Michael J. Fox, whom he had just met. He was a great choice for this quirky role. Besides, Fox wasn't very tall, making him convincing as a high school student. He was our first choice, but he has a TV series to film. The producers threatened to break our legs if we told him, because they know Fox will regret not taking the role. Ronald shrugged. Scheduling conflicts were indeed difficult to resolve. We recently approached Eric Stoltz. I heard his directorial debut was with you. What's your opinion of him? Zemeckis pressed on. Sometimes, it's hard to tell whether an actor's performance is good or bad on screen. That memorable shot, is it the director's doing, the cinematography skill, or the actor's acting prowess? I didn't actually give him many shots. He's a very dedicated actor. He mainly uses method acting. Ronald carefully chose his words. These opportunities were rare. He didn't want his evaluation to lead the other party to overestimate or underestimate Stoltz's acting skills. He's currently filming Peter Bogdanovich's new movie, The Masked Man. I'll ask him about it when I have the chance. Zemeckis nodded in agreement. Thank you for your suggestion. I'll come back to you if I have any casting questions in the future. After all, you have a knack for directing teen movies. There are so few young actors these days. You're welcome anytime. After connecting with Spielberg, Ronald and Yasida spent another afternoon discussing the prospects of this young Sherlock Holmes. Ronald hadn't submitted a script to Amblin, and given Amblin's typical exploitative style of taking advantage of young directors and screenwriters, the chances of him being given the director's position so easily were slim. Let's see how Dragon Boys fares first, Yasida said. Ronald's first 3 films were all unmistakably low to mid-budget exploitative films. Although they all grossed high box office numbers, major studios might still have reservations about him. Now, it all depended on how well Dragon Boys, with its $8.5 million production budget, performed at the box office. That would be the time for truly big-budget productions to open their doors to Ronald. Chapter 529 Audience reaction is explosive. Not many people are buying tickets for Dragon Boys, producer Weintraub said worriedly, watching the flow of people at the ticket counter. Ronald and Weintraub were together outside the Sherman Oaks department store on the 4th floor of Los Angeles, observing the opening day box office of Dragon Boys. This department store, where Ronald had filmed 2 movies, had become his standard sampling point for assessing audience reactions. Weintraub had spent all his money on on-site marketing and expanding the screenings. After discussing it, the two decided against holding any unnecessary premieres. Anyway, this movie didn't have any big stars, so attracting reporters wouldn't make headlines. Ghostbusters, Grease, and The Raiders of the Fallen were still the 3 most popular movies. Ronald secretly counted, the number of people watching those 3 movies was roughly equal. The number of people choosing to see Dragon Boys was only about half of theirs. It's okay, I told you, the opening day box office depends on marketing, and afterwards it depends on word of mouth, Ronald encouraged Weintraub and himself. You're right, our reputation is better than. Weintraub wanted to say that his film was better than the other three, but then thought it was a bit self-deceptive, so he swallowed his words. This summer's box office was very strange, with two dark horses, Ghostbusters and Grease, emerging. The reason they were able to emerge victorious in the box office battle was because of their good reputation, otherwise, they wouldn't be called dark horses. He really didn't have the confidence to beat them with word of mouth. Especially Ghostbusters, whose average box office per theater didn't drop in its second week of release, but instead increased, and the number of theaters showing it was immediately increased by 200, reaching 1,500. Everyone knew that this was the momentum of a super dark horse. Weintraub really wanted to say that their idea that Ghostbusters could achieve good results under the pressure of three big films was self-deception. As long as it got a decent result, they would be satisfied. However, seeing Ronald's confidence, he held back and didn't voice his negative judgment. After all, this was his first time truly being a producer. The movie was about to start. Weintraub finished his Pepsi and threw the cup in the trash. He gave Ronald a wink, and the two of them, without discussing box office predictions, went into the theater together. The movie began, and because it was a drama, the audience was immersed in the plot. No one made the gasps they'd heard during Breakdance. Daniel and his mother drove from New Jersey to Los Angeles. They checked into an apartment and bumped into Mr. Miyagi, asking him to fix a faucet. The audience remained silent. Weintraub wasn't sure if they were engrossed or uninterested in the plot. He became a little nervous, clenching his fists and glancing around. Daniel met the beautiful Ollie on the beach, and they fell in love at first sight. Ollie asked Daniel to teach her soccer. Then Ollie's ex-boyfriend Johnny taught Daniel a lesson, and Daniel practiced karate in the apartment as revenge. Mr. Miyagi saw this but remained non-committal. On Halloween, Daniel dressed up as a shower ring for a costume party. Ollie recognized him instantly, and the two embraced behind the shower curtain. Not hearing the expected audience reaction, Weintraub's hands were already turning white from the effort. He couldn't resist and grabbed a drink from the side. "Hey, Jerry, that's my Coke." Ronald also reached for a drink, only to find it empty, and complained. The audience in front turned and glared at them, annoyed by their noise. "Sorry," Ronald gave a wink, and the two quietly slipped out of their seats and into the lounge area near the entrance. "You're too nervous, Jerry." Ronald went to the snack counter, bought a pack of cigarettes, handed one to Weintraub, lit it with a disposable plastic lighter, and took one for himself. "My heart was pounding in there. Why wasn't the audience reacting?" Weintraub puffed on the cheap cigarette he usually disdained, exhaling a heavy drag. "They were so engrossed in it, which I think is a good sign. It shows the plot is captivating their curiosity." "Did you see that disgusted look the audience member gave us after we interrupted him?" Ronald exhaled a puff of smoke. He never smoked normally, only when writing scripts to relieve stress. "You're right." Weintraub quickly finished his cigarette, went to the counter to buy 2 packets of chocolate chips, and gave one to Ronald. "Don't worry, it's too late to revise the copy anyway," Ronald joked. Oh, clearly, the joke was inappropriate, and Weintraub became even more worried. "Have we failed?" he suddenly asked. "What do you mean?" Ronald opened the package and ate 2 chocolate chips. "No, it's not your fault. I'm not complaining about you." Weintraub nervously tore at the M&M's chocolate wrapper. "It's Columbia Pictures' mistake in scheduling the release. They probably didn't know Ghostbusters and Goblins would be so popular. We tried to avoid showing them with the Raiders of the Lost Tomb and Star Trek," Ronald advised. Actually, the worst off was Hot Street Kids, whose box office was hit hard. It was expected to be taken off the screens in 3 weeks. Sigh, Weintraub was not listening to Ronald's advice. He had completely fallen into a cycle of self-doubt. "Maybe we spent too much time on useless plot points. Is our story too slow?" "No, I think the audience was very engrossed. Did you notice that in the 4th theater showing Hot Street Kids, no one has come out to use the restroom yet?" "Right, that's a good sign." Weintraub relaxed a little. Are these 2 from the 4th theater?" "They're going to the restroom." Before he finished speaking, Weintraub pointed to a young couple who quickly walked towards the restroom. "Oh no, they've gone to the restroom." Weintraub's hand trembled as he put a cigarette to his mouth, taking a deep drag that made the tip glow red. "It's okay, there aren't many, and they're all eager to get back," Ronald explained. The boy waited for the girl, then grabbed her hand and hurried inside. Seeing how nervous he was, Ronald led Weintraub to the pizza shop across the street, ordering 2 Cokes, a small pizza, and a bunch of chicken wings from the red and white striped clerk. Eat something first, don't be nervous. I think the audience's reaction is very positive, just because so few people went to the restroom. Weintraub picked up his Pepsi and took a big gulp. Yes, I usually use that to gauge the audience's interest in the plot, and clearly they don't want to miss a single scene. Thank you. Ronald took the chicken wings from the waitress and started eating. Maybe we should listen to Columbia and cut out the scene where Miyagi reminisces about the 442nd Infantry Regiment. That would cut it by 30 minutes, allowing theaters to show it more often. Ronald, defeated by Weintraub, was incredibly talkative while waiting for his cards to be revealed at the gambling table. It wasn't really that bad, he thought. Even competing against the 3 major powerhouses, he was confident he could emerge victorious. Ronald remained silent, offering Weintraub another cigarette. I was probably too nervous. We haven't lost yet. Weintraub finally had his mouth shut with his cigarette, took the pizza, and began to devour it. How much do you think we'll get in the end? If it's released for 6 to 8 weeks, averaging 4 million, is it possible to break 30 million? Weintraub started to worry again. But this time his worries weren't unfounded. The opening week box office is generally the highest. Based on today's attendance and promotion, it would be around 5 million, then decreasing each week. 6 to 8 weeks is already above the industry average. Like I said, the opening day determines the box office, and after that, it depends on the word of mouth. Ronald tapped the table, not entirely sure himself. I think we should be able to stay in theaters for more than 8 weeks. Weintraub knew that asking any further would be disrespectful to Ronald, so the two ate their pizzas in silence. How are your wives Jane and Susan getting along? Ronald broke the silence, very curious and admiring of Weintraub's ability to have both a wife and a mistress. I'm living a life of being in 2 places at once. Although Jane lets Susan come over for holidays, they don't talk to each other most of the time. I have to juggle both, which is exhausting. Weintraub shook his head. Who told me to fall in love with both of them? Ronald, you must never repeat my mistakes. The two sat in the pizzeria for a long time, Weintraub not daring to go back and see the audience's actual reaction, and could only wait there. Ow! A faint cry came from the theater across the street. Where is it? Is it our theater number 4? Weintraub jumped to his feet, gripping the railing and peering across. His joy was palpable, his head was already peeking over the railing. It seems so. Ronald stood up as well, glancing at his newly bought digital watch. The numbers showed that Dragon Boys had been playing for an hour and 55 minutes. Maybe it's that last crane kick, Ronald guessed. Come on, let's go see. Weintraub hurriedly pulled out a wad of cash and placed it on the table. He pulled Ronald along the aisle to the entrance of the theater across the street, waiting for the audience to leave. As Joe Esposito's You're the Best ended, the audience began to emerge in 2s and 3s. The first few young men started mimicking karate moves from the movie as they walked. Whoa! A boy in a t-shirt threw a wall-scraping punch at his companion. Sweep kick! Another young man, not to be outdone, crouched down and delivered a despicable kick from the Cobra Dojo. Get ready for the body bag, those are lines from the movies, those are lines from the movies, Weintraub exclaimed excitedly, grabbing Ronald's sleeve and shaking it. Karate is here, not in the belt. Another slightly older man began mimicking Master Miyagi's lines, lecturing his two companions. Waxing style. Floor style. The two, unconvinced, started playfully wrestling around him. Ronald let out a heavy sigh of relief. It seemed to be working well, and the young men enjoyed watching. Uncle, uncle, a voice called out strangely from behind. Ronald turned around and saw a man in a suit, looking like a high-level white-collar worker, wearing gold-rimmed glasses. He stood on one leg and began imitating Daniel's final move against Johnny, the crane kick. Uncle, he didn't know how to use his strength, clumsily imitating, but still enjoying it. We're saved, Ronald tugged at Weintraub, pointing out the white-collar worker to him. What did you say? I said our box office is guaranteed. Ronald pointed to the white-collar worker who was swaying past. Several other people were imitating the crane kick with him. Why? Weintraub looked at them blankly. Ronald smiled slightly. These weren't the film's target audience of young people, but rather sophisticated white-collar workers who were very particular about their clothes and style. Even these viewers were starting to imitate the crane kick, which meant the whole story was very convincing. Not only teenagers, but even adults would be moved and recall their high school days, right? Unlike breakdancing, which was a groundbreaking dance that no one had ever seen before, and whose audience frenzy was mostly driven by that kind of dance. Audiences had seen many martial arts movies like Dragon Boys. From Bruce Lee's Enter the Dragon to the present, martial arts movies have been released continuously over the years. Audiences have seen far more exciting fights than this crane kick. This time, their frenzy over this action was clearly not out of admiration for the martial arts move itself, but because the story genuinely moved them. I think your box office target can be raised significantly. We won't fail. Chapter 530. The film review actually said some nice things. Columbia's response has been positive. My feedback from various channels indicates that attendance is quite good everywhere. If your estimate is correct, word of mouth will help, and Saturday and Sunday box office will be even better, Weintraub called Ronald early Saturday morning. He had gone through cycles of frustration and excitement the night before, and finally, after receiving feedback from Columbia in the morning, he couldn't resist sharing the good news with Ronald. I know, everything is going as expected, Ronald replied casually. Now we have hope of staying on the screen longer. Columbia's distribution department says it could very well exceed 10 weeks, Weintraub continued rambling. Ronald finally listened to the others rambling and then hung up. Who called? A sleepy-eyed Diane hooked her arm around Ronald's neck. Hey, it was my producer. Looks like the box office feedback was good last night. Your movies always get high box office returns. Diane's eyes were stung by the sunlight streaming through the curtains Ronald had drawn back. She buried her face in Ronald's chest. It's just that the critics don't like to say good things about you. Yeah, that's true. Ronald hugged the girl tighter. Diane had come to Los Angeles last night for an audition for her new film. Their reunion after a short separation was sweet. He really wasn't popular with film critics. Aside from a few positive comments from Pauline Carr, a big name in New York film criticism, for his first film, Fast and Furious, critics from prominent New York media outlets were generally reluctant to comment on his films. The two guys in Chicago, the bald Cisco and the bespectacled Albert, were always working against him, giving him very low scores and then criticizing the plot. Even though his two exploitation films were box office hits, they still didn't win over the critics. How did your audition for your new movie go? Ronald asked Diane. Diane buried her head in Ronald's chest, unwilling to talk about the failed audition. Ghetto Justice had already finished its run last week. Not only Diane, but also the film's producers and director were hit hard by the market, and the prospects in Hollywood had become bleak. Although the casting director politely asked Diane to go home and wait for news, everyone knew that it was just a formality. Ronald also shook his head, not mentioning his suggestion to Diane to act in the film. After being rejected several times, he understood that actresses who had received systematic acting training would not lower themselves to act in low-budget exploitative films as long as they had another path to take. Even if these films were box office hits, they would not benefit the actors' careers. Unless they were desperate and had to start from scratch on the ladder of fame, or had no pursuit of acting skills and only wanted to make money by making movies, everyone would try to avoid getting involved in such films. This had nothing to do with the closeness of their relationship, but was determined by the way Hollywood operates. Ronald gently stroked Diane's short hair, helping her recover somewhat from the disappointment of her audition failure. Oh dear, I also had an appointment with producer Joe Silver. He said Ghetto Justice might be suitable for the European market, and he wants me to go with him to Europe to sell copies. After sleeping sweetly in Ronald's arms for a few more hours, Diane suddenly remembered she had a date that day. She hurriedly got up and dressed. Where are my pants? Here. Ronald found them on the floor on the other side of the bed and handed them to her. The two had been very passionate last night, and their clothes were scattered all over the floor. Honey, I'm going now. Diane quickly slipped into the bathroom for a shower, dressed herself, said goodbye to Ronald, and left. Drive carefully, got it, Ronnie? The beauty hurriedly left, leaving Ronald alone at home. Diane's ambition was still to be a movie star, and she wouldn't stay by his side for long if it was for that goal. Asking an actress who had once aspired to be a top Hollywood star to give up her acting career and become a trophy-like girlfriend, a trophy wife, to prove her husband's status was definitely something she wouldn't want. Since that's the case, maintaining the current relationship isn't bad, maybe I can help her out in the future. Ronald, look at today's New York Times. Ronald, who was having brunch, was interrupted by Weintraub's phone call. I haven't gone out to buy a newspaper yet. No need, I'll read it to you. Weintraub sounded very excited on the phone. It seemed the New York Times had said quite a few good things. Janet Maslin, the New York Times. Weintraub cleared his throat. Most of Dragon Boy, the best part, seemed like a fortune cookie. In Hollywood-style Eastern wisdom, a boy named Daniel is taught lesson after lesson about life. His mentor is an old man named Mr. Miyagi, played by Noriyuki Morita, Pat. Miyagi is first seen trying to catch a fly with chopsticks. Throughout the film, Mr. Miyagi maintains a striking, even comically eccentric, style. Mr. Miyagi easily becomes the perfect substitute father figure for Daniel, thanks to the old man's patience, understanding, and seemingly limitless knowledge. Daniel's amazing mastery of karate is another advantage, as the boy, fresh from New Jersey to California, often finds himself harassed by blonde bullies dressed like Michael Jackson. Mr. Miyagi teaches him how to protect himself and, in the process, how to become a man. Hell, it seems the critic doesn't like MJ's diamond-studded, bling-bling style. Indeed, many street kids imitate it. Ronald chuckles. Dragon Boys, playing today at Ziegfeld Theater and in over 1,000 other theaters nationwide, may well be a long-awaited, truly heartwarming duo. Young writer-director Ronald isn't content with just doing things well. His film is packed with extras, from almost every supporting character to the unexpected climactic move. Removing some of the sunlight montage would make the film's pacing more suitable for modern audiences. The film is essentially a fairy tale, and Ronald Lee's brilliant directing often makes us forget that, making the friendship between Daniel and Mr. Miyagi feel so real, so much so that I was captivated by it too. Ronald, it's me again. Los Angeles Times. Weintraub was obsessed, calling to read every new review to Ronald. Yes, it's a slightly silly fairy tale. Yes, it has all the cliches of sports movies. A down-on-his-luck kid, guided by an experienced and wise coach, defeats a formidable opponent to win a championship. Yes, its romance is like our first high school date, overly cautious to protect its PG rating. But we just love it. This film, written and directed by the up-and-coming Los Angeles director Ronald Lee, is so unpretentious, yet so captivating. It's not just a sports movie, but a kid's heroic journey. It's the shared dream of everyone who's ever been bullied by someone stronger than you in school. The weak triumphs over the strong, justice triumphs over evil, like a teenage version of Rocky. For all parents, if you haven't seen this movie yet, I suggest you take your child to see it right away. They will feel this inner courage and strength. I'm not Rocky. Ronald was initially quite happy, but then he saw someone say his story was like Stallone's Rocky. What was the similarity? Ronald, it's still me, this time for The Hollywood Reporter and Variety Weekend. Unexpectedly captivating, a great family film. Your kids will love it. Ronald, hey Jerry, I need to eat dinner. Can't we talk tomorrow? Ronald received another call from Weintraub. That guy was really persistent. Today's reviews were all praising Rocky the Kid, and Ronald was actually happy too, but being interrupted repeatedly was getting to him. No, watch TV, PBS, Cisco and Albert are talking about your movie. Oh, Ronald turned on the TV, wondering what they would say this time. If you've seen Rocky, you know how this movie ends. A significant problem is that the movie is too long. Maybe 30 minutes too long, and the story unfolds too slowly. It just tells a typical Hollywood hero story, how a kid gets accepted into new school. It's best not to do it by dating the prettiest girl. I'd give it a thumbs up, just barely over the line. Cisco didn't like our movie, Ronald asked Weintraub as they watched, surprised. In the Chicago duo, Cisco usually favored the one who gave him a high score. His Tribune readers are middle class, of course they don't like the plot of a poor boy dating their daughters. Weintraub understood Cisco's thinking perfectly. No, this isn't a movie about integrating into new school, at least not entirely. I really appreciate it, 2 thumbs up. The chubby Albert surprisingly gave it a high score. This movie isn't like Rocky, where you can predict the ending from the beginning. I disagree with you. The focus of the whole movie isn't a final game, but the lesson. Albert adjusted his glasses and continued his commentary. This is the first time I've seen a martial arts film where the fighting isn't the focus. The focus is on the philosophy of martial arts. This philosophy isn't just applicable to martial arts, but can be used in life. What happened? Did the sun rise in the west? Ronald asked Weintraub in surprise. His son has a lot of blue-collar readers. Their kids might be being bullied by rich kids at school, or maybe they had crushes on rich girls on the plane when they were young. Who didn't? Ronald chuckled. It turns out that film reviews also depend on their readership. Only by understanding the reader's perspective can they make a living in this field in the long run. Ronald hung up the phone, opened the pizza he had ordered, and ate a slice while it was still hot. Ring 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 ring, the phone rang again. Hey, Jerry, I'm eating pizza, don't read me a review. Ronald thought there was another new review coming out. Ronnie, it's me. Aunt Karen's voice came from the other end of the line. Oh, Auntie, hello, I thought it was someone else. Why are you calling me tonight? Ronald asked. Aunt Karen rarely called him outside of their usual weekend greetings. I'm calling to congratulate you on finally making a good movie. I had Donna buy tickets right away. I'm so touched. The movie felt like it took me back to when I had just lost Steve, raising Donna all by myself, and it's all in the past. Actually, when I was writing the script, I modeled Daniel's mother after you. She was very optimistic, loved her child, had a strong personality, and worked hard. Ronald began to comfort Aunt Karen, who was already a little choked up. This was the first time his aunt had liked his movie so much, more than the praise from film critics. Ronnie, you must come see me next time you're back in New York. I have something to tell you, can't we say it on the phone? I love hearing you praise me, and your praise is more important to me than anything the film critics say. Haha, you did a great job, Ronnie, I'm so glad you made this movie. Just like the Hollywood movies I watched when I was a kid, it gives a voice to all ordinary people. After chatting with his aunt for a while, Ronald finished his busy day. The opening weekend of Dragon Boys quickly passed, and on Monday morning, the new box office results were in. Dragon Boys grossed $5.6 million. It ranked fourth, after Ghostbusters, Greeks, and The Palace, surpassing Star Trek: The Search for Spock, which was experiencing a rapid decline in box office. Although its opening weekend box office was not as high as Breakdance, it received collective praise from film critics in magazines and newspapers, which was a first for Ronald. Ronald, Ned Tanning of Universal and Katzenberg of Paramount have both called to schedule a meeting with you, his agent, Nisida, called. Why? Ronald was surprised. All the reviews for Dragon Boys are good. Your performance has shocked the executives of the 7 major Hollywood studios. In their eyes, you're not just a director who can produce high-grossing exploitation films, you've evolved into a director capable of handling mainstream Hollywood dramas, and they're starting to trust you. So this is the benefit of film critics saying good things, Ronald muttered to himself as he put down the phone. Chapter 531 Ronald in the Eyes of an Insider. Ronald, welcome, it's nice to see you again. Jeff Katzenberg, vice president of production at Paramount, met Ronald, who had come with his agent, in his office. Hello, Mr. Katzenberg. Ronald shook his hand warmly. I watched Dragon Kid and found the story quite excellent. I admit that at one point, it felt a bit like an old-school director's work. The character development and the final action scene were both very impressive. Thank you. Ronald thought to himself that he hadn't received this kind of treatment when he first came to Paramount. Mr. Eisner isn't in Los Angeles right now. He called and said he'd like to invite you over for a proper chat when he gets back. Katzenberg pulled out a script. This is our new project, a sci-fi film called Explorers. I originally wanted to talk to you about this movie, but after watching Dragon Boys, I think writing and directing it might be more suitable for you. What do you think, Mr. Katzenberg? I don't have any inspiration for the new script yet. Katzenberg nodded and pushed the Explorers script towards me. Then take a look at this first. If you have any new ideas later, you can come and talk to me anytime. I feel like he's been much nicer to me, Ronald asked Nisida as he walked out of the office. A movie with a budget of $1 or $2 million is not the same as a movie with a budget of $10 or $20 million. Big studios need good directors, but whether you can handle big stars, whether you can manage a large crew, and whether you can produce the performances required by Hollywood are all things that need to be tested. Fortunately, you have already proven yourself to them, and they don't need to risk letting you make another trial film. You've already graduated, Nisida explained to Ronald in the car. Jeff, how did the talk with Ronald go? Paramount's president, Michael Eisner, seemed very concerned about this matter. When he called back to speak with his subordinate, Katzenberg, he specifically mentioned it. He's very good, and he likes us a lot. However, I don't think he's been very passionate about his work lately. Perhaps he's just succeeded and needs some time. Very good. Give him the best terms. I'll see what he's willing to do when I get back. As long as we can get him to sign a contract with Paramount in 3 months, it will be a good report to the board. Ronald, I'm so glad you came. Ned Tannen, formerly of Universal Pictures and now the owner of an independent production company, warmly welcomed Ronald. Hey, when are you going to make me a Dragon Boys 2? Tannen, contrary to his previous tough stance, was now showing respect to directors who were capable and had proven themselves. I'll have a chance. What movie are you working on lately? Oh, it's that movie John Hughes wanted to make. Tannen had his secretary bring him coffee. He wanted to make his Breakfast Club last year, and I told him to try making 16 candles first. This year he insisted on investing, so I agreed. Anyway, the budget isn't big, just $1 million. Tannen watched Ronald pick up his coffee and sip it, feeling a little helpless. If only Ronald had directed 16 candles back then. In the end, Hughes' directorial debut was defeated by his breakdance. John Hughes still wasn't very good at character portrayal and directing those very heavy performance scenes. He's a very good screenwriter. With this experience, he'll definitely get better and better. Ronald replied casually. Well, there's another one, The Fire of St. Elmo, written by your friend Cameron Crowe. Tannen also picked up his coffee. Are you interested, Cameron? Ronald saw Cameron Crowe, whom he hadn't seen in a long time, in the row of bungalow offices. Ronald, Crowe, still with his long hair flowing, came up and gave Ronald a warm hug. I saw your new film, it's really. Cameron Crowe looked at Ronald in front of him. The scene of the two of them filming fast pace was right in front of him, and in the blink of an eye, Ronald could make such a blockbuster that received praise from many film critics. Haha, I heard from Mr. Tannen that your new film is also a teen movie. Yes, Crowe took a script and handed it over with both hands. This is my script. I think your opinion is very important. Of course, I will read it. How are you and Nancy? Ronald put away the script and chatted with Crowe. Great, we still live in the same old place. Crowe was glad that Ronald was still the same as before, treating him as a friend. Aren't you considering directing yourself? Ronald quickly flipped through the script, noticing the pseudonym Ziohan on the cover. It was similar to his film Dahan from a couple of years ago, an ensemble piece about the love and work of several main characters after graduating from university. I don't have any experience yet, so I'll stay on set and learn from the director. Crowe looked at him. Ronald had asked him to learn directing last time, but he hadn't taken it too seriously. If he had the chance this time, he could follow behind him and carefully study directing techniques. I can't promise you yet, Cameron, Ronald said bluntly to his old friend. I need to get more scripts in hand before making a decision. Of course, come visit often when you have time. I'll be working here for a while. Tannen, why did you work with that bastard? In producer Amberlin's office, Ronald met Robert Zemeckis. Zemeckis, hearing that Ronald was discussing a new film with Tannen, spoke up for him. You probably don't know, but our last film was ruined by this bastard. Zemeckis took the script for Back to the Future and handed it to Ronald. Look at that main villain, I'll name him Biff Tannen. Ha 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 ha. Ronald opened the script, flipped to the section on the villain who bullies the protagonist, Marty McFly, and sure enough, he was given the surname Tannen. It seems you can't afford to offend the screenwriter. Your advice is excellent, Ronald. We've thoroughly examined Eric Stolz, and he's indeed made tremendous progress. He's also doing very well in Peter Bogdanovich's production team. Peter has praised him many times. He can perform very well even in a huge, ugly wig. His method acting is solid. Zemeckis invited Ronald here partly to thank him for his fair assessment of the actor. Take a look at his audition video, Zemeckis said, taking out a videotape and starting to play it. Ronald saw Stolz in a black jacket, looking completely bewildered. This is him acting out suddenly returning to the 1950s, Zemeckis explained to Ronald. That's very good, he's definitely improved, Ronald commented, looking at Stolz on the screen. His bewildered expression is very real, but his method acting style is a bit too heavy, Ronald thought to himself, though he couldn't say it aloud. Zemeckis had his own reasons. Your introduction is spot on. Zemeckis praised Ronald's eye for casting. So this time, I'd like to ask for your help again. Who do you want? Ronald understood that Zemeckis wanted him to help find an actress. We'd like to use Elizabeth Shue, the lead actress in your Dragon Boys. She seems perfect for the role of Marty McFly's mother in the film. She went back to Harvard. Haven't you contacted her? Ronald had read the script and knew that Marty McFly's mother wasn't played by a middle-aged actress, but by a young character. Marty traveled back to the 1950s and met her parents, who were still in high school. Such a girl needed a touch of classical elegance and considerable acting skill to portray a 1950s high school student. That's why I'd like to ask you to help persuade her. Zemeckis adjusted his large glasses. You know, we have an agreement with Universal. If we can't finish filming within the stipulated time, they have the right to cancel the distribution agreement. I can't wait until her spring break next year, but I really want Elizabeth to play the role. Oh, Ronald knew that sometimes directors would take a liking to an actor and definitely want her to play a certain role. Zemeckis probably also wanted to capitalize on Elizabeth Shue's current popularity. She actually has a very strong desire to go to school. My producer, Weintraub, invited her to participate in a marketing event, but she declined because she was too busy with her studies. Zemeckis sighed. He himself had been rejected by Shue for the same reason. However, if you need an actress with a girl next door vibe, I have someone else in mind. Ronald remembered the actress who was even more outstanding in the Burger King commercial. Lee Thompson, Ronald said, the one in that Burger King commercial, the one with Shue? Oh? Really? Zemeckis was quite surprised. How had Ronald managed to work with so many talented young actors? It's her. Call her agent. After seeing Lee Thompson's footage, Zemeckis thought Thompson's reaction was fantastic. Thank you, Ronald. You should come here more often. I'll be here from now on. Your judgment and guidance of young actors are truly excellent. I will. I'm also very curious about the special effects of this film. Ronald saw many novel special effects descriptions in the script and wanted to see how Zemeckis would film them. Why don't you take on Stephen's other young Sherlock Holmes? That way, we can both direct new films here. Wouldn't that be great? Ronald, why do you want to make those old-fashioned detective films? They're outdated. Who watches detective films now? Mason detectives. Weintraub, hearing that Zemeckis had persuaded him to take on Spielberg's new film, said a few words of exasperation to Ronald. Your reputation is already very high. When I went to Columbia, the producers and executives there were all talking about you. You don't need to work for Stephen like a director who's never made a big-budget film before. Weintraub hinted at Spielberg's Jewish businessman ways. I'm different from him. Although I also try to save money in every way, you know, I never boss around real artists. Weintraub pulled out a piece of paper. Look, this is the story outline I wrote yesterday. Why don't we strike while the iron is hot and make a sequel to Dragon Boys? Chapter 532. Ronald is a big shot. Daniel continues to study karate with Master Miyagi. The following year, it's time for the annual Fernando Valley Karate Championship again. This time, as the defending champion, he will face challenges from various masters. Ronald read through the synopsis written by Weintraub. How about it? Is this story okay? You're the expert. How about we design a special move to help him defend his title in the championship? Ronald hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help but speak the truth. Jerry, the first movie has already brought Daniel's story to a close. If you want to make a sequel, the focus must be on other characters, otherwise it's just remaking the first movie. The audience won't buy it. Huh? What do you mean? Weintraub still had a deep impression of Ronald's confident attitude on the first day of the movie's release, so what he said must have some merit. For example, take Lucas's Star Wars. If they destroy the Death Star in A New Hope, and then in the sequel the Empire built an even bigger Death Star and had Luke destroy it, even if the Force was several times stronger and the special moves were more powerful, the core story wouldn't be the same, and the audience wouldn't like it. You have a point. Weintraub put away his synopsis. So, whose story do you think we should make? How about Elizabeth Shue? There's a lot to explore in her. She's not the passive kind of heroine. She dates Daniel, plays soccer, actively clashes with Johnny, and encourages Daniel to persevere despite his injuries. I think we could make her Miyagi's second student. We could talk about women practicing martial arts to protect themselves. Besides, Elizabeth Shue is an athletic girl. She has a background in gymnastics and soccer, and she's also excellent at karate. She can perform her own action scenes without a stunt double. After she finishes part of her studies, we can have her come back to film the sequel during the summer. Oh, so that means the sequel will be released at least 2 years later. Yes, we have to wait a year before filming starts. This will give the audience time to reminisce and anticipate. Even Star Wars can't be released every year. Are there any other candidates? Weintraub was actually a little annoyed that Elizabeth Shue refused to participate in the marketing campaign. Ronald thought for a moment. Then there's another option, which is to film the story of Master Miyagi, how he went from a fisherman in Ryukyu to America, from a war hero to an inconspicuous repairman in an apartment, an immigration story? Like The Godfather Part 2, yes, to unravel the mystery surrounding Master Miyagi, I think there must be some story behind his departure from Ryukyu. We can also have him return to Ryukyu in the story to settle his past. I prefer your idea. Could we also film the story of the villainous coach Chris? Weintraub suggested other ideas. Ronald didn't expect Weintraub to like action scenes so much, with all his ideas revolving around more and more exciting fight scenes. But he's the villain. Will audiences be interested in villains? I didn't actually give him much screen time in the movie, we can discuss it slowly. So you're quite interested in directing the sequel? Weintraub laughed heartily. Haha, maybe. Ronald wasn't averse to Weintraub's communication style, but whether he would continue as screenwriter and director was something to discuss later. How is the box office performance this week? Ronald asked about the topic they were both most concerned about. If the box office was a big hit, then the sequel's production would be guaranteed. The investment in the second film would definitely be much greater than the first. Nowadays, all film actors sign single film contracts. If a sequel is made, the salaries of everyone from the director to the actors will increase. Only with a big box office hit will the production company and distributor invest more budget in making a sequel. Very good momentum. Columbia's feedback is that the single theater box office has even surpassed Legend of the Condor Heroes and is comparable to Grease. The trend is really good. Ronald couldn't help but look forward to the second week's box office statistics. He estimated that the drop would be very small. We need a director who's good at teen exploitation films, a middle-aged man lamented to his subordinates in the producer's office at 20th Century Fox. Think quickly, who can take on this important task? The subordinates exchanged bewildered glances. The script for this film was written by Noel Black, a high-ranking executive in Fox's production department, who had also greenlit it himself. However, many directors had been approached, but either expressed disinterest or were rejected by Black. 20th Century Fox was in a state of chaos. After its female president, Shirley Lansing, was ousted by the new oil tycoon, the executives were all acting independently, using this brief period of relative peace to engage in various performances. Relatively speaking, Mr. Black was simply using his power to direct his own script, which was quite ethical, except that the script was somewhat outdated. However, finding someone to direct his script was no easy task. A good director wouldn't be interested in such an outdated script, and a bad director would leave Black dissatisfied with the result. Can any of you think of a suitable candidate? Noel Black began to raise his voice. We need to seize this time and get filming started as soon as possible. If we're too slow, the new president might come and the movie might be reconsidered, the subordinates muttered to themselves. In the corner, a subordinate named Ben, a fat man, raised his hand tremblingly. Speak, how about Ronald Lee? He always directs exploitation films, and every one of them is a box office hit, the kid who directed Breakdancing, Noel Black asked. Yes, he also directed Fast-Paced Richmond High School. His debut was a teen comedy set in a high school, PFFT. Another subordinate couldn't help but laugh. Do you have any objections? Noel Black glared at him. I think Ronald is a good choice. I have no objections to Ronald. I just think Ben might be busy with work lately and hasn't seen any movies. He might not know that Ronald Lee is the hottest director right now. He's become a big shot. He won't go back to directing these low-budget exploitative films. What movies has he directed recently? Did It Breakdance just come out? Noel Black pressed. The best-performing new film this week, Dragon Kid, is his work. It's distributed by Columbia, with a production budget of $8 million. Critics have praised him highly. Roger Ebert of Chicago even gave him the highest rating of 4 stars. Plus, the box office results are great. With his success, he's basically escaped the quagmire of low-budget films. $8 million, Noel Black thought for a moment. We can also invest $8 million in him, and then increase the director's salary to $1 million. His subordinates below were stunned by Noel Black's extravagance. He actually wanted to invest $8 million to film Heart and Soul, a script that looked like something out of the 1960s. Was this a relentless pursuit of his dream? Or was it an abuse of power, taking advantage of Fox's chaotic situation to get his script onto film? What are you all standing around for? Go find Ronald Lee's agent. I need to meet with him at Fox. The group rushed out of the office, splitting up to make phone calls. Noel Black rummaged through his desk and found the latest issue of the Chicago Sun-Times, where he found the latest Roger Ebert film review. Sure enough, it was a review of Dragon Boys. I wasn't going to watch this movie. I glanced at the title and thought it was either A, an outdated martial arts film, or B, a poor adaptation of DC Comics. I was completely wrong. Dragon Boys was one of the biggest surprises of 1984, a thrilling and heartwarming story about two unlikely friends who share one of the most entertaining friendships we've seen on screen in a long time. The two friends come from different worlds. A kid named Daniel, Ralph Macchio, is a New Jersey teenager who has moved to Los Angeles with his mother. An old guy named Miyagi, Pat Morita Noriyuki, is the Japanese doorman in their apartment building. Then comes the best part of Dragon Boys, where the old man and the Jersey kid become friends and he starts teaching him authentic Ryukyu karate. To say the least, Miyagi's karate teaching system is unconventional. He makes Daniel wax cars, paint fences, and scrub floors. Daniel complains that he's not learning karate but being free labor. But Miyagi's training is systematic. Dragon Boys was written and directed by someone I never expected, Ronald Lee. I've previously downplayed his directing abilities, believing he could only create visually appealing scenes, lacking character development and compelling storytelling. But this film completely shattered my prejudices. Its core isn't the fight scenes, but the relationships. Beyond Daniel's friendship with Miyagi, there's this sweet romance with Ali, Elizabeth Shue, the typical girl from the right side of town with typically snobbish parents. Ralph Macchio was an unusual and interesting choice for Daniel. He's not the typical handsome Hollywood teen, but a tall, lean, energetic kid whose delivery always sounds natural, without any sense of reading lines. He's a good, well-rounded, and funny lead, but the film truly belongs to Pat Morita, a longtime actor. He played Arnold in Happy Days, who has never had such a good role. Morita makes Miyagi a prime example of a late bloomer. His portrayal of Miyagi is a completely original and refreshing change. Dragon Boys is a sleeping beauty film. Its title might give you the wrong idea. It's one of the best films of 1984. 4 stars. Noel Black put down his newspaper with satisfaction. Only a director like him could have adapted my semi-autobiographical script so well. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 533. Ronald is the key figure. Ronald, have you read the Chicago Sun-Times? Weintraub called again. Let me read it to you. Albert raves about you the whole time, giving you a perfect 4 stars. I'm reading it now, Ronald replied, this time without Weintraub reading it aloud. He was pleased with the effusive praise and Albert's admission that he had misjudged Ronald's directing abilities. Ding dong. Just as he finished the call, his agent, Richard, rang the doorbell. Shall we head out now? Ronald changed into his new, hand-tailored suit, made at Armani's tailor shop in Los Angeles. The Italian cut suited his figure perfectly. Richard had already switched to a larger Toyota Camry, and the two headed to 20th Century Fox headquarters together. Today, Ronald had received his 3rd offer from another studio. We're here to see Mr. Noel Black. We have an appointment. Noel Black was still in a meeting. Ronald and Richard had to wait at the door. Didn't we agree on this time? Ronald was a little annoyed. Now that he was a successful director capable of directing mid-range productions, even if you're a studio executive, being late was impolite. Ronald? Is that you? Ronald, a voice with a thick South African accent called out in surprise. Ronald turned around and saw that it was the person he had met at the Montreal Film Festival when he was working for Roger Corman, the producer of The Gods Must Be Crazy. What was her name again? Maya Toschi? The woman noticed Ronald's predicament and reminded him of her name. Maya, it's been a long time. What brings you here this time? The Gods Must Be Crazy finally got permission for a large-scale screening in America. We're here to see the executives at 20th Century Fox, hoping they can give us more theaters. 50 theaters are definitely not enough, that's a bit few. Ronald remembered this unique comedy. What? The sanctions from the American government? Yes, they've eased. Mandela of the ANC has been transferred from the poorly equipped Robben Island prison to a better prison in Cape Town. Doctors are giving him a full medical checkup. So, after a special application to the American Congress, we can finally show the film in America. That's great. After we finish talking, let's find a place today and have a chat. Definitely. We've been to so many places in America, and we've rarely seen Hollywood people as enthusiastic about helping us as you. Maya shook Ronald's hand and agreed. How's my script? This is a rewrite based on my memories of my youth. I cherish these memories and have always wanted to make it into a film. Noel Black finally finished his meeting and summoned Ronald to his office. He immediately handed him the script for Heart and Soul, written from memory. Ronald thought to himself, glancing at Black, who is already over 40. No wonder it smells musty, it's all from high school in the 1960s. Kissing in high school was considered outrageous? Driving an old car recklessly, and the prejudice that Latinos are bad people. How can young people in the 1980s even watch this? I know you're a screenwriter, and I respect your opinion. Feel free to suggest anything. Noel Black was eager to get the film done quickly, so he treated Ronald with respect. Mr. Black's script is excellent. I need to read it carefully before I can give specific feedback. However, from my brief glance, it seems a bit outdated. Those antique cars might not be familiar to today's audience. No, Ronald. Those were beauties from my youth. Whoever owned one of those cars could easily pick up girls. It seemed he genuinely liked his script. Then let's give the audience a little more ice cream. When the male lead is seduced by a girl, let's have some revealing scenes. Wouldn't that make it an R-rated film? I hope more people can see this movie, especially high school students. It's a trade-off. Mr. Black. Ronald felt he had nothing more to say. If he was so fixated on his script, he might as well direct it himself. Without any interesting scenes, how could such an outdated script attract an audience? I'll consider it. The conversation stalled, and the two couldn't continue. It seems he's also a director who prioritizes commercial success. Should I listen to him and make an R-rated film? That way, there will be fewer viewers, but maybe it can stay in theaters longer. After Ronald left, Noel Black began to ponder. Never mind, let's just go with his suggestion. If we don't speed up filming this month, things could get complicated once the new president arrives. Ronald found Maya Toschi and her group, and they went to a small restaurant to eat and chat. So, did you reach an agreement with Fox? No, they're still insisting on only showing it in 50 theaters. Maya shook her head. Hollywood has always been prejudiced against South African films, believing that such a small market can't produce quality films. So what are you planning to do? Ronald felt it was a crime that such a high-quality film couldn't be shown to more American audiences. We plan to release it state by state. Maya Toschi, being the daughter of the owner of South Africa's largest cinema chain, was determined. Since 20th Century Fox, the only one of the big seven interested in them, wouldn't release it on a large scale, it was unlikely that anyone else could do it. Show it state by state. Yes, didn't you know, in America, there's no law restricting producers from finding theaters to screen their films. People go to distributors simply because they think it's cheaper. I have a lot of confidence in the gods must be crazy. If we release it state by state, we'll accumulate a good profit over the course of a year. Ronald raised his glass to Maya in admiration. This kind of distribution is incredibly difficult. Each state has different screening laws, meaning they're essentially carrying hundreds of copies, touring all over America. Unless you have a strong desire to expand into the American market, you wouldn't be motivated to use such a laborious method. Since you say so, I suppose you didn't sign an exclusive agreement with Fox. I know two small distributors who might be interested in your film, although most of their theaters are relatively low-end second tier. That's all right, Ronald, we're willing. Maya stood up excitedly. Relax, since you're interested, I can call both of them, and we can arrange a screening. Ronald was thinking of Roger Coleman's Concord and Minahan's Cannonball. If either of them was willing to distribute it, he could make a small profit and gain a deeper understanding of the film industry by participating in the domestic distribution market. You're right, I'm so excited, Maya said, sitting down. Finally, they had found the right person to push this forward. This world's largest film market was very open technically. If someone wanted to watch your film, you could distribute it here. However, it was also very conservative in its atmosphere. Audiences and distributors were prejudiced against films made in smaller foreign markets. Ronald had seen his own The Gods Must Be Crazy and still thought it was good. Just now at Fox, he had negotiated directly with Vice President Noel Black, who had shown him considerable respect in words and actions, suggesting Black was now an important figure in Hollywood. He was always accompanied by a well-dressed agent-like man. Maya's business acumen led her to subtly flatter Ronald. Ronald was the key figure for The Gods Must Be Crazy to enter the American market. "Ronald, I can't believe you've already achieved your dream and directed 4 films," Maya exclaimed with admiration after learning about his recent progress. "I know you directors all want good scripts and actors. Are you willing to use foreign scripts and actors?" "Of course, as long as their English is fluent, I have no objections," Ronald affirmed Maya's idea. "Do you have anyone to recommend?" "That depends on what kind you like. We foreign filmmakers working in the American market have a small circle, especially for someone like me from the Southern Hemisphere. We need to share resources. We have a small gathering this weekend. If you're interested, I'll have my assistant pick you up, and your agent too." "That sounds good," Ronald thought to himself. Meeting foreign filmmakers wouldn't be bad. Richard, sitting next to him, smiled and didn't object. He took out his notebook and wrote down Ronald's schedule. "Do you think our film will be popular here?" Maya started talking about the distribution of The Gods Must Be Crazy again. "I think it's really good. It's a rare high-quality film. I don't quite understand why Fox isn't willing to release it on a large scale. They don't seem to think much of this film." Ronald recalled the scenes he'd seen years ago. "If there's a concern, it might be that the film contains too much Afrikaans slang, which might create a cultural barrier for American audiences, causing some of the humor to be missed. We did encounter this problem. We had to use subtitles during screenings to explain it. Subtitles are also difficult to read, and young people these days don't really like movies with subtitles," Richard interjected. "That makes sense," Maya nodded. "Have you considered redubbing?" Ronald remembered watching Breakdance in his dream, which Shivan had Chinese spoken in it. "Dubbing? Yes, we'll find 2 local actors, rewrite the dialogue, and then replace the South African actors' voices." "That's a good idea," Maya said, suddenly enlightened. "Who says English movies can't be redubbed?" After parting ways with Maya, Richard drove Ronald home. "Ronald, when you went into the office, I think I saw Barry Diller." "Who?" Ronald was thinking and didn't hear clearly. "Barry Diller, chairman and CEO of Paramount. I saw him in the 20th Century Fox office." Ronald glanced at Richard. "Are you sure?" "I'm confident. I have photos of all 7 top executives. I'm just afraid I might miss the opportunity if I don't recognize them. I'll report to CAA tomorrow." Chapter 534: A Party for Filmmakers from Small Countries. "Paramount's script for Out of the Sky's pretty good, and quite sincere," Nisida told Ronald. "But the plot, how should I put it, seems like a B-movie exploitation version of E.T. the Extraterrestrial." Ronald shook his head. "I don't really want to make this kind of movie. You know, my aunt called to congratulate me after watching Dragon Boys. Breakdancing's opening weekend box office was higher than Dragon Boys, and she didn't say that. I want to make more movies with real emotions." Nisida smiled. "What Richard saw the other day has been confirmed to be Barry Diller. He might be in talks to take a position at 20th Century Fox. So now, the Eisner-Katzenberg duo, who have a certain connection with you, might take over Paramount. Therefore, they will definitely increase investment to ensure the success of their first batch of films. This movie has buzz. The 3rd space shuttle, Discovery, is about to make its maiden flight, and the public's interest in space exploration is high. This is also a science fiction genre that you're good at. Unless the script is drastically rewritten, it's impossible to make a movie with real emotions, but that would mean at least doubling the investment. I don't want to make a low-budget exploitative film that audiences know is fake before they even see it in theaters. You want your film to be remembered 30 years from now, huh?" Nisida chuckled. It was good that Ronald was ambitious. The worst thing was if he didn't. "So what about this White Nights?" Nisida asked. "I'm not really into this kind of Cold War content. This film has a big budget and will be filmed on location, Leningrad." Ronald became interested. If they could film on location in the Soviet Union, it would naturally generate a lot of buzz. American audiences are very interested in the old capital of Tsarist Russia under the Iron Curtain. Yes, they might invest 15 to 20 million in the filming budget, and they'll also cast Mikhail Baryshnikov, the real-life inspiration for the character, as the lead. The other lead is tap dance master Grigory Hines. They signed a contract in 1982 after the adaptation rights to the novel were sold, An assigned topic, huh? Ronald was losing interest again. This Hines was the tap dancer who performed with Diane at the Cotton Club. Ronald had absolutely no interest in the difficulty and technique of those dances. The rhythmic tapping of dance shoes on the floor determined the winner. Why not use drums? Modern audiences might find it hard to understand. There's another actress, also a designated candidate, someone you know, who, Isabella Rossellini, his NYU professor Martin Scorsese's ex-wife, Ingrid Bergman's most like-minded daughter, was going to be making a movie? Who recommended her? Ronald had heard she remarried, but didn't know who her current husband was. No one. She earned this opportunity through her own hard work, Nisida explained. After divorcing Scorsese, Isabella Rossellini debuted as a print model at the age of 30. After only a few magazine photoshoots, she was chosen by Lancôme Cosmetics to become their spokesperson. A few months later, she replaced the existing spokespersons in America and Europe, unifying the Lancôme brand worldwide. Now, large posters of her are everywhere in New York, Los Angeles, Paris, and London. The producers of White Nights clearly wanted to capitalize on the sudden rise of this supermodel. Then I still need to talk to a few of the booked lead actors. Ronald agreed to his agent to continue negotiations. Great, I'll have Richard take you to the party. Richard drove Ronald to Mulholland Drive, an old house built in the 1940s. Upon entering, Ronald saw Maya. Welcome, Ronald. A big star will be arriving soon. Maya handed Ronald a glass of champagne. Let's wish us a successful collaboration. Copies of The Gods Must Be Crazy have been sent to Cannonball and Coleman's Concord Film Company. Both are quite optimistic about the film and plan to consolidate resources for regional distribution outside of 20th Century Fox's distribution area. They are now considered partners. After exchanging pleasantries, Ronald kept seeing faces of distinctly different ethnicities. This party, just as Maya had described, was hosted by people from various small countries who were working in Hollywood. Even so, the party was clearly divided into several centers. Ronald looked up and saw a key figure in one of these circles, Kurosawa Hisao, son of the famous Japanese director Akira Kurosawa, whom he had met once before, the one who had accompanied Mifune Toshiro to his audition. Mr. Lee, Kurosawa also saw Ronald and quickly went up to greet him. Long time no see, Kurosawa-kun. They're discussing Akira Kurosawa's current project. Since the huge success of Kagemusha, he's getting funding for another film. It's an adaptation of Shakespeare's King Lear. Hisao Kurosawa is currently in America, actively seeking opportunities to promote the film. This work is a combination of Shakespeare's play and our traditional story, the three-arrow precept of Mori Mitanori. Sigh, Ronald sighed, watching Kurosawa's enthusiastic recommendation. It's surprising that a master like Kurosawa hasn't made a film in America. So, Ronald, do you have any unique insights into this film? Ronald shared his thoughts. Actually, Hollywood once invited my father to make a film about trains. But because of the massive snowstorm in America that year, filming was impossible, so it never came to fruition. I still have the script, waiting for a director to become interested. What's the subject matter? A deadly train hijacked by criminals and planted with a bomb. The train will explode if it goes below a certain speed, with an innocent mechanic on board, and police chasing after it. That's a really brilliant script. Ronald nodded in appreciation, then immediately left to prevent Kurosawa from trying to sell him the script. Trains are so difficult to film. One shot of the train leaving, and at least an hour has passed before it returns. No wonder Kurosawa didn't make it. The snow disaster? I think he was afraid of exceeding the budget and turning it into a disaster. Ronald didn't believe that excuse. Ronald turned to another group of filmmakers from the Southern Hemisphere, including Maya from South Africa, as well as people from Australia and New Zealand, and several people who looked Latino. Rachel, Ronald recognized a familiar face, the Australian actress Rachel Ward, whom he had flown with. Ronald, it's nice to see you. This time, Rachel didn't doubt his identity. After all, he was already a rising director highly praised by film critics. You're in Hollywood? I thought you were still in New York. Ronald remembered her with Robert from the Kennedy family. Robert, he's just a little boy longing for his mother's love. Ward smiled and hugged Ronald. Look at me again, against all odds, after a box office flop in the US, if he didn't get another chance to stay in Hollywood, he'd have to go back to Australia and marry his fiancée. What are you talking about? Ronald looked around. Everyone spoke with an Australian accent. We're talking about this house, which originally belonged to Errol Flynn, one of the first Australians to make it in Hollywood. A man with long, center-parted hair and deep-set eyes spoke to Ronald in an Australian accent. "This is the Australian actor, my fellow countryman Mel Gibson," Ward said, linking arms with Ronald and introducing them. "This is Ronald Lee, the director of Dragon Boys and Breakdance." "So you're the guy who got Rachel's movie pulled from theaters early." Mel Gibson's accent shifted to an American, slightly Irish one, as he joked with Ronald. "Haha, that's not bad. Ronald really likes straightforward people like that." Speaking of which, there's a legend about Errol Flynn. His bathroom window was two-way, and he often peeked at female guests, Gibson said to the crowd with feigned mystery. "Really? I'd like to see it." The people next to him believed him. "That was a thing of the past. The current owner has probably renovated it," Gibson explained. "Ronald, have you seen any of Flynn's movies?" "I saw a few in college. I've heard Orson Welles talk about him." Ronald started to boast as well. "You know Orson Welles?" Several listeners indeed began to look at him with newfound respect. "I heard that before he became an actor, he was a boxer. One day at producer Wozniak's house, he got into a fight with director John Huston. It was said to be a very exciting fight, the most exciting of all the boxing brawls that ever happened in Wozniak's backyard," Ronald began to boast. "What happened?" Gibson asked with interest. "We Australians aren't the kind of people who fake it." "Whose boxing is fake?" A familiar voice came from behind. Everyone turned around and saw it was Sylvester Stallone, the Hollywood superstar and the symbol of American boxing. "This is the superstar Maya was talking about, right?" Ronald and Rachel Ward, who was arm in arm with him, stepped back slightly. He hadn't had a pleasant encounter with Stallone the last two times and didn't want to talk to him this time either. Rachel Ward saw Stallone and remembered his rude attitude at the last party. She glanced at Ronald again. "We were talking about Errol Flynn." Gibson welcomed Stallone warmly. "Ronald just said that Flynn once fought with John Huston, and we were discussing who won." "Ronald," Stallone glanced at Rachel Ward beside him, skipped over Ronald, and said to Ward, "Rachel, if I'm not mistaken, when did you dump your boyfriend? Why didn't you call me? I remember giving you my business card." Ronald turned to look at Rachel Ward, who looked embarrassed. A woman with pride would always refuse such a rude advance. Ward was a little flustered. Last time, Stallone had openly told her to dump him and call him in front of her boyfriend. If this happened again, with all these people from the Australian entertainment industry around, it would be difficult to handle, and it would damage her reputation. "Because I like to make my own decisions and don't like men telling me what to do," Ward said, gripping Ronald's arm tightly, giving everyone a way out. "HMPH, you've got your eye on Ronald? I have to warn you. He's not as talented as the reviews say." Stallone stepped forward, trying to shove Ronald away. Ronald sidestepped, deflecting the force, and Stallone, instead of being pushed, stumbled. Hey, a tall bodyguard with long hair tied in a bun rushed forward, separating Ronald and Stallone. Ronald raised his hands, indicating he hadn't done it. Then the bodyguard approached Ronald, grabbing his wrists and preparing to pull. Ronald was startled. This was trained, and a wrestling move was about to be used. His right hand automatically slipped from Ward's arms, and he slapped the bodyguard. Smack! The bodyguard staggered back, the slap landing on Ronald's wrist, and the two separated. Ronald had practiced wrestling for years. Grabbing a position and throwing was like instinct. This move caught a bodyguard off guard. The two stood guard, silent and wary. "Steven, let's go," Stallone called to the bodyguard, and the two turned and went to another room. The bodyguard named Steven made a few threatening gestures at Ronald before leaving with Stallone. "Are you alright?" Rachel Ward asked, concerned. "We're fine. Sly and I have a bit of a history." "Hey bro, you were pretty brave, almost a repeat of Flynn's epic battle." Mel Gibson patted Ronald on the shoulder, his attitude much more friendly now. "Are you still going to stay here?" Ronald asked Ward. "I'd better get out of here." "I'm with you." Rachel Ward stood firmly beside Ronald. "Okay." The two said goodbye to Maya and left. "Call me of CAA, I'm on a talk show next week." Stallone called his assistant and told him to call his agent. "This young man has ruined his womanizing plans time and time again. His nickname is Sly, and it's not just a pun on his name Sylvester. He's not a bull who just charges in head first. It's time to let Ronald experience the power of a top Hollywood star." Chapter 535. This is the teenage version of Rocky. "Thank you, I'm here." Ward arrived at the door of her apartment and jingled a bunch of keys. The jingling made Ronald pause for a moment. Ward came up and hugged him goodbye. "Thank you so much for today, Ronald. You're a true gentleman." Ward tiptoed and barely reached Ronald's ear to whisper her thanks. "Would you like some tea?" Ward took her hand off Ronald's shoulder and looked up at him. "Sure." Ronald's body betrayed him as he followed her into the apartment. "I want to stay in Hollywood, after all, it's the world's biggest film market." Ward put her bag down in front of the sofa, took off her high heels, and walked barefoot to the kitchen to prepare tea for Ronald. "But it's a pity that no one is inviting me to make movies anymore. Maybe it's my accent, or maybe it's my figure." Ward put the teapot on the gas stove, turned on the fire, and came out to chat with Ronald. She gestured with her hand to her chest, indicating that she wasn't the American bombshell type. "But you have a unique quality. Not all beautiful women can stay beautiful with short hair." Ronald looked at Rachel Ward, who had a boyish haircut, and admired her from a different angle. "I cut it for a movie, and it'll be growing for a long time," Ward said, touching her hair as she sat down on the sofa with her bare feet crossed. This Australian beauty was unpretentious, with a bit of the wild child spirit from the Thornbirds. "You said I have a unique quality, but what is it?" Ward looked up at Ronald curiously. "From a director's perspective on actors, you have more of a literary air than American actresses, and more of a wildness than those British Shakespearean actresses. Like the Thornbirds you played, a very independent woman, not relying on men." "Oh," Ward sighed, never expecting that the man who understood her best was Ronald, whom she had only met a few times before. "Do you have any roles suitable for me?" Ward leaned closer and asked Ronald. "I'm sorry, I haven't finalized my next film project yet. If I do in the future, I'll remember you." "Really? You'll remember me?" Ward leaned closer, her lower body extending beyond the sofa. "Why not?" Ronald looked at Ward's collarbone peeking out from under her collar. Her slender figure wasn't as lacking in definition as she claimed. Perhaps she just had a small frame. "Are you really going to be a gentleman to the end?" Seeing that Ronald hadn't made a move, Rachel Ward took the initiative and wrapped her arms around his neck. "I'm going back to Australia soon. Let me remember you too." Ronald's hand ran through Ward's short hair, and their lips finally met. Ward was light and graceful, clearly well maintained, yet when they embraced, she exuded an astonishing heat. "Oh," Ward cried out as Ronald kissed her ear. The kettle in the kitchen was boiling, white steam rising. "The water's boiling." Ronald tried to go to the kitchen. Slap! Ward slapped Ronald's hand away from her. "The gas stove in the kitchen has an automatic shut-off system, PFFT, PFFT." Steam billowed out, extinguishing the flame. The automatic protection system detected it and cut off the gas. "I made breakfast." Ronald used sliced bread from Ward's refrigerator to make 2 simple sandwiches, cutting them diagonally and removing the crusts. He placed them on a tray with warm milk and brought them to Ward in bed. "Are you always this good at taking care of women?" "I feel very respected." Ward picked up a piece and ate it. "It's comparable to the Beverly Hills Hilton's cooking." Ronald smiled and wiped the salad dressing from the corner of her mouth. Ward returned the favor by licking Ronald's dressing-covered fingers. "I have to go now. I have to meet with a producer today. Next time you come to America, feel free to call me anytime. If I'm not here, you can call my agent to reach me." After their intimate moment, Ronald carefully wrote down his contact information on a piece of paper, folded it, and placed it on the table. Ward waved to Ronald from the bed. He was about to return to Australia, and perhaps he would marry his boyfriend. This would be a memory. The box office statistics for the second week are in, basically the same as the first weekend. Weintraub was overjoyed in his office, holding the box office statistics sheet, and said to Ronald, "This is a very good sign. Columbia says our film might stay in theaters longer. The second weekend is the same as the first weekend." Ronald was very happy. This meant the word-of-mouth effect was unexpected. If they continue to turn over 5 million every weekend, it might not be much lower than breakdance. "Ronald, congratulations. Mikhail Baryshnikov from White Knights wants to meet you on Thursday to discuss the details of the new film." Back at his apartment, his agent, Nisita, called again. It was double good news. The reviews were good, and the box office was unexpectedly strong. Now he was finally a big shot on the industry, right? On Wednesday evening, Weintraub called again. "Ronald, you're really something. You even managed to get a big star. Hey? Isn't this just adding fuel to the fire for our movie?" "What big star?" Ronald was confused. His agent hadn't arranged for any star to promote him. Wasn't it you? So it was his own initiative? Stallone, in an interview, raved about Dragon Boys, saying it was practically a teenage version of Rocky. Rocky grossed over $100 million in China back then. Ronald felt something was off. Why would Stallone say such nice things about him? Sure enough, shortly after, his other agent, Paula Wagner, called with bad news. Ronald, did you offend Stallone? What? What did he say about me on TV? I've sent Richard to pick you up. This is a bit of a problem. Ronald and his 3 agents rushed to the CIA office, watching the evening's talk show recording together. Sly, how are your Rocky IV and First Blood II progressing? Stallone's stiff face appeared on the screen. Both are in progress. I've brought in John Iverson, the director of the first Rocky movie. I also participated in the screenwriting for First Blood II. Paula reminded everyone, right here. So, which movies have you enjoyed this year so far? Sylvester Stallone smiled with his unperturbed face. This was a prearranged question. I think Rocky the Kid, which is currently showing, is pretty good. It's basically a teenage version of Rocky. When I watched it, it felt like watching Rocky again, except the director changed the boxing to karate, and Rocky's final punch to a flying kick. You mean Rocky the Kid is just a rehash of the Rocky story, only with the characters changed from adults to teenagers, more or less. I think it's a movie full of Italian-American style. Actually, I know a bit of gossip about the production, Stallone said mysteriously. This movie was originally supposed to be directed by my old friend, Rocky's director, Iverson. But he was replaced just before filming started. Fortunately, that allowed me to bring him back to direct Rocky IV. Hollywood power struggles, the host, sensing a big scoop, quickly pressed for more information. You can see it, whether it's the plot or the final battle, there's Rocky's influence everywhere. Actually, the final theme song was just scraps from Rocky. There were 2 theme songs competing for the Rocky II theme, and I ultimately gave up on You're the Best and chose Tiger Heart. Stallone didn't answer the follow-up question, but instead talked about how Dragon Boys used a theme song from Rocky III. HMPH, Ronald slammed his hand on the table. An interview like this shouldn't affect the movie's box office, right? Richard said from the side. Maybe it can even boost it. Nisida nudged Richard, and Ronald's face next to him looked very unpleasant. Paula Wagner spoke up. This is wrong. This is a shameless slander and questioning of Ronald's directing ability. The studio executives, who had initially been very fond of Ronald, now had doubts about his directing abilities because of this plagiarism accusation, and they had to find a way to retaliate. Paula knew very well that in Hollywood, trust was everything. Therefore, it was best to keep Tom Cruise's new film out of the competition until Ronald could effectively counterattack. Ridley Scott, after all, was an established director, and overseeing the project would satisfy Tom's desire to work with a renowned director. Damn it, that Italian bastard, Ronald thought, feeling nauseous as if he'd swallowed a fly. This interview, while seemingly not accusing Ronald of plagiarism, subtly implied in every sentence that Ronald was imitating Stallone's Rocky in every aspect, story, action, music, etc. He might find it difficult to accuse Stallone of defamation, but if he publicly clarified, wouldn't he be seen as making a mountain out of a molehill? Ronald scratched his forehead. This subtle attack was tricky. How could he retaliate? I think you need a PR consultant to handle these issues, Paula Wagner suggested from the side. You're right, I definitely need one, Ronald said, feeling somewhat lost. I'll find you the best one, arriving by the day after tomorrow at the latest, Wagner assured him. The next day, Ronald met with a renowned ballet dancer and former principal dancer of the Leningrad Ballet, Mikhail Baryshnikov, as arranged. Hello, Mr. Baryshnikov, how have you been? Ronald greeted him with a handshake. What do you mean well? What do you mean bad? Baryshnikov spoke slowly and deliberately, but his tone was cold. I think the studio also wants to film on location in Leningrad. They're negotiating with the Soviet Union. How can I go back to Leningrad? Do you want me to be detained there like the movie's protagonist? Baryshnikov roared in anger. I don't mean for you to go. I'm just sending a crew there to film exterior scenes, Ronald explained. I think you need to brush up on some common sense about the league, instead of just assuming you can apply American thinking to it, Baryshnikov said rudely. Also, according to Russian custom, you should call me Mikhail Nikolaevich Baryshnikov. I want a Russian in this film to be authentic Russian, not the kind of English-style Russian you see in Hollywood movies. Ronald suppressed his temper and said goodbye. Your Dragon Boy's Rocky imitation was very successful. So I hope you'll also watch my other ballet film, Turning Point. Hopefully it will give you some inspiration, Baryshnikov added as he said goodbye at the door. SHHH, Ronald slammed the car door shut and ordered Richard, go to Paula and urge her PR consultant. This matter has already started to have a very bad impact on my career. Chapter 536 Repaying a Favor. Baryshnikov is cold to everyone. I don't think he's targeting you because of this, Nisida advised Ronald to calm down. I don't think so, otherwise why would he want me to watch his movie and learn his lousy acting, Ronald retorted angrily. The key is the producers, whether they still hold the same opinion about Ronald's creativity, Paula Wagner said. Let's begin. Seeing that persuasion was ineffective, Nisida had Paula's PR manager begin her proposal. A confidentiality agreement had been signed beforehand, and with Paula's old connections, it was safe to discuss Ronald's predicament. Thank you, the situation we face now is, the PR consultant began with her usual opening. Ring ring ring, your phone, Richard answered a call and handed the receiver to Ronald. Ronald, I was unaware of this, it was John G. Iverson, the director of Rocky, calling to clarify for Ronald. This was all Stallone's personal decision, he hadn't known beforehand, otherwise he would have definitely stopped him. It's okay, I know it has nothing to do with you. Sly and I have a bit of a history, you need to be careful. If a director gets involved in this kind of rumor, the producer might question his creative abilities. I understand, I'll handle it. Thank you for calling. Ronald hung up the phone. Please continue, he raised his hand, apologizing for interrupting the PR expert. The woman in front of him, dressed like a white-collar worker, was Eva, the chief PR expert at a small PR studio in Hollywood. The PR industry mainly relies on personal ability and connections. So it's usually dominated by small, exclusive studios where people recognize the expert personally, not the company brand. Okay, I'll continue. Eva, wearing red glasses, swayed to the whiteboard. Like I said, if no one knows about a scandal, then it's not a scandal. Eva drew a circle on the whiteboard and wrote Stallone's name inside. But you've already lost the opportunity to control this situation immediately. Stallone is a big star, his talk shows have a huge audience. They'll believe him immediately, no matter how absurd the logic is. Eva drew lines outside the circle to represent his influence. Ronald nodded, he had underestimated Stallone's status among American audiences. Audiences have their own troubles to deal with, kids' teeth straightening, utility bills, annoying clients, strict bosses, and so on. They watch talk shows simply for entertainment. While they're busy taking care of their kids and thinking about how to deal with their boss's questions tomorrow, their limited energy can only remember one or two pieces of gossip that's easy to spread. That's because there's a movie called Rocky the Kid, which imitates Stallone's Rocky, and it seems pretty good, even mimic the reaction of an ordinary audience member to show Ronald, adopting a parent's demeanor. That's the power of a superstar. The audience can focus their attention the moment they hear his name, and concentrate for the next 15 seconds on what he has to say. We have to accept this outcome now. Most viewers who watch the show have already accepted that you're imitating Rocky. We have to start from there and figure out how to turn things around. Isn't there any way to refute his fallacies? Ronald asked. No, even if you go on your friend David Letterman's show and provide evidence that you created your own Dragon Boy, the audience will still only remember that one line Stallone said. People don't think deeply about who's right or wrong, they just want an interesting juicy gossip coming from a star's mouth. And then, bang. That's the truth. Eva made a definitive gesture. But I wrote my own script. Sylvester Stallone was nominated for an Oscar for Best Original Screenplay, but my Dragon Boy is completely different from his story. In the end, the protagonist, with the help of a coach, trains and defeats the defending champion. His is boxing, mine is karate. Ronald fell silent. The crux of the matter is that Stallone didn't say you plagiarized, he said you imitated. Although the Writers Guild makes a clear distinction between the two, in the eyes of the general public, your film is a teenage version of Stallone's Rocky. You can't file for arbitration with the Writers Guild to clear your name. For a superstar like Stallone to say on television that Ronald's film is similar to Rocky is definitely meticulously planned. He's using his power to intimidate, and no matter how Ronald responds, he can't dispel the slander. Both belong to the action-adventure genre, and the story's structure inevitably overlaps. Add to that Stallone's malicious insinuations on the show, and Ronald, to save trouble, used a song Stallone had discarded from Rocky III. Ronald was a little annoyed. Does being a star mean you can be unreasonable? Stallone isn't always reasonable. He's of Italian descent, and he started out making exploitation films for Roger Corman. He's very adept at these underhanded tactics used by industry payers. So what's our plan? Ronald asked Eva. The first option is to simply admit that your film did indeed reference the Rocky story. That way, all his attacks would become marketing for your film, wouldn't they? Anyway, the Writers Guild knows, and the Directors Guild knows, that you didn't imitate the Rocky story. I've read Albert's film review. Your film isn't essentially an action movie. It's about the philosophy of karate and a father-son relationship. This option is a pass. Ronald didn't want to admit defeat. To be bullied like this, just for a little box office revenue? He didn't need the box office. If he admitted it, he'd never be able to wash away the stain. Besides, the studio executives weren't very clear on the intricacies. If they thought he was imitating, his originality might be questioned. Another option is to neither admit nor deny it. Let the news be overshadowed by other entertainment news. Audience word of mouth only spreads after the film has been seen. Stallone's statement will only influence viewers who haven't seen the film. Anything else? Ronald felt a surge of anger at this repeated act of passive acceptance. This might be a more feasible solution in reality, but being betrayed like this, I always feel the urge to retaliate. Stallone, you can't pick up girls yourself, so don't take it out on me, Ronald. There's another way, which could give you some revenge, but I don't recommend it. Besides, it requires unprecedented resources. Eva took off her red glasses and looked at Paula Wagner, who had recommended her. Go ahead. Paula knew Ronald was furious, and it would be good to hear his plan and let him vent his anger. That is to find a star in the industry who can rival Stallone, to balance out the halo brought by his fame. As long as a star speaks for you, the audience will naturally shift their focus from whether you're imitating Rocky to the debate between the two stars' differing opinions. But the downside is that this storm will continue, and is it really beneficial to your goal? This matter might leave a deeper and deeper impression on the producers' minds. Eva still advised that if you want to eliminate the negative impact on producers in the industry, perhaps continuing to escalate the situation wasn't a good choice. What kind of star? Ronald immediately thought this method was good. Do you have any male celebrities like him, or even more famous, with more fans? Do you have any big names in the industry who would speak up for you? Seeing her persuasion fail, Eva had no choice but to set conditions. She sighed inwardly. Clients willing to listen to their PR consultants' professional advice and choose the appropriate strategy were few and far between. Most entertainment industry clients were more emotionally driven. Do we have any? Nisida asked. Paula remained silent. Tom Cruise wasn't famous enough, and she didn't want him involved in this. Perhaps we could contact one of the celebrities represented by CAA, Richard suggested when everyone was silent. The two more experienced agents remained silent. Ronald didn't have that much influence, nor the resources to exchange for a CAA star speaking well of him. If not, I suggest, Eva, seeing everyone's silence, tried to promote her first two options. No, I do, Ronald spoke up. Is this going to involve Coppola's influence? Nisida thought to herself. If Coppola, this big client, is willing to lend Ronald a hand, then let him go. Anyway, he and Stallone are both Italian, so they have channels of communication. It wouldn't be bad to act as a peacemaker and resolve the matter. I can contact, Nisida began. I wonder if George Lucas's influence is enough. Ronald said a name that no one expected. Lucas? Of course, it's enough. If he can put in a good word for you, it will be very effective. Eva immediately blurted out a positive answer when she heard the name that made all the high school boys scream. But, you and him? Paula Wagner asked halfway. All four of them looked at Ronald. Could he really get Lucas to put in a good word for him? Ronald felt a pang of regret. When he helped Walter Murphy, Lucas said on the plane that he owed him one, but he didn't expect to have to use this trump card so soon. If you can get Lucas to say good things about Dragon Boy, then nobody will believe Stallone anymore. After all, he's not known for directing. Eva stared at Ronald, surprised that this young client had such a powerful backer. I have some connections with him, he'll help me out. Ronald pulled out his phone book. Please give me some privacy on this call. Chapter 537 Ronald's Lance Punch. I'm looking for Mr. George Lucas. This is Ronald Lee. He said I could call this number if I needed help. Ronald, alone in his office, dialed the number George Lucas had given him. "George, someone named Ronald is looking for you," a woman's voice came through the phone. "Thank you, Linda." Lucas took the receiver from his girlfriend, Linda. Since his divorce, he had been dating pop singer Linda Lonstedt. "Ronald, hi, hello. Linda and I are on vacation at Skywalker Manor. Would you like to come over? I need your help, George. You once said I could come to you with any problems." Ronald got straight to the point. "Okay, let's hear what's troubling you." Lucas became a little more serious and shifted his posture. Ronald laid out his predicament to Lucas, hoping he would vouch for him, that his Dragon Boy wasn't a copy of Rocky. "Of course, no problem. Have your PR firm contact me." "You have one, right?" Lucas didn't take it seriously when he heard it was such a small matter. "But are you sure you want to use my promise? I think your agent should have other solutions." "Yes," they suggested. I tacitly agreed to imitate Rocky, or wait for the news to fade away naturally, but I don't like that. This film is the first time my family has praised and recognized my work. I don't want this film to be tainted by that." Lucas paused for a moment. Ronald's experience reminded him of his father, George Lucas Sr. His father was a right-wing businessman who was very disappointed after Lucas went to college to make some boring films, and their relationship had always been strained. Like Darth Vader, the villain in Star Wars, George Sr. also hoped that his son could join him and inherit his business empire. The scene of the father and son turning against each other in The Empire Strikes Back was Lucas's distillation of his own father-son relationship, then exaggerated and reimagined it. But unlike the Skywalker family, Lucas's father lived to see his son achieve success and become one of Hollywood's highest-paid directors and producers. Just like in Return of the Jedi, the two reconciled in the end. If Star Wars, which brought him and his son back together, were to be slandered as a copycat, he would probably be furious and would definitely fight back to clarify things. "Okay, how do you want me to help you?" "I'll work with a PR consultant to come up with a plan. First, we'll go on a TV show to refute Stallone's claims. Then, I hope you can give an interview to endorse my statements." "Sure, I haven't given a TV interview in a long time. If you can find a high-profile talk show host to come to Skywalker Manor, I can free up 2 hours," Lucas agreed. Lucas has agreed to give an interview at his manor. Next, we need to contact the media and get Ronald on an influential show as soon as possible to clarify the facts. After Ronald got Lucas involved, Nisida immediately mobilized all available resources and began planning for Ronald. This young man always surprised her. With a top-tier producer like Lucas mentoring him, Ronald's future was limitless. "This needs to be done this week, and ideally, we need a host of the big three level." PR consultant Eva went out to make calls with Paula, coordinating resources with all parties. Their hastily assembled team was energized, willing to pay a high price to reignite Ronald's popularity while the public still vividly remembered the story. The so-called Big Three talk shows referred to the three male hosts who dominated late-night talk shows from the 1970s onwards. NBC's Johnny Carson's The Tonight Show was a runaway success, making CBS and ABC envious and prompting them to field their own competitors. CBS chose Maven Griffin, and ABC chose Dick Cavett. Both had their strengths. CBS's Griffin took a lower-brow approach, his jokes even more vulgar and obscene than Johnny Carson's. By the 1980s, his ratings had plummeted, and after being fired by CBS, he went to cable television, where Sylvester Stallone appeared on his show. ABC's Dick Cavett focused on in-depth interviews, which, while capable of discussing profound topics, didn't garner high ratings in America, where the average household had only 1.5 televisions. He was fired and moved to PBS with his show, only to be released again at the end of the year before last. Besides these three veteran talk shows, there was NBC's Late Night Show after Johnny Carson's, hosted by Ronald's friend David Letterman, which had roughly half the ratings of Carson's. After a series of urgent consultations and resource exchanges, and with David Letterman's agreement, Ronald replaced the original guest, Barbara Carrera, one of the Bond girls in Sean Connery's new film and a knockoff 007 Inches movie, on Friday nights to talk about Dragon Boys. The show was recorded in NBC Studio 5 in New York, and Ronald, along with Nisida and PR consultant Eva, flew to New York. "Your appearance will last about 13 minutes. I'll ask you some questions about your movies and personal experiences, then we'll move on to what Stallone has said about you," David Letterman briefly explained the schedule to Ronald. Because talk shows rely heavily on live audience reaction, Ronald didn't rehearse and went straight to the recording. 3, 2, 1, action. The director pointed the camera at the host, Letterman. Our next guest is an old friend of ours, whose film once gave me a taste of being an actor in the studio. Let's welcome Ronald Lee, the director of Breakdance and Dragon Boys. Hello. Ronald waved to the audience. The audience, at the assistant's direction, applauded and cheered. Thank you, David. I'm happy to be here. Ronald shook hands with Letterman and sat down in the guest's chair. Your breakdancing was a great show for us. I noticed you really enjoy showing off the thighs of bikini-clad girls. Is that a personal hobby? Letterman's show aired late at night, so these kinds of suggestive jokes were indispensable. Ha ha ha. The audience laughed at Ronald's embarrassment. Hey, the audience likes scenes like this. My job is to film what they like to see. A loud whistle accompanied the applause. The audience really liked this kind of director. Speaking of movies, your other new film this year, Dragon Boys, is currently showing, and there's a pretty girl in it too. Yes, you might recognize her. She's one of the Burger King girls. After a brief chat, Letterman got to the point. The other day, Stallone was on TV saying your new film is a parody of Who's Rocky, a teenage version of Rocky. Is that true? Did you, as the director, deliberately imitate those classic works when making the film? You know me, David. You've had a cameo in one of my films. I don't like to imitate others when making movies, and this time is no exception. I didn't actually imitate Rocky, so, you did imitate other movies. But not Rocky. Movies always have a beginning, middle, and end. Every movie's story has to follow a pattern to be liked by the audience. We don't say that every romantic comedy is imitating just because the male and female protagonists kiss at the end. Ronald feigned dissatisfaction and shrugged. But your plots are indeed very similar, especially the master who trained you to defeat the reigning champion. If that's the case, then all movies are imitations. If we have to give Dragon Boys an object of imitation, Ronald stretched out his hands, hooking his index and middle fingers together to indicate that imitation was in quotation marks. It's imitating Star Wars. Star Wars? Daniel wielding lightsabers. Letterman made a gesture of slashing. The band played the Star Wars theme song in accompaniment. No, but their masters have more similar backgrounds, don't they? Rocky's coach was just a hot-tempered boxing coach. And Master Yoda and Master Miyagi both kept a low profile at the beginning, disguised as ordinary people without superpowers. A repairman. Huh? Yes, they are both short, humorous, and like to use inverted sentences, not following grammar. Used correctly, no defense can stop them. Letterman sat in his chair, trying to make a crane kick. And in the end, what they valued most wasn't the disciple defeating the opponent, but defeating themselves. It was the right philosophy that triumphed over the wrong one. Their disciple, after being taught by his master, didn't kill his opponent, but achieved reconciliation. So this isn't a martial arts movie, but a movie about the philosophy of life. The right philosophy of life led the child to a good outcome, not based on physical strength. This is completely different from those boxing and martial arts movies. The dark side of the Force. Letterman mimicked the drumbeats of Star Wars on the table with his hand. Bang, 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 bang. Ha ha ha. The audience started laughing. It's like pursuing power too much, which can lead to the dark side of the Force, Letterman concluded. Yes, that's it. Like Darth Vader, everyone has their own light and dark sides. Sometimes we forget philosophy, and we get lost, unable to see ourselves clearly. Like, Ronald paused deliberately. Letterman raised an eyebrow. Was he going to name Stallone? Just like Johnny in the movie, Ronald gave the audience a moment to smile knowingly, to realize who he was actually referring to, and then return to the movie. The theme song from David Letterman's Late Show began to play softly, a signal that time was running out. Dear viewers, Ronald Lee, Letterman began to lead the audience in applause. Ronald stood up to take his bow. Very good, Eva said, adjusting the slightly wrinkled back of Ronald's suit. You've completely achieved what we envisioned. I didn't realize you had such a good talking style for interviews. It will air promptly at 10 p.m. on Friday. Letterman came over to confirm that the recording was all set. My ratings are only half of Carson's, but this is the best I could do. Thank you. Ronald stepped forward and gave him a tight hug. He had to remember this favor. Although CAA, as Sean Connery's agency, was helping to mediate, Letterman had also put in a lot of effort. Without his permission, he probably couldn't have done this much. Next up is the Lucas interview team. We'd better get a heavyweight talk show host to interview Lucas before the end of next week, Nisida chimed in. This was their next most important task. Ronald's jab angle today was very unusual. It seemed it would greatly surprise Stallone. Then they'd see how Rocky defended, and Ronald's team would land that powerful right hook from Lucas. That shouldn't be too difficult, right? Which reporter wouldn't want to interview him? Ronald asked. Of course, but finding someone cooperative and who asks the right questions requires careful selection, Eva concluded. Actually, if he hadn't retired, Dick Cavett from the three major talk shows would be the most suitable. His interviews are always insightful, asking questions unexpectedly that encourage the interviewee to delve deeper. Thanks to the patron one for the generous donation. Chapter 538 Ronald has many friends. Over the weekend, Stallone gave another phone interview to Mervyn Griffin, who pointed out that Ronald's imitation wasn't Star Wars, that's a space opera, while Ronald's story was set on Earth. Both involved fighting, both involved defeating the reigning champion. The Rocky film series, however, was the true pioneer of this genre. Okay, thank you. Sly's Rocky is the eternal symbol of the American spirit. His second attack is here, not a direct counterattack, but another hint at the structural similarities between your film and Rocky. PR consultant Eva distributed newly published newspapers containing Stallone's interview. Ronald's counterattack had Stallone on edge. If he didn't retaliate, he'd become a self-righteous clown. He was clearly imitating Star Wars, wasn't he just being self-important? Very good, all as we expected, Nisida nodded. Ronald, your phone. Richard handed over the receiver. Hello, why are you fighting with Stallone? It was Diane calling, worried about Ronnie and calling to find out what was going on. It's nothing, we have a bit of history, I'm all set, this is a good opportunity to promote my movie, Ronald replied casually. Well, you always have a good idea and you get things done. You better handle things properly, Ronnie, you're quite popular, how many girls have called now? Weintraub teased Ronald on the other end. Not many, Ronald chuckled. Letterman's talk show started on time, and everyone in Hollywood knew that a young director had directly confronted Stallone. Although their tone was relatively restrained, the nature of the matter was alarming to those in the industry. Few dared to talk back to a top star like Stallone on television. The first caller was, arguably, the direct instigator of this incident, Rachel Ward. The Australian beauty, about to return home, heard about the verbal exchange between Ronald and Stallone and delayed her flight, so she came to inquire about Ronald's situation. His ex-girlfriend, Michelle Pfeiffer, whom he hadn't contacted in a long time, also called to check on him. Ronald hadn't felt this kind of concern in a long time and replied to everyone. He said he was just responding to Stallone and it wasn't anything serious. Only Brooke, without an agent and temporarily detached from the Hollywood limelight, didn't understand the impact of this on Ronald and therefore hadn't called to comfort him. Not only female friends, but male friends also called one after another. Coleman, Kane Costner, and Judge Reinhold, whom he had worked with, all called. Cameron and Gail, the two Israeli brothers Cameron Crowe, and his mentor in New York, Martin Scorsese, also inquired about the situation. Roger Coleman was particularly concerned. He was the one who launched Stallone's career and directly asked Ronald if he needed help mediating. Ronald declined directly but thanked him for his kindness. Sylvester Stallone is no longer the supporting actor wielding a submachine gun in New World movies. He's a superstar now, and he might not be so sentimental. Weintraub chuckled, well, I'm not in a position to tease you. But Dick Cavett has agreed to come back from retirement, and he'd be thrilled if his first interview after his comeback is with George Lucas. Weintraub used to be a big-name music producer, and several of his top stars had been interviewed by Dick Cavett, so he quickly convinced him. What about the preset questions? Paula Wagner, one of Ronald's agents, was concerned about whether Cavett would ask the key questions he had set out to ask. Don't worry, I know him well, and Dick is very experienced. His style is to get the interviewee relaxed and then delve into deeper questions. Lucas has agreed to cooperate, no problem. Weintraub joined the fray after seeing David Letterman's show over the weekend. He immediately put in a lot of effort, expressing his willingness to add more resources to make this a big deal. The reason, of course, was the promising box office results. Despite the weekend release of Schwarzenegger's new film Conan the Destroyer, Dragon Boys defy the trend, surpassing $6 million in box office revenue. There was no significant increase in marketing investment, and word of mouth remained largely unchanged. Yet, this Sleeping Beauty movie suddenly became a hit with parents and children across America. Its third weekend's box office had already exceeded the previous 2 weeks. Undoubtedly, Weintraub concluded, the reason was simple: Ronald's back-and-forth verbal battle with Stallone in the media had increased public awareness of Dragon Boys, but Dick Cavett no longer has a broadcasting platform. Securing a special broadcast channel in a short time is no easier than finding a well-employed heavyweight talk show host. Nisita raised a practical question. Weintraub shrugged, indicating he lacked connections in television stations and was powerless to help. Instead of this, why not go to Maven Griffin, PR consultant Eva suggested. That's where Stallone launched his first attack. Griffin would be happy to participate in the second round, which would boost his dismal cable ratings. Stallone's counterattack delighted Ronald's side. If they could land a powerful counterpunch, it would be a technical knockout. They tried to settle the matter once and for all. Paula, can you guarantee he'll ask the right questions? Nisita looked at her colleague and lover, wondering how much influence her friend Eva had over Maven Griffin. Paula Wagner shook her head almost imperceptibly. It seemed there was no 100% guarantee that he would ask the preset questions when interviewing Lucas. Unlike Dick Cavett, whom Weintraub had introduced, Griffin still had a talk show on cable. This made Ronald's control and influence over him completely different. If you don't ask compelling questions on the show, it's like punching the wrong hole, a waste of resources and potentially giving Stallone an opening to counterattack. Ronald, I can clear things up for you. A blond man stormed into the CAA office, yelling at Ronald. I can be on TV shows. Nobody knows your character better than me. Tom, what are you doing here? Paula Wagner scolded Tom Cruise for barging into the office. I heard Stallone is trying to attack Ronald's creative abilities. I know him well. He's a true friend. I'll never forget that he gave me my first audition. He even took me to the dentist to get my front tooth fixed. Don't get involved. We'll handle it. Your sudden outburst will only disrupt our plans. Tom Cruise was pulled aside by Paula Wagner and given a lecture. Cruise was quite submissive to his sister-like agent. He promised not to give private interviews, defended Ronald, and then hugged him. If you need anything, I mean anything, I'll help you. He clenched his fist at the air as he spoke. It's all right, we're discussing how to handle this. Paula and Nisita are both very experienced. Ronald thanked Cruise, pointed to Rebecca Demoni in the corner, and said to him, go on, your girlfriend is waiting for you. Anything I need. Okay. Cruise tilted his head and confirmed with Ronald again, then took Demoni's hand and left. Lock the door, Nisita instructed Richard after Cruise left. Now we need to make a choice. Time is running out, and we can only choose one person. If word gets out, I'm afraid Stallone's side will be prepared. So I'm voting for Dick Cavett. Can you get a TV station's recent broadcast slot? Eva asked, not to be outdone. It's a choice. We can't put our bets on someone who can't control you. Ring 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 ring. Richard answered the phone again. Hello. Ronald, it's for you. He mouthed Helen. Ronnie, I saw Stallone attacking you on TV. What happened? The caller was Helen Slater from New York. Don't worry, I'm handling it. It's just a little history, I can manage. Ronald hadn't expected it to be Helen. She sounded completely recovered. Don't lie to me. I asked Gerald, and he said you're being overshadowed by Stallone's fame. If you don't find a suitable big star to endorse you, you'll be in a passive position. It's okay. Thank you for your concern, Gerald. I'm fine. I'll ask Gerald for help if needed. Gerald? Gerald Slater's daughter, Helen, Nisita and Richard confirmed. Okay, thank you for calling. Ronald hung up. Alright, let's continue. Don't answer any more calls. Ronald apologized to everyone. No, there's no need for a meeting. Nisita gestured for a pause and whispered to Ronald, I'll call Gerald Slater. PBS is Dick's old employer. Although they just fired him recently, they won't be uninterested in airing a special program about Dick's interview with Lucas. But, no buts. You need his help right now, Ronald. Nisita's eyes gleamed. I don't think you'd jeopardize your future over something so trivial. I'll make the call to Gerald, but Gerald's price won't be cheap. Ronald loosened his grip on the receiver. Nisita took the phone and dialed the receptionist. Connect me to the vice president of PBS, Mr. Gerald Slater. No problem. Ronald will definitely cooperate. Nisita smiled and said to everyone, Dick's broadcasting platform has agreed to a special program on PBS this weekend, 1 hour of programming. Ronald looked at the presumptuous Nisita, thinking, what price did you sell me for, not long ago? In a small town near San Francisco, a child who grew up in comfort, on Thursday night, PBS aired a special interview with George Lucas, opening with a title sequence mimicking the Star Wars style of Heading into the Distance, followed by Dick Cavett appearing at Lucas's Skywalker Ranch. Is this ranch your paradise? Like every little boy's dream, haha. Yes, a lot of things here are expensive. I've put all my dreams here, George Lucas said, leading the film crew on a tour of his paradise. Besides everything related to Star Wars, the famous Industrial Light and Magic visual effects company also has offices here. When did you enter the film industry? We know you directed a film before American Graffiti. Ah, yes, that was when I first joined Francis Ford Coppola's Mirror Company. This was Mirror's first film. After chatting about Star Wars for a while, Dick Cavett timely brought up the agreed-upon question, Coppola, you, Spielberg, De Palma. You're considered representatives of new Hollywood directors. Do you think the directors of the 1980s are still continuing your innovations? I think so, Lucas stroked his beard. A new era brings new directorial styles. Of course, Stephen, Francis, and I aren't old yet, we're still making films. The new generation of films also has an innovative spirit. I recently watched Dragon Boys, which broke away from previous martial arts films, introducing a new narrative mode, Ronald Lee. But now there's a debate, is he imitating your Star Wars or Stallone's Rocky? I know Ronald, and I don't believe he's imitating anyone. There are only so many narrative patterns in film. If you've seen classic films, all new Hollywood films, to some extent, draw inspiration from those classics, so there's no imitation of Star Wars, and no imitation of Rocky. I don't know where these rumors came from. Ronald is the screenwriter for this film, I know him well. He started out as a screenwriter. If you look at his past screenwriting records, you'll see he also wrote scripts for Stallone. Filmmaking is a very difficult process. Audiences enjoy the final feast on the screen, there's no need to care about those rumors. What will remain in history is the film, not these rumors. Phew, that settled things. Ronald breathed a sigh of relief. Lucas had been very helpful, subtly implying that he had also written screenplays for Stallone's films. If he had continued to press the issue, he would have been subjected to accusations of plagiarism. Why would a director question his own screenwriter? Could it be that Stallone, whose directing abilities were heavily criticized in Dragon and Phoenix, messed up Ronald Lee's script and then became jealous of the up-and-coming Ronald? Damn it. You incompetent bastards, trash, Stallone yelled at his agent from his mansion. He grabbed a wine glass and smashed it against the television playing Lucas's interview. What do I do now? Stallone shouted. Lucas, as a top director, had stood up for Ronald. Now it was Stallone's turn to embarrass himself. Those interview transcripts he released earlier were now guns pointed at him. Ronald was not only admired by Lucas, but had also revealed that he had been a screenwriter for him. How could he explain those accusations that he imitated Rocky? Lucas had far more fans than Rocky. Now the public was taking Lucas's words as truth, leaving Stallone with nothing but a clown. I'll call Mr. Mayor. The agent hurriedly ran out. He didn't want to stay in front of Stallone any longer, lest he be fired on the spot like that PR manager who encouraged him to continue attacking Ronald. Sly, the tall bodyguard behind Stallone, spoke up. Ronald's agent is also at CAA. In Japan, where I've lived for over a decade, in this kind of situation, you have to call the highest-ranking arbitrator. Arbitration, Stallone repeated, then opened the door and yelled at the agent, you come back here. I need to speak with Michael Ovitz. Chapter 539. Ovitz also knows martial arts. At 6 o'clock on Saturday morning, at the home of CAA President Michael Ovitz, Ronald and three agents arrived to resolve their conflict with Stallone. Ovitz, dressed in a white Japanese karate uniform with a black belt around his waist, was barefoot and practicing a martial art form Ronald had never seen before with three sparring partners. Ovitz had clearly been practicing for some time. Sweat was beading on his forehead. The three sparring partners rushed towards Ovitz one after another, their hands being grabbed as they approached. Then, Ovitz used a body rotation to destabilize the partners, and with a final burst of force, he knocked them to the ground one by one. Ronald recognized the technique. It was very similar to that of Stallone's bodyguard, except that Ovitz's sparring partners seemed to be deliberately demonstrating their moves. He stroked his chin, pondering how to film this martial art in a movie to make it look better. Ovitz tossed the partners around like badminton shuttlecocks, appearing very elegant. However, A person isn't a badminton shuttlecock, and after successfully deflecting 3 attacks from his sparring partners, he began to tire. He glanced at the 3 agents standing beside the Japanese-style training area, and at the client who had caused him trouble. Richard Lovett, the youngest of the agents, was terrified by his own superpowers, his eyes filled with admiration. The Italian, Nisida, and his office partner, Paula Wagner, were more mature and understood his bluffing act, finding nothing particularly remarkable about it. The most infuriating was Ronald, who had silently begun studying the weaknesses of his martial arts. He was rumored to be a martial artist himself, having even designed action scenes on the set of Dragon Boys. Perhaps the rumors were true. Hi, Ovitz cleared his throat, bowed to the 3 sparring partners, and ended his Saturday morning practice. Hello, Ovitz approached the 4 men. This is a Japanese martial art called Aikido. It's a combination of dance movements, chess, and fighting spirit. I've been practicing it since I was young. Very impressive, Ronald clapped. This martial art was similar to Tai Chi in China, though it seemed to have been simplified for wealthy people, but it still broadened his horizons. We can have a spar sometime, Mr. Ovitz. Ronald hadn't expected Ovitz to be a martial arts enthusiast. In Hollywood, it was rare to find high-ranking officials who actually knew a few moves. Hey, sometime, Ovitz chuckled. He often used this tactic to intimidate his negotiating partners, but he'd never seen anyone so eager to fight him. Ronald, we're old friends. When you signed with CAA, it was also the time we were making a big push into the film market. I remember helping you secure your first screenwriting fee, $350,000. Ovitz picked up a linen Japanese towel and wiped the sweat from his forehead. I will always be grateful for this, Mr. Ovitz. Ovitz started by reminiscing about the past, and Ronald had no choice but to accept his gratitude. When Mayer and I founded CAA, we established several principles, the first of which was to always respond to clients as quickly as possible. Ovitz gestured for Ronald to sit down and glanced at his agents. So yesterday, Sly came to me hoping to mediate the issue between him and you. I immediately asked you to come over, hoping you could reach a truce. You understand, Mr. Ovitz, I am a victim. I did not attack him first. Ronald stated that he was only forced to retaliate. But he told me he was just joking with you. Michael, you can't be so biased towards Sly. Nisida stepped forward to retort. The joking explanation downplayed the damage Stallone had done to Ronald's reputation. Ovitz raised a hand, signaling Nisida to wait until he finished. The president had bought the shares of the 2 founders, and now he personally owned more than half of CAA's shares. Furthermore, this year he facilitated the blockbuster film Ghostbusters, securing a whopping $4 million in salary for his director client. He was riding high in the agent's world, wielding immense influence. Rick, Ronald said, I remember when you came to CAA from William Morris, I told you that CAA's second principle is that client conflicts must be resolved within the company's internal framework, not taken outside. Inside the company, we can argue freely, but when facing external parties, we are a united front. We only have one name, CAA, Mr. Ovitz, Ronald complained, seeing Nisida being silenced by Ovitz's principles. Sidrunk Stallone broke the rules first, I know, but his agent, May, is one of the founders of the company, and sometimes I have to make compromises. Besides, Stallone was the first truly top male star we signed, and we respect his choice. Even though sometimes we have to spend a lot of effort dealing with the trouble they cause, if Sly wants to reconcile, he should first show sincerity. Nisida started bargaining with Ovitz again. Yes, I know your third principle for CAA, always putting the client's interests first. I'm a CAA client too, aren't I? Ronald chimed in, trying to secure his own interests. Of course. So I also hope all disputes can be resolved internally. Ovitz picked up his glasses from the table and put them on. I hope you can agree to Sly's conditions. He's willing to pay the corresponding price. Nisida, representing Ronald, negotiated a price with Ovitz, and Ronald agreed to stop attacking Stallone. Stallone agreed to give another interview, praising Ronald's Dragon Boy and admitting that the previous accusation of imitation was just a joke with his young friend Ronald. To compensate Ronald for the favors he had done and the resources of Nisida's team, Ovitz also decided to make the top-notch script that CAA had acquired available to Ronald, assisting him in negotiating his next film. In addition, Ovitz arranged a print media interview for Ronald, officially introducing him to the public eye as a representative of the younger generation of directors. The top-notch script, is it that out of Africa adapted from the autobiography of the Danish author? Ronald asked Nisida, who had conveyed the terms to him. Ronald, having been in the industry for a long time, had heard of scripts specifically designed for Oscar consideration. That's impossible. This script was prepared for Sidney Pollack, and they are all, Nisida touched her nose, implying it was a game within a small Jewish circle. Ovitz said there's a screenplay about black people that he's preparing to negotiate with CAA. It's also an adaptation of a novel, by Alice Walker, titled The Purple. Paula Wagner said, unfortunately, the main characters are all black, so Tom Cruise can't get a piece of the pie, so, black-themed films can't compete for Oscars. Right, Ronald thought to himself. He was still a bit far from the top-tier resources, only able to work on films featuring people of color. The last film with an all-colored lead cast was a black version of Alice in Wonderland starring Michael Jackson and Diana Ross. It didn't win any Oscars. Now, the rights to this script are in the hands of Peter Guber, Richard explained to Ronald. Ronald remembered this former president of Polygram Films, the one who had chosen Brooke Shields to star in Endless Love. Polygram is also your client, no. Last year Guber sold his shares and rights to Polygram and, together with his partner John Peterson, founded Guber Peterson Films, going solo. If you agree, then I'll confirm with Sly. He's going to give an interview praising your talent and ability. Ovitz saw Ronald and his agents had finished their discussion and came over to shake hands with Ronald. Once the handshake was done, given Ovitz's position in the industry, there would be no room for either side to back out. I always feel like I've been taken advantage of negotiating with you, Ronald joked. You should feel honored, I rarely concede, Ovitz laughed. He turned and grabbed an envelope from a nearby table, handing it to Ronald. These are opening ceremony tickets from the organizing committee. As compensation, I'm giving them to you. Ronald took it and saw that besides 2 opening ceremony tickets, there were many tickets for individual events. It seemed Ovitz had given him the package tickets meant for top stars. Okay, thank you, Mr. Ovitz. Ronald extended his hand and shook Ovitz's hand firmly. I was just joking. As George Lucas said, film directors can't imitate others. I'm a director myself, and I know that very well. During the interview, Stallone made a complete 180-degree turn. I really like Ronald. He wrote the script for Rambo 2 for me, but he got busy with Dragon Boys because of time constraints, otherwise we might have collaborated. Yes, I admire him. He's a talented director with an artistic sensibility. Collaboration? If the opportunity arises, Stallone hurriedly pushed the reporter away, ending the interview that had left him feeling incredibly uncomfortable. Several bodyguards stopped the reporters who wanted to ask more questions and escorted Stallone to the car. Sly, I think, the tall bodyguard with the top knot closed the door of the luxury car. After the car started moving, he sat next to Stallone and presented his resignation. What, you're leaving me? Stallone asked. Yes, Aikido is starting to gain popularity in Hollywood, and besides being Sean Connery's action coach, I also want to open my own dojo. My student has already found a place in Burbank. All right then, good luck, Steve. Stallone glanced at his bodyguard. This guy had accompanied him to Mike Ovitz's house for negotiations yesterday. Could it be that he saw Ovitz practicing Aikido and got the idea? If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 540 Compensation for Helen. Gerard was talking about the lead role in a mid-budget film, huh? Ronald complained to Nisida. But then Mr. Ovitz made me handle The Purple first. How am I supposed to get Helen a role, to secure the opportunity to appear on Lucas's talk show? Nisida had agreed to Gerard's offer on Ronald's behalf. The price Ronald paid was securing the lead role for Helen in her next film. Or a supporting role in a big-budget film. Don't worry, since I agreed for you, I'll find a way. Helen's film has just been re-released domestically, she's not an unknown anymore. With your resources, you can use The Purple to exchange for resources with others, find a suitable film, and get Helen a role. That way, you can appease Gerard. Nisida knew Ronald didn't want to owe Helen a favor, which was why she took it upon herself to agree. This kind of resource exchange wasn't a big deal for Nisida. Ronald shook his head. A beautiful girl who had experienced filmmaking wouldn't want to give it up so easily. Although she verbally claimed she didn't want to make movies anymore and only wanted to be a Broadway actress, Helen Slater, upon hearing that the newly established TriStar, not Samsung, distribution company was willing to revive Supergirl and arrange a large-scale release in the United States, began to diligently study acting again, striving to return to the lead role. Supergirl, ultimately, through Gerald's connections, was selected by the newly established TriStar for a year-end release. TriStar is a distribution company jointly established by Columbia Pictures, HBO, and CBS. The three companies share the shares, hence the name TriStar. It will eventually replace Columbia Pictures and the two television networks' own theatrical distribution departments. You might as well ask your friend, Minahan of Cannonball. He's doing very well now, Nistida said. Breakdancing made them famous, and now they're buying up scripts in Hollywood. Aha, Ronald. You've arrived. Our breakdancing box office is no less than Columbia's Dragon Boys. Minahan was surprised by Ronald's good mood and handed over the week's box office statistics. The 7 weeks with the highest revenue share, handled by MGM, have passed. There's only 1 week left. All the theaters nationwide showing breakdance will be handled by Cannonball Distribution. More than 5 million left. Ronald saw this week's statistics. Only 2,100,000 in box office revenue from MGM Distribution remained. The rest went to Cannonball Distribution. Send it to my accountant. He'll come to reconcile the accounts with you monthly. Ronald put away the report. What film are you working on now? I heard from Nistida that you're collecting scripts everywhere. Damn it, damn it. Minahan's voice was still hoarse. We went to famous screenwriters, and they all came up with second or third-rate scripts to fob us off. No directors who've worked on films by famous directors, no Oscar nominations, these damn screenwriters. I'm not talking about you. They always think we can only make exploitation films, so you want to find a famous director. Yes, do you have any recommendations? Someone who's won an Oscar, or the top prize at one of the 3 major European film festivals, or even a leader in the new wave. I don't really have one. Ronald shook his head after thinking about it. Those famous directors would definitely go to companies like Orion that respect the director's artistic creation. Who would come to your Cannonball? So, I know why you're here. You want me to find a suitable script, or a famous director, and I'll immediately cast your girlfriend as the lead. How is her acting? Is she at Nastasia Kinski's level? Ex-girlfriend, Ronald quickly clarified. Helen's acting is quite good. Her Supergirl, even acting alongside many award-winning actors and actresses, is no problem. Faye Dunaway? Peter O'Toole. Minahan's collecting obsession with famous actors resurfaced. It's a pity that Samsung beat them to it, otherwise I would be willing to distribute such a masterpiece. Ronald thought to himself, if you had bought it, you would have known that the film was just a slightly higher budget exploitation film, with nothing to do with art. By the way, Minahan, there's something I don't understand. Why does Columbia Pictures need to establish Samsung in addition to its own distribution channels? Isn't this redundant and a waste of resources? Ronald asked a question he hadn't figured out. What's so strange about that? When Yorm and I went to Hollywood and acquired Cannonball, we rebuilt a production department. Minahan looked at Ronald's confused expression. Artists weren't really suited to managing a company. As the acquiring party, we wanted talented people to work for us, but we didn't want the original executives to clique up and only care about their own interests while ignoring the company's development. But we couldn't fire them all, so we had to create another independent department that did almost the same thing as the original production department, let capable people jump ship there, and then mix in loyal subordinates to keep control of the company. I see, Ronald thought. This was probably the problem that acquirers faced. Coca-Cola, the new owner of Columbia Pictures, was in the same boat, and they were smarter, getting 2 television stations to invest without having to put all the money in themselves. Minahan, I got it sorted out. This script. The chubby Yoram walked in, saw Ronald sitting there, and immediately stopped talking. What script is it? Is Helen's part in it? Ronald thought Minahan had some good script that he wasn't going to know about. No, there's only one Vietnamese female character here. Minahan took the script. Hetty, don't ask. This movie isn't suitable for your little Helen. Why? Ronald thought he was being brushed off. How could he ignore him when breakdance was still showing? Okay, I'll show you. Minahan couldn't resist Ronald's insistence. But don't tell anyone. Full of suspicion, Ronald took the script and looked at it. There were several names in the authors section on the cover, but the last one looked so familiar. Ronaldo James Golan. Ronald glanced at Minahan. What the heck was this? Missing in action too. The name was strange too. Was it about the Vietnam War? Ronald opened the script, and the more he looked, the more familiar it seemed. He quickly skimmed through a few pages, then slammed the script shut. You, Ronald pointed at the two fat men. Ho ha, he couldn't help but laugh. Ho ha, Minahan and Yorm also relaxed and laughed heartily. Don't worry, I'll cover your and Cameron's expenses. Minahan closed the script. I just didn't want you to feel strange. And this is a good opportunity to get revenge on Stallone. It turned out that this Vietnam War 2 was a direct copy of the plot and character setup of First Blood Part 2, a script Ronald had written for Stallone and then passed on to Cameron for screenwriting. However, the plot was terribly parodied. The character of Rambo, originally Stallone's, was made ridiculously funny, including a scene where he rides a motorcycle and fires rockets from the exhaust pipe like a fart. Who are you planning to cast as the lead? Ronald thought it would be fun to parody Stallone's classic character. Anyway, these kinds of copycat films spawn dozens of imitations after every blockbuster release, and very few actually make it to theaters. I'm planning to cast Chuck Norris, PFFT. Ronald burst out laughing again, spitting out a coffee he had just drunk. A deadpan face with a deadpan face. Stallone was already criticized for his expressionless acting, and now this knockoff movie has been given an even more deadpan Chuck Norris. I don't want your screenwriting fee, just make this movie a little funnier, and make Chuck Norris's look remind people of Stallone. Ronald laughed heartily. No problem, I'll have him wear a red hair tie too. Ha ha ha. Minahan also laughed happily. Our new movie, Bolero starring Bo Derek, will be released at the end of August. Will you come to see it? We'll see. I'm currently in talks with the original author of the novel, Alice Walker, about a movie The Purple, and we might start preparing for it then. She also has a novel. MJ, the Olympic Committee has sent an invitation, asking you to participate in the opening ceremony of the Olympic Games and perform your breakdancing moonwalk, at the place where Michael Jackson practiced dancing. Quincy Jones, the producer of his record-breaking Thriller, a veteran black musician, handed over an invitation. Oh? I heard that? This opening ceremony will feature a cultural performance before the main event, and ABC will broadcast it live worldwide. MJ was actually quite interested in such opportunities to be seen by a large audience. I suggest you don't go. That Ronald Lee tricked you into a cameo in breakdancing, which only made people question the origin of your moonwalk. I don't recommend it. Quincy Jones hated that movie, but thankfully it was about to leave theaters. Oh, okay. Now he's completely devoted to his mentor, Quincy Jones. Every song on this album he produced is a masterpiece, making him a superstar in American pop. Michael Jackson suddenly started practicing his moonwalk again. He was annoyed by the reporters who kept asking him about the inventor of the moonwalk. Actually, this dance move had been done as early as the 1950s, but it was his song Billy King that introduced it into popular culture, allowing people to perform it so cleanly and smoothly. Very good. You should continue dancing until your head injury is fully healed, then you can resume the Pepsi tour. Quincy, a small, elderly black man walked in. The opportunity has arrived. We blacks have finally squeezed into Hollywood. Alice Walker's novel has been chosen for adaptation, and she's afraid the film will be made in a way completely opposite to the novel, omitting the suffering of black people in it. She's smart. She's retained the right to veto the script and wants to find an experienced black person to be the producer to ensure the film is faithful to the original. The speaker was Clarence Savant, who had worked with Quincy Jones in the record industry in the 1960s and 70s and had served as the general manager of the first black record company. Clarence, how much are you planning to invest? Quincy Jones narrowed his eyes. $15 million. Also, Alice Walker and producer Peter Goebel have agreed that, besides the black actors, more than half of the crew must be black, women, or from the third world. More than half must be black. Quincy Jones' eyes narrowed even more. Schedule a time to talk to him. Don't worry, you'll get your share. Chapter 541 Jennifer in the Future. I take this film very seriously, and I think it needs a director who understands African American history to steer it, preferably a black director, said producer Quincy Jones, explaining her reasons for hoping Ronald would step aside. During the meeting to discuss who should direct Purple, the novel's author, Alice Walker, also expressed her concerns. Ronald, you can film black people exceptionally well. We saw your breakdance, which featured a black protagonist, and several of your other films also featured significant black characters. You are a friend of our minority communities, but this film tells the story of the American South in the past. We want a director who understands that history. You know, Hollywood likes to adapt black literature and then dissolve its meaning. Alice Walker wasn't bothered by Ronald not being black. Her concern was that Ronald wouldn't be able to capture the spirit of life for black people in the southern states at the beginning of the 20th century. Yes, Ronald, I love your work. But you're not black, you only came of age after the civil rights movement. This is a black history, Quincy Jones added. This has nothing to do with your talent, it's just an author's concern, and I think you understand. Looking at Alice Walker, the first black woman to win the Pulitzer Prize for Literature in 1982 for her novel, The Purple, Ronald felt her concerns weren't entirely unfounded. He genuinely didn't understand the lives of black people in the past. While reading The Purple, he was shocked by the stories of black women being given away like livestock. However, Quincy Jones seemed to know even less about the novel than he did. Ronald glanced at him. Now music producers were making big money and jumping on the bandwagon to make movies. The Purple told the story of a black family, with a strong lesbian relationship between the two female protagonists. The film didn't really address racial discrimination, it was more like a traditional story of an abusive father and a submissive daughter in a southern farmhouse. Quincy Jones had secured the production rights from Peter Goebel, giving him significant influence in the project. Even Alice Walker, the author with zero power, readily listened to Quincy Jones, one of Hollywood's most capable black men. Although his and Ronald's film industry accolades were similar, both receiving Oscar nominations for film scores, Ronald, out of respect for author Alice's passion for his work, was inclined to withdraw from the directing competition. Having been a screenwriter himself, he understood the genuine concern that a director might not be able to handle a script well. The problem lay in Quincy Jones's attitude of "you can't possibly do a good job of telling our black stories," which made him uncomfortable. "I think I can gain a deeper understanding of this history through research," Ronald thought for a moment, then shared his thoughts with Alice Walker. "Before directing Dragon Boys, I hadn't practiced karate and didn't know its history. A director always needs to do their homework before filming." Alice Walker looked at Quincy Jones. She felt Ronald's point wasn't entirely unfounded. Did a director directing a murder case have to kill one themselves? "Hey boy, you don't understand our African American history. Our fathers and grandfathers were always oppressed and exploited. We planted cotton in cotton fields, played music for white people in clubs. And when we won our first Pulitzer Prize, we wanted to do something for our race." It seems Quincy Jones really doesn't understand the story, Ronald thought, increasingly convinced. This guy spouts discrimination and oppression, but the guy in purple who gave his daughter as a gift to another black man as a wife was clearly black himself. He was just the kind of person who made a fortune and gained fame producing Michael Jackson's new album and wanted to make a name for himself in Hollywood. "Okay, I really enjoyed your novel. I hope to have the opportunity to work with you in the future," Ronald said, rising to shake hands with Alice Walker and take his leave. Such an ignorant producer, who liked to interfere in every aspect of the film. Unless the director was big enough, the filming would definitely be chaotic. Ronald didn't want to get involved in this mess. "So what do we do? Who should we get to direct? Are there any black directors who can handle this subject matter?" Alice Walker turned to Quincy Jones. She had been persuaded by him to decline Ronald's offer because of their different ethnicities and his young age. "I already have a plan. We'll go to Spielberg." Quincy Jones waved his hand, thinking that maybe they could even win an Oscar. But he's not black either. Can he really make a good film about a black family in a southern state? Spielberg is very capable. His directing skills are among the top 3 in America, Quincy Jones said, adopting the air of a seasoned Hollywood composer. A director can do in-depth research. Does he have to kill someone himself to make a film about a murder? Well, Alice Walker shook her head. If we could really get Spielberg, what would we have to complain about? "So what do we do?" Ronald asked his agent, Nisida, who was also his driver. "I didn't expect that even someone recommended by Mr. Ovitz would be turned down. I didn't expect Alice Walker to actually get Quincy Jones." Nisida honked the horn, urging the car in front to hurry. Black people have always been suspicious of Hollywood. In the 1965 version of Uncle Tom's Cabin, the scenes with Uncle Tom were changed very strangely. It was practically the story of the female lead, Jeelan, so you didn't expect me to film it exactly as it was written. Right, Ronald realized that Hollywood was still dominated by white people after all. Just like John Hughes's 16 Candles, where the Korean character, Long Da-Dio, was portrayed as a stereotypical Asian, yet the audience didn't seem to object loudly. Beep beep, Nisita honked the horn, tacitly agreeing, at least the lesbian content has to be toned down, otherwise it'll be very controversial. So what do we do? Ronald realized his next film was uncertain again. Do whatever you want. Buy a house, buy a sports car, get a new girlfriend, travel abroad, do whatever you want. Ronald, very few Hollywood directors make films as frequently as you. You're no longer working for Roger Corman. You can take your time finding suitable scripts, or wait for your inspiration to strike. That's true. Ronald rolled down the window, letting the wind blow through him. He might receive millions in royalties from Breakdance by the end of the year, and Dragon Boys was doing well at the box office. He could finally enjoy life. His dreams always came unexpectedly, and despite various methods of analysis, he couldn't figure out the triggering conditions. Why not enjoy life with a beautiful woman, watch the Olympics, travel abroad? Maybe a change of scenery will lift your spirits and inspire new dreams. Helen, over here. Ronald saw Helen Slater coming out of the airport. She had lost a lot of weight, no longer the strong figure of superwoman, but possessing a delicate beauty. Without hesitation, to compensate Helen Slater, Ronald contacted several friends in the industry to introduce her to roles. Finally, through Zemeckis, Ronald found a suitable role and then called Gerald to arrange for his daughter to audition. Ronnie, Helen hugged Ronald, are we going to the audition? I've arranged everything. Director Zemeckis and the casting director are both there. You'll go straight to the second round of auditions and act alongside the male lead. Ronald helped with the luggage. Since Helen developed anorexia and said she needed to take a break, the two had remained at a friendship level. Marty, one rejection isn't the end of the world. Helen Slater, wearing a pink t-shirt, read Jennifer Parker's line as she entered the audition room. I think maybe I should give up music. Eric Stoltz, who plays Marty McFly, said with a hint of frustration, looking at Helen. This scene depicts a conversation between Marty and his girlfriend after Marty's rejection at the school's audition. But, Marty, you're great. You really are. Helen pulled a cassette tape from her shorts pocket. This demo sounds really good. You should send it to a record company. Great, thank you, Helen. We'll let your agent know when we make a decision. Robert Zemeckis nodded inwardly, watching the two audition. Or we'll let Ronald know. Just let my agent know. Helen glanced at Ronald and left the audition room. What do you think, Ronald? Zemeckis was quite satisfied with the Helen Ronald had introduced. The role didn't have many scenes, and the most important thing was that she was beautiful, and had the kind of aura that an average high school student would want but couldn't have, the kind of girlfriend from a high-class background. Helen Slater fit the bill perfectly, a rich girl, stunningly beautiful, especially on camera. She didn't require particularly good acting skills. To be precise, she was a top-notch pretty face. Of course I think Helen is suitable, but do you have any other options? Ronald smiled at Zemeckis. The two actresses he had recommended, Eric Stoltz and Lee Thompson, were both actors whose roles required a lot of acting skill, solving a major problem for him. Adding an important supporting role to the cast, and with Helen being a perfect fit, he figured she wouldn't refuse. Her charisma is particularly outstanding, and her height is also suitable, Zemeckis said bluntly, placing two audition photos of actresses on the table. This is Claudia Wells. His height is too far from Eric's, there's no chemistry. Then he pointed to another tall, beautiful woman, Melora Harding. Her charisma and height are good. I was originally planning to cast her, but Helen is clearly a cut above him. That way, boys across the country will envy the protagonist, Marty McFly's good fortune. Thank you, Ronald smiled, giving Zemeckis a hug. He had finally repaid the favor. It's easy to repay debts, but owing favors is always a bit troublesome. You never know how the other person will ask you to repay them. Mr. Spielberg, I especially hope you can direct this film. Alice Walker, the author of the novel The Purple, began pitching to Spielberg, hoping he would direct the film. Yes, Stephen, this novel won the Pulitzer Prize, and the film adaptation has a good chance of winning an Oscar for Best Director. Quincy Jones knew how to persuade this commercial film director. Spielberg was indeed somewhat tempted. But I know absolutely nothing about the black history of the Deep South, and I'm afraid I can't accurately reflect the novel's original content. Perhaps you should find a black director. Come on, This isn't about ethnicity, but about who has the ability to make a believable film. Quincy Jones changed his approach to flattering Spielberg. Yet, when you made E.T., did you have to become an alien yourself to make it? Okay, Spielberg was convinced. This Pulitzer Prize-winning novel adaptation might actually earn him a Best Director nomination, perhaps even competing with his old friend Sidney Pollack's Out of Africa, also adapted from a best-selling novel. However, my girlfriend is about to give birth, so I have to wait until after our baby is born before filming can begin. Don't worry, we'll take good care of Amy. There's a scene in the script where the protagonist gives birth, and since you're experiencing fatherhood for the first time, you'll probably film that scene perfectly. Hey, Spielberg thought of Amy Irving, the actress he'd reconciled with, and felt a surge of joy at becoming a father. Come to think of it, it was only after filming E.T. the Extraterrestrial that he realized how adorable children are, rather than noisy. Chapter 542 New Character Recommendations. Helen Slater was soon informed that she had been chosen to play Marty's girlfriend, and she joined the Back to the Future crew for script readings and rehearsals. Ronald continued visiting old friends on his own. Jim Cameron was busy with the post-production special effects for Terminator, spending over 10 hours a day in the editing room. Fortunately, his girlfriend, Gail Hurd, was very understanding, unlike his ex-wife Sharon, who kept demanding he come home. Cameron and his ex-wife had finalized their divorce, and it seemed Cameron would soon be able to marry Gail. Another old friend, Cameron Crowe, finally secured a director for his new film, Street Elmo's Fire, with a 2-meter-tall Joel Schumacher. He had started as an art director and worked his way up to production designer. Street Elmo's Fire was his first mid-budget directorial effort. "Ronald, you have to help us, help your old friend Cameron," said Joel Schumacher, a loud and straightforward big man. "Is there anything I can do to help?" Ronald nodded to Crowe in greeting. "Our biggest problem right now is casting. This is an ensemble film, Cameron has already told you. We need to find 4 handsome men and 4 beautiful women, all of them college classmates. You are the director in Hollywood who knows young actors best." Sigh. Ronald sighed after reading the script. All 8 roles required acting skills. Actresses like Helen Slater or Brooke Shields wouldn't do. Among the actresses around him, it seemed only Diane Lane was suitable. Since Ronald's Richmond High School ushered in the era of Hollywood teen films, and with the expansion of films like Coppola's The Outcasts, the 7 major studios are now investing heavily in teen films. The problem is that there aren't enough eligible male and female actors. Often, an actor is sought after by several films. Everyone is reluctant to nurture newcomers, instead focusing on actors who have already proven their abilities. Ronald, as the director who started this trend, and who is on good terms with many young actors, is now the object of many teen film directors' court. A single word from him might just get an actor to choose his film. 4 men and 4 women, didn't you manage to get any of them? Where do you find 8 established actors? We can only pick them up from behind, Cameron Crowe complained to Ronald, gesturing towards the office across the street. "Oh, that's John Hughes's office, right? His Breakfast Club has started filming," Ronald asked. "Yeah, he's good at casting. I'm keeping an eye on his office now, and as soon as he wraps up, I'm going to snatch them away," Joel Schumacher laughed. "There's nothing shameful about admitting you can't find suitable actors. If you can't find the right ones, you'd rather not direct the film." "Who's got your eye on?" Ronald asked. "Molly Linward. This young redhead is John Hughes's muse. He could write a script for her just by seeing her picture. She's not even an adult yet. I'm filming college graduates, so I'm only looking for older actors from that area, the ones who play high school students." The 2 actors from the Breakfast Club were out of the running because they were genuinely high school age. Ronald turned to Cameron Crowe. "It's Emilio Estevez, Andrew McCarthy, and Judd Nelson," Crowe replied. 2 of them are acquaintances. Ronald remembered Emilio, the eldest son of star Martin Sheen, and Andrew McCarthy, the one who had acted in Pepsi and Burger King commercials with Elizabeth Shue. "We also found an actress, Ali City, for the female role. We also need a handsome, beautiful guy. And a rather independent actress, beautiful, independent, the kind who would pursue a guy," Joel Schumacher told them the candidates he wanted Ronald to recommend. The other female role was for someone who wasn't good-looking, and someone slightly older than the college graduates, which they could handle themselves. "Have you found Tom Cruise?" Ronald immediately thought of the handsome guy. "You guys wanted someone pretty, right?" "We approached Paula, but she chose Ridley Scott's Legend for Tom. He's the most suitable choice. It's hard to find an actor as handsome as him. Handsome isn't a common word to describe a male actor. Ronald vaguely remembered hearing it somewhere. Right, what about Rob Lowe? Have you tried him? He's the one who played Soda in Coppola's The Outcasts. He's definitely a handsome boy, the kind of handsome that makes girls swoon. Ronald remembered the actor he'd played ping pong with on set. We'll contact him right away. Joel Schumacher hadn't seen Rob Lowe, an actor even more handsome than Tom Cruise, but since Ronald had recommended him, he'd arrange an audition immediately. A girl, independent. Ronald looked at the remaining actress, thinking he should contact Diane first. She was certainly talented enough to play any character, but she had previously rejected his recommendations. Ronald, you're here, ha ha ha. Congratulations, Ned Tannen, the former vice president of Universal and now executive producer of 2 films, rushed over to greet Ronald after hearing his secretary's tip. Hello, Mr. Tannen, ha 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 ha. Ronald hugged him in greeting. Looking at this conservative, somewhat old-fashioned, and comical executive, Ronald couldn't help but think of Zemeckis giving his last name to the villain Biff in Back to the Future. Call me Ned, Ronald. We're old friends. Tannen pulled Ronald away from Cameron Crowe and into his office, pouring him a glass of 15-year-old Scotch whiskey. What brings you here today? When are we going to collaborate on a film? I really think highly of you. I'm here to see an old friend, Crowe. He was my screenwriter partner on my debut film, fast-paced to be honest. That exploitation film is best skipped. It's all the same old, predictable stories, a complete rip-off of The Coldest Day. John Hughes's new film, on the other hand, seems more interesting. I've heard a lot of people at Universal praising him, saying his talent is no less than yours. Anyway, with a budget of only $1 million, I'll let him do it. Tannen downed his drink with a hearty flourish. Ronald smiled. He couldn't criticize Crowe's screenwriting. How about you take a look at John Hughes's production for me? I have absolute confidence in his screenwriting abilities, but his last film's box office was severely hampered by your breakdance, so I'm a little worried. As long as you approve, I can relax. Helping with this is no problem, but I can't be a producer. I don't want to interfere with other people's directing work. Ronald hadn't seen this colleague in a long time, but he still stuck to one principle. He couldn't be a backup plan to monitor others. What's the problem? Just go to the set and check it out for me, as a friend, right? Seeing that Ronald had agreed, Tannen quickly finalized the matter. Let's go see him first. He's auditioning actors. Ronald followed Tannen to the office opposite Cameron Crowe's film crew. The door was closed, and inside, John Hughes was auditioning for another female role. Okay, if there's any further news and you need to come back for an audition, I'll notify your agent. Unlike Street Elmo's Fire, The Breakfast Club tells the story of high school students. 5 students from different backgrounds are punished for some incident and are sent to school for curfew on Saturdays. Besides his muse Molly Linwood and Anthony Michael Hall, 2 actors who starred in 16 Candles, John Hughes couldn't find more young actors and had to lower his standards, casting adult actors to play younger roles. Actors Emilio Estevez and Judd Nelson, and actress Ali Seedy, were all over the age limit to play high school students. Hughes wanted to emulate Ronald and Cameron Crowe by having them go back to high school beforehand to get a feel for the role. Interestingly, the script for this film was inspired by Cameron Crowe's fast-paced style, giving the male and female leads different labels representing a typical type of high school student. He hadn't decided whether The Breakfast Club should have 5 or 6 main characters. Finding a suitable actress is really difficult. He'd tried everything but couldn't find one. Maybe he should just remove one of the female students. 3 men and 2 women would make the story more compact. Okay, I understand. The auditioning actress sensed Hughes's coldness. She knew her chances were slim. An actress's path to success was a struggle amidst the despair of repeated audition failures. They seemed to have finished their auditions. Ronald and Tannen, resting in Joel Schumacher's office, heard the door open across the hall. Let's go talk to Hughes. Ronald greeted Crowe and, together with Ned Tannen, closed the door, preparing to reunite with John Hughes. Click, click, click. The auditioning actress, wearing leather boots, walked past them. She walked down the aisle, found a Japanese-made scooter, took out a helmet, tossed her long black hair, and was about to put it on. Drawn by the footsteps, Ronald turned and inadvertently witnessed this scene. He stood frozen, staring at the beautiful woman's alluring pose, thinking, so independent and beautiful, Isn't she perfect for Street? Elmo's fire over there. Ronald, what's wrong? Tannen and John Hughes, who had just opened the door, noticed Ronald's motionless stance and then looked at the actress. Oh, John Hughes adjusted his large black-rimmed glasses. Should I introduce you to Demi? Demi, what? Do you have any roles for me? I don't mind a small one. A slightly husky, sexy voice came from behind. The motorcyclist was none other than Ronald's old acquaintance, Demi Moore. Oh, SHXT, Demi had just put down her helmet when she saw Ronald opposite her. Ronald, is that you? Demi couldn't help but think back to the past. This man had shattered her dream of using connections to climb the ladder and get a leading role, which was truly a pity. And now he was so outstanding, her friends were all talking about this genius director. How wonderful it would be if she starred in Dragon Boys. Wasn't her charm far superior to that naive Elizabeth Shue? Looks like you two have a history, Tannen chuckled. She was an advertising model for my early photography business, Ronald explained. Demi, he called to Demi Moore, walking up to her long black hair. There's another movie here, you could give it a try. Chapter 543. Everyone trusts Ronald. They thought your audition was great, so they don't need to notify your agent. I'll tell you directly that you've been chosen. Ronald walked out of the audition room and told Demi Moore, who was waiting outside. Really? Demi stared at Ronald with wide eyes. I was chosen to be Jules. She couldn't believe that happiness could fall into her lap so easily, and asked again to confirm. Jules, not an extra, right? That's right, Demi. I know you're ambitious, and you've definitely gotten a great opportunity. Don't let it go to waste, Ronald confirmed with Demi again. The girl was a little too excited. Thank you, Demi kissed Ronald several times, then jumped onto the motorcycle, ready to start it. PFFT, the starter pedal made only two muffled groans after she stepped on it with her boots. Demi got off and kicked the tire. SHHH, it's broken again. Then she looked innocently at Ronald. Where do you live now? I'll take you. Ronald looked around. There was no public transportation near Universal Studios. Where do you live? Demi asked back. I'm in West Hollywood. Then give me a ride. Once I get to your place, I can walk back by myself. Sitting in the passenger seat of the Saab 900, Demi Moore let the wind outside the window ruffle her long hair, glancing at Ronald a few times. This man wasn't like those actors who buy sports cars to flaunt their success after gaining power. Instead, he got a low-key, high-powered car. He was definitely someone who valued substance over empty fame. So, he needed some tangible reward. I'm here. Are you sure you can walk back by yourself? Ronald parked the car in front of his apartment. It's not far, don't worry. Can I get some water? I was so excited earlier, I'm a little thirsty. Demi Moore got out of the car and stood at the door, reluctant to leave. Come on. Ronald opened the door. Demi Moore followed him in, kicked the door shut with her boot, and then hugged Ronald from behind as he went to get water from the refrigerator. She turned Ronald around. She knelt down, her hands reaching for Ronald's belt buckle, about to unbuckle it. Hey, Demi, don't do this. Ronald gripped his belt tightly. He knew Demi had deliberately not started the motorcycle. She'd followed him into the apartment under the pretense of thanking him, but this thanking came too suddenly and quickly. So what do you want? From behind? Whatever you want. Demi obediently turned around, rubbing her ample hips against Ronald, then tossed her hair, looked back at him, and circled her tongue on her lips. I'll give you whatever you want. Ronald pulled Demi up. That's not what I meant. This role suits you perfectly, a party girl working at a big bank, open and passionate, careless at work but enthusiastic towards friends, very similar to your own personality. Just don't mess it up this time. You have no idea about the struggles of us low-level actors. Demi rolled her eyes at Ronald, opened the refrigerator, and took a Coke. I have no capital, only myself. In the last movie, if someone hadn't beaten me to it, I wouldn't have ended up as a supporting actress instead of the lead. It turns out that she met British actor Michael Caine through Ronald and was introduced to the cast of It's All Rio. Originally, she was supposed to play the daughter of Michael Caine's male lead's friend, and have a May-December romance with him in the film. However, another actress who was originally supposed to play Michael Caine's daughter switched roles with her, and in the final cut, only a small portion of her screen time was left. Even though Demi herself has dark hair and doesn't look like Michael Caine's daughter at all, there was nothing she could do. I like your ambition to pursue your dreams, but I don't like the methods you used to achieve them. Film casting, besides relationships, also needs to consider the match between the actor and the role, and the chemistry between the actors, but if you hadn't given me the opportunity, how could I have showcased my acting skills and charisma? Demi Moore was always quick to repay kindness and resentment. She felt an immediate obligation to repay any favors she received. She held up the Coke, the brown liquid dripping from her lips, the foam evaporating and bubbling on her hot body with a sizzling sound. "Ronnie, I won't let you down. I'll work hard to climb the ladder. As long as you can guarantee my role won't be replaced, today, I belong to you." Demi's icy hand, having touched the Coke, rested on Ronald's neck. The coldness sent goosebumps down Ronald's spine. Then another hot body pressed against him. "Director, is a party animal like Jules this proactive when she sees a suitable man? Was my acting okay? You seem very energetic. Do you have any new script ideas?" The next day, Ronald and Minahan had brunch at the famous My Home Kitchen restaurant in Hollywood. "No. I don't have any new ideas, just some recent vacation and exercise, which has restored some of my energy," Demi reported back to him yesterday, flattering him so much that they stayed up very late. Demi's voice was hoarse by the end, which he found very pleasing. Ronald unfolded his napkin, laid it down, and began eating his chicken salad. This was recommended by the famous director Orson Welles. "You should try it, sigh." Minahan sighed deeply upon hearing this, putting down his knife and fork. "Our efforts to invite famous directors haven't been successful. Many people immediately turn down the idea when they hear Cannonball Studios. The first film is always difficult, like Breakdance, which you directed for us. After its success, good commercial scripts started coming in on their own." Minahan took a script from his bag, placed it on the table, and pushed it towards Ronald. "Take a look. Does this film have box office potential? How did this script end up with you?" Ronald took the script and saw it was titled Rampage Train. It was the screenplay of the Japanese film master Akira Kurosawa. "What? You've read it? Aren't you interested?" Minahan was a little disappointed. He had bought the script from Kurosawa's son, intending to surprise Ronald. "I have to warn you, this movie won't be easy to make." Ronald quickly flipped through the script and noticed numerous shots of train interiors and exteriors. The final scene was a train speeding across a vast snowfield towards a tunnel, only to explode inside. The thought of achieving Kurosawa's vision sent chills down Ronald's spine. Besides the wide-angle aerial shots, there were countless shots of trains exploding and speeding by. Repeatedly starting and stopping a train on a vast plain covered in several feet of snow was practically suicidal. "Don't worry, I've raised $10 million to make this big production." Mr. Golan, it's you on the phone. The waiter came to call Minahan, who got up to answer the phone. Ronald ordered another chicken salad and started eating. Minahan seemed much more cautious now. $10 million was considered a big production. His past extravagance in hiring Brooke Shields to direct Sahara seemed to have been worn down by the realities of Hollywood. "I'm sorry, Andre, the 7 major film studios have a limited number of slots each year. Why don't you ask some independent producers? If someone invests, I can help you find a distribution contract." At the table in the corner, 2 middle-aged men stood up and hugged goodbye. "Well, I thought that in the free world, I could always make the films I wanted. I didn't expect that even without the National Film Commission, there would still be Hollywood capitalists censoring our creative freedom." One of the men, tall and bespectacled, spoke with a Russian accent. "Andre," Ronald called out the latter's name. It was Andrei Konchalovsky, the famous director who had defected from the Soviet Union. Ronald, Konchalovsky was pleased to see Ronald. "Mind if I sit for a while?" He pulled out a chair and sat down at Ronald's table. "Thank you for your recommendation. My film, Maria's Lovers, has been appreciated by the president of Cannonball Studios and will be screened at the Venice Film Festival." "That's great. I'm here to have dinner with Minahan today." Ronald gestured to the waiter to bring another set of cutlery. "Who is that just now?" Ronald asked about the man who had been talking to Konchalovsky. The man had a squint in one eye and looked somewhat like someone with a mental disability. However, judging from Konchalovsky's attitude towards him, he seemed to be someone of high status. That was Tom Pollock, a famous Hollywood lawyer and broker. He helped Lucas negotiate the contracts for the last 2 Star Wars films, so it was him, Ronald said, knowing that appearances can be deceiving. George Lucas became the richest director because he signed an unprecedented profit-sharing contract with 20th Century Fox, where Lucasfilm would take the revenue first and then share it with Fox. This made Fox essentially a lackey working for Lucas. "No luck," Ronald asked. He agreed to help, but the production budgets of all the major studios are tight right now. The film I want to make needs talented actors, so I have no choice but to work with them. Is this your new script? Konchalovsky saw Runaway Train on the table. May I take a look, please? Ronald gestured. This is a script acquired by Minahan, originally written by Akira Kurosawa, a commercial film. Konchalovsky saw the synopsis. But Tom Pollock also advised me to make a blockbuster commercial film first before considering my creative direction. That's true. Hollywood is a place all about making money. If you have a blockbuster movie, the studios will be much more lenient with you. In Hollywood, everyone has to prove themselves. Ronald laughed. Perfect timing. You're the best young director in Hollywood at making commercial films right now. I still need to learn from you how to make commercial films. Konchalovsky also realized that Hollywood's freedom was freedom under the premise of making money. No one would invest in art films that only lost money. I wouldn't dare, Ronald quickly denied. At NYU, I learned screenwriting and directing thinking from your Uncle Vanya, but Hollywood's mechanism is to make movies for the general audience. Konchalovsky looked at the script in his hand, finding it more and more interesting. Although this movie has many scenes that pander to the audience on the surface, its core is still ultimate humanistic concern. Ronald curled his lip. These Russians could see humanistic concern in everything. What humanistic concern? Minahan returned from the phone call and heard Konchalovsky's last sentence about Kurosawa's script. Minahan, Andre, you already know each other. Ronald gently kicked Minahan under the table. This was a national treasure of the Civil League's director team. Minahan understood Ronald's meaning, but he was a little incredulous. Andre, are you really willing to direct this commercial film? A script written by Kurosawa Akira couldn't be so superficial. These two prisoners escaping on a train are symbols of human evil, but the warden they face is trying every means to kill them. That's the evil of the system. Kurosawa is probably exploring an ultimate question about life, which is more evil, the evil brought about by human beings' animalistic nature or the evil of the system. Minahan's eyes lit up. He wondered what magic Ronald had cast on Konchalovsky. He was actually willing to consider directing a commercial film. His own plan to become a renowned director seemed much more promising. Andre, I can guarantee that if you're willing to direct, I can fully support you. Besides the $10 million budget, I can also ensure that I don't interfere with your filming. Really, Konchalovsky has already faced many rejections, but Ronald's words just now have solidified his resolve to prove himself with a commercial film first. To be honest, you're the most decisive Hollywood producer I've ever met. Even back there, the Secretary General of the National Film Commission never supported a director's work like this. Hey, Minahan was delighted by the seemingly honest Russian's flattery. He immediately decided to discuss filming the Runaway Train with him. The snow train scene that Ronald feared so much wasn't so difficult in Konchalovsky's eyes. The Savrian region often had snow several meters deep, and directors there filmed just fine. Ronald, you have to help me. This is my first time directing a commercial film like this in Hollywood. I'm afraid I need your opinion on casting. What kind of actors do American audiences like to tell this story? I need your opinion. Having reached an initial agreement with Minahan, Konchalovsky also realized Ronald's standing with Minahan and wanted to bring him along. It seems you're learning quickly. Hollywood is actually very cruel. If your film doesn't sell well, it'll be difficult to get producers to invest in you next time. Even Minahan's tolerance for artists is based on the consideration of bringing him more business. Ronald admired Konchalovsky's ability to quickly adapt to the Hollywood system. I understand, which is why I hope you can help me. I still have a lot to learn about the Hollywood commercial film model. Ronald, you have to help me keep an eye on Konchalovsky. Minahan then approached Ronald, saying, I really can't understand the true level of a director like Andre. Could you help me check out his filming? Also, you need to help me with casting. I'm worried you might choose actors that audiences won't like. If that's the case, you could just be the producer yourself, right? Well, you know me. Actually, I invest in famous directors to elevate the company's status. That way, in the overseas market, when people hear that I can hire big-name directors, they'll think we're a major Hollywood company. For Cannonball Studios to hire established directors, we have to compromise artistically and let them film according to their own ideas. If I were the producer, it would be a clear sign of distrust. You're the director, you have a better voice than I do. Okay, since both sides were interested, Ronald decided to do them a favor by attending 2 casting meetings before filming started and then visiting the set after filming began. Actually, both sides had unnecessary concerns, but Ronald was someone they both trusted. Alright, I'll add your name to the producer list. Okay, let me take a break now. The past year has been exhausting. Ronald, still on vacation, suddenly received a call that morning from his agent, Nisita, with good news. Ronald, the president wants to see you. Chapter 544 The President's Reception. The president's office called to say they would be meeting Ronald and the two breakdancing performers at the White House to honor the three young men for speaking out for all races and disadvantaged groups in America, perfectly embodying American unity through cinematic art. The upcoming Olympics in Los Angeles and the Paralympics in New York were both met with a collective boycott from the Eastern Bloc, led by the Soviet Union. Most Eastern European countries, along with Cuba in Latin America and African nations like Angola, boycotted the Olympics. Only Yugoslavia and China did not participate. China, in particular, sent a delegation for the first time in 30 years after its absence from the Olympics. The official reason given by the Soviet Union for the boycott was that America, disregarding its own racial and discrimination issues, was inciting great power chauvinism and hysterical anti-Soviet sentiment. The real reason, as everyone knew, was retaliation for America and its allies' boycott of the Moscow Olympics 4 years prior. Former Secretary General Yuri, who had taken a moderate approach, was preparing to send a delegation to the Games and had trained a large team of athletes domestically. However, the new Secretary General reverted to the confrontational path of his predecessor, halting participation. Therefore, just before the Los Angeles Olympics, the president met with the three creators of breakdancing at the White House, director Ronald, the African-American lead actor Michael Chambers, Boogaloo Shrimp, and Eddie Rodriguez, Hand Man, a Latino man with a leg disability. To counter the frequent accusations against America by the Zowie League's Ministry of Truth, the president urgently wanted to demonstrate the unity of America's various races and disadvantaged groups. Another reason for meeting them was the president's urgent need to push through his legislation in Congress to lower the minimum drinking age in each state. In this transitional year for his re-election campaign, he desperately needed a breakthrough in legislation that would resonate with the public. The majority of voters, especially middle-aged people, strongly condemn drunk driving by children. Therefore, the president hoped Congress would pass a federal bill to lower the minimum drinking age. America is a federal country, and whether or not to establish a minimum drinking age falls under the jurisdiction of state laws, which the federal government has no say in. However, this didn't deter the president's advisory team. They proposed a bill that would gradually reduce or even eliminate federal subsidies for education and health care in states that fail to pass a minimum drinking age of 21, until such legislation is passed. This bill received strong support among parent voters but also faced backlash from interest groups, who incited young people over 18 with voting rights, but who would be barred from drinking if the bill passed, to oppose it. The president desperately needed celebrities with high popularity among young people to endorse him and garner their support. However, depriving someone of their right to drink is unlikely to win their favor, so the president's campaign team began promoting anti-drunk driving. Therefore, this time, the president, under the guise of meeting them, also invited 3 others to participate in anti-drunk driving campaigns. Minahan, an Israeli who wasn't invited, was disappointed. He really wanted to shake hands with the president of the White House, a valuable asset in the global film market. Weintraub, who had no connection to breakdancing, proactively invited the 3 to travel to Washington, D.C. on his private jet. Ms. Morgan, hello, Ronald greeted Jane Morgan, Weintraub's wife, while sipping coffee on the private jet. She would also be going to the White House to meet her old friend, Barbara, the wife of the vice president. Is this your first time at the White House? Jane Morgan asked the 3 young key members of the team. Yes, I never expected to have this opportunity, Michael Chambers, the Boogaloo Shrimp, remarked, stroking his leather chair. The handman beside him also looked excited. You'll be received in the foreign reception room, the only way to enter the White House from the South Lawn, Jane Morgan explained to them, describing it as a magnificent banquet hall where foreign ambassadors presented their credentials to the president upon arriving in America. Ronald and the 2 actors awaited the president's arrival in the reception hall. Michael Chambers was dressed in a suit, while Eddie Rodriguez still used 2 canes. Sitting opposite them was another star attending the meeting today, Michael Jackson, America's most popular music icon. MJ wore a navy blue tuxedo with a large yellow sash with tassels, white preppy socks, and black boat shoes. Ronald smiled and greeted him, and MJ returned the smile. His schedule was even busier than Ronald and the other two. After being received by the President and First Lady, the star would accompany the President and First Lady to the South Lawn for interviews with the reporters. Sitting next to MJ was a short, large man, easily over 200 pounds. He took out a large cigar to smoke, but was stopped by staff. And the large man was MJ's new manager, Frank DiLeo, responsible for all of Jackson's daily affairs. "Ronald, that's the director I wanted to have in my music video, but Quincy stopped me." "Oh," DiLeo put his cigar in his pocket, "if you want him, then he should be the one." His version of the music video for Cyndi Lauper was excellent. "I love his style, but Quincy said he wasn't big enough and is going to get John Landis. You're a superstar now, MJ. You'll be doing a joint media interview with the president at the White House gates later, not him. To be honest, whoever it is, whoever you like to work with is what matters most. President of the United States of America." With that announcement from the protocol officer, Ronald offered a hand and helped the handman to his feet. MJ and his manager also stood up. "Gentlemen, I just finished some business with my staff. Nancy and I welcome you to the White House." Everyone applauded. This president, who started as an actor, was expressive, humorous, and especially his deep, powerful voice made him instantly approachable. "You are all symbols of American success. On this land, everyone, regardless of their race, skin color, or education level, can succeed." The president shook hands with Ronald and others one by one, while photographers snapped away. When shaking hands with Eddie, the hand man, he even used his other hand to support him. Then came MJ, and he chatted with Jackson for a while, seeming quite familiar with him. This reminds me of a joke from the league. A Polish dog and a Russian dog came to visit their American cousin. The American dog told them, "Here, everyone gets meat. As long as you keep barking, someone will throw you a piece of meat." The Polish dog, upon hearing this, asked his American cousin, "What is meat?" The Russian dog also asked, "What is barking?" Everyone laughed. This was the president satirizing the league. Ronald found it very amusing. The president's acting was clearly excellent, perfectly capturing the expectations of the American people and portraying the realistic role of the president. Ronald, his two companions, each holding a medal certificate framed in a wooden frame presented by the president, posed for a photo with the president and his wife. This was in recognition of their outstanding contributions to promoting unity among the various ethnic groups in America and combating drunk driving among teenagers. The president wore a dark suit and brown leather shoes, while First Lady Nancy wore a white suit with gold single-breasted buttons. Ronald, also in formal attire, posed for another group photo with the First Lady and his wife. Then, the president shook hands with him to say goodbye, and Nancy accompanied him as they walked out onto the South Lawn with Michael Jackson to give interviews to the media. "Oh, man, I actually shook hands and took a photo with the President of America," exclaimed Chambers, feeling a little weak in the knees after being patted on the shoulder by the president. Handman, on the other hand, remained calm and composed. The three waited in the reception hall for staff to escort them out. Ronald, Weintraub's voice came. "Come here, the vice president's wife wants to see you." Ronald walked to the side room, where Weintraub's wife, Jane Morgan, was chatting with a woman with a full head of silver hair. "So, you and Jerry are like this? You just openly share your husband with him?" The woman speaking to Jane Morgan was Vice President George's wife, Barbara. "I don't want to give up my husband to that bitch, Barbara. Why didn't you come with George?" "Nancy doesn't want me to attend these kinds of events and compete for attention with her," Barbara said magnanimously. "Ah, this must be the Ronald you're talking about." Barbara saw Ronald and Weintraub come in together. "Hello, Ms. Barbara." Ronald found her very approachable, unlike First Lady Nancy's Hollywood airs. She had undyed silver hair, and her coat was wrinkled, making her look like the grandmother next door. "I wanted to ask you to ask him about something." "Jane said you're a genius in the film industry," Barbara said, taking Ronald's hand. "I have a son who wants to invest in movies. I don't know if there's really any chance of success in this industry. I don't want him to just be hanging out with those actresses." Ronald was surprised by Barbara's frankness. After thinking for a moment, he said, "If you choose the right project, it can be a very good investment. However, there's indeed a lot of risk in this industry. If your family is interested in investing, I suggest talking to the 7 major Hollywood studios. The movies they invest in are generally guaranteed." Barbara's eyes lit up. Ronald's straightforward answer to her question, without trying to solicit investment for his own film, impressed her. "Thank you, Ronald. I appreciate your honesty. As people get older, they tend to worry about their children. I don't think you're old at all. I'm even considering having you as the female lead in my film," Ronald said with a smile. "Haha. You're a fine young man. If you have any questions, I'd like my son to consult you about some things in the film industry. Of course, you can find me through Jerry," Ronald replied with a top hat, then took his leave. "Well, quite a mature young man, isn't he?" Jane Morgan said to Barbara. "In fact, the reason I tolerated Susan was because of something she said to me that made me realize something. I am Jerry's legal wife. Why should I let a woman of unknown origin steal what's mine?" "Legal wife," Barbara repeated. Jane Morgan knew that old George had the same problem as Jerry, so she quickly changed the subject. "Do you still support young George's ideas?" "Young George is always giving me trouble. He recently wanted to go to Hollywood again." Sigh. "It seems our next generation will depend on Jeb. Young George lacks wisdom and effort. I hope he can stay away from politics and live a happy life." Barbara, from a prominent family, cared most about the family's legacy. Although young George was doing poorly at the oil company, she still tried her best to pave the way for what he wanted to do. "Auntie, did you see the news about me going to the White House?" Back at the hotel, Ronald excitedly called Aunt Karen to report his good news. "Yes, I saw it. I'm so proud of you, Ronnie." After the president and MJ were interviewed by reporters on the South Lawn, jointly pushing forward the federal minimum drinking age bill, there was a brief news item saying that Ronald, as the director of Breakdance, received commendation from the president. Chapter 545 Father's Relics. Awarded to Ronald Lee for promoting public safety and social harmony. "This is what the president gave you." Aunt Karen touched the wooden, gold-embossed certificate Ronald had brought back, her heart pounding with joy. "Why is it called public safety and social harmony?" "Because I made breakdance, which united different ethnic groups, and then participated in the president's campaign activities." Ronald pointed to the smaller print on the certificate and read it aloud to his aunt. "For your outstanding directing work, witnessing the unity of the American people, and setting a good example for young people. Thank you for dedicating your pursuit of cinematic art, and the creativity, focus, time, and energy shown therein, to the movement against drunk driving among teenagers." "This is a photo of me with the president and his wife at the award ceremony." Ronald then showed her a photo taken by a White House reporter. Aunt Karen took the photo, even more excited. In it, Ronald, handsome and dashing, stood with the president and his wife, their hands each resting on one side of the certificate. "You have to keep a copy here," Aunt Karen said, looking at the photo again and again. "This is for you. I specifically asked them to print 2 copies." Ronald handed several photos to his aunt. After the visit, Ronald didn't return to Los Angeles with the others, but went to New York to meet his aunt and share his joy. "I'm so proud of you, Ronnie." Aunt Karen patted Ronald's hand, very pleased. "Wait a moment, I have something important to give you." She went to the bedroom, took a small wooden box from the cupboard, and handed it to Ronald. "These are your parents' belongings. My sister originally said she would give them to you after you graduated from college, but now you've received the president's commendation, an honor many college graduates don't receive. I think you've exceeded your mother's expectations, so I'm officially handing them over to you now." "My parents' belongings?" Ronald was a little confused, he couldn't remember anything from before. "My sister said it's mainly some belongings from your father's side. I haven't opened them, but now they're yours." Ronald opened the wooden box. Inside were several yellowed black and white photos and a notebook. "What's this?" Ronald looked at the photos. The top one was a group photo of his father, mother, and her husband Steve. His father and Steve were comrades in the Marine Corps, and they each married one of the Parker sisters. Next was a black and white photo of an American soldier who looked somewhat like Ronald and his father, posing with a propeller-driven fighter plane. The back had the date. 1944, London, Britain, James Lee. Ronald calculated the time. Could this be his grandfather? It seemed his family had a long history of military service. The last photo was even older, the image somewhat faded. It showed a young soldier behind him in an old biplane. The back of the photo read 1918, Paris, and was signed Gilbert Lee. Was this his great-grandfather? Was his family a family of pilots? Only his father hadn't become one. Ronald then opened his notebook, which contained his father's records of family history. It turned out the Lee family was from New England in northeastern America. Ronald's great-grandfather, Gilbert, was a Ph.D. in electrical engineering from Yale University. After the outbreak of World War I, he joined the Air Force, shooting down 2 enemy planes over Britain and saving his wingman before being shot down by the Germans and killed in action. He left behind his wife and son in New England. His grandfather, James, also a Yale student, joined the Air Force after the outbreak of World War II, flying a P-47 fighter. During a convoy bombing raid on Germany, he covered friendly bombers before being shot down and disappearing into the Atlantic. He never married, only having a girlfriend in Britain who conceived his posthumous child, Ronald's father, Charles. By his father's generation, his mother's family had sent him back to America. Because he wasn't officially recognized as a member of the family, he didn't attend university or follow the family tradition of becoming a pilot, instead joining the Marines. Although he went from pilot to lowly private, he broke the curse of the Lee family dying on the battlefield, eventually returning home to reunite with his family and raise Ronald. Until the traffic accident. So my ancestors were quite wealthy. Ronald realized the significance of earning a doctorate in 1915. He understood why his parents had kept these things, intending to pass them on to him after he graduated from university. Their ancestors had been wealthy, but later their fortunes had declined, and it was during his father's generation that they wanted him to learn about their ancestors' illustrious history after he graduated and found a good job. If he had the chance, he would also like to go to New England to search. In his previous life, Chinese people didn't necessarily need to formally claim ancestry, but they always wanted to know where their ancestors were. Huh? What's this? Ronald put his father's belongings back in the box, his hand touching a metal object. He took it out and saw it was an old-fashioned brass key. Is this the key to my parents' house in New England, which was seized and auctioned off by the bank? Ronald was confused and tossed the key back into the box. And, please keep this keepsake. I'm afraid I'll lose it if I take it. Ronald, his aunt, and Donna had a family dinner together, and then everyone went to rest. The next day, Ronald went out and rang the doorbell at an apartment in Lower Manhattan. Ronnie, Brooke Shields came out excitedly. She had just finished her final exams at Princeton and passed them smoothly. She was going back to her old house in New York to see Ronald. Let's go, or we'll be followed by reporters again, Brooke said, putting on sunglasses and handing Ronald 2 large suitcases. Ronald put the suitcases in Brooke's Mercedes, and the driver, Dick, stepped on the gas and drove to JFK Airport. This time, Brooke Shields had received an invitation from the organizing committee to attend the opening ceremony of the Los Angeles Olympics. Ronald was also going back anyway, so the two agreed to travel together. What are your summer plans, Brooke? I took on a TV movie, filming in the Bahamas. Brooke pulled out a map. Right here. I guess, a TV movie. Ronald thought Brooke was lowering her status by taking on this kind of film. If you wanted to make movies, why didn't you tell me? There are plenty of studios in Hollywood lining up for you. Although Brooke Shields had been retired from acting for a year to attend university, her popularity remained high. If she just mentioned wanting to make a movie, many producers would be willing to take a gamble. I'm just doing it for fun. I used to travel with my mother every year, but since starting university, we haven't spent much time together, so I wanted to combine filming with traveling. This movie happens to be filmed in the Bahamas. Ronald thought to himself, Brooke is treating filming like a vacation. It seems she really won't be returning to the film industry after graduating from university. The two avoided the various gossip reporters waiting at the airport, went their separate ways into the departure lounge, and finally met again on the plane. In my experience, you absolutely must wear an eye mask on long-haul flights, otherwise you'll be exhausted when you arrive. Brooke put on a pink eye mask as soon as she sat down. Ronald saw Brooke lean back comfortably, about to fall asleep. He reached out and teased her little finger. Hey, Brooke finally laughed, and the two held hands tightly, leaning against each other. They finally arrived at Los Angeles Airport. Brooke's face was flushed, and she went to the dressing room to change and touch up her makeup. Ronald went to the baggage carousel to wait for his luggage. Ronald turned around and saw the famous director Steven Spielberg waiting for his luggage at the baggage carousel next to him. Steven, you're back in Los Angeles too. I flew in from the Purple film set. The Olympic organizing committee invited me to attend the opening ceremony. Steven's beard was clean-shaven, and he smiled sweetly, which was unusual for him. "Let me show you a picture of my son Maximum," Spielberg said, taking out a photo from his wallet. It was a picture of him, his girlfriend Amy Irving, and a newborn baby. "Oh, what a handsome young man. Congratulations, Steven." "Thanks. I'm getting married to Amy at the end of the year. You have to come." "I definitely will." Ronald was curious. This Amy Irving didn't seem to be the most outstanding actress, so he wondered how she had managed to win over Hollywood's top commercial film director. Ronnie, Brooke Shields, having changed her clothes, jumped over. She was wearing a white t-shirt, the cuffs of her jeans rolled up, revealing a section of her fair legs, and a black straw hat with a white trim, a very stylish mix. "Brooke, this is Director Spielberg. He's also attending the opening ceremony." "Hello, Brooke." Steven looked Ronald and Brooke up and down. "Let's go out together." "Okay," Brooke readily agreed. Ronald nodded to Spielberg. With him as a cover, the two wouldn't have to split up to avoid paparazzi. Ronald and Brooke went together to the Marriott Hotel where she was staying, which was closer to the Los Angeles Memorial Coliseum where the opening ceremony was being held. After their lovemaking, Ronald, holding Brooke, suddenly heard his stomach growl. Ronald rubbed his stomach. "I'm a little hungry." "Are you hungry? I'll go buy some hamburgers." Brooke nodded, tossed a pillow over to cover herself, and quickly put on a t-shirt. Ronald put on his pants, ran downstairs to McDonald's, and bought 2 Big Macs. The window displayed a new Olympic promotion, a gold medal for America, a free hamburger, a silver medal, a free bag of fries, a bronze medal, a free Coke. Although the opening ceremony hasn't started yet, the Olympic atmosphere is already very strong. Even the waiters are wearing hats with the 5 Olympic rings. Ronald, carrying a Big Mac, thought for a moment and then went to the nearby 7-Eleven to buy 2 bottles of Gatorade energy drinks. They also sponsored the construction of the Olympic swimming venues. To save money, most of the venues for this Olympics are existing ones, and the newly built ones all have sponsors. Despite the collective boycott from the Eastern Bloc, this Olympics still managed to attract a record 140 participating countries. Ronald couldn't help but look forward to tomorrow's opening ceremony, where he could see the delegation from his homeland. Chapter 546. The opening ceremony should include breakdancing. The following afternoon, Ronald and Brooke arrived early at the Los Angeles Memorial Coliseum for the Olympic Games opening ceremony. Built for the first Olympics in 1932, the stadium had been renovated this year and could hold 93,000 spectators. The packed stadium made everyone feel incredibly small. Ronald looked up at the broadcast cameras. Such a grand spectacle required a director. This time, the organizing committee had hired David Wolper, the director of the famous TV series Roots. The stadium was enormous, and Brooke's seat was very close to the front VIP section. Ronald's ticket was just behind and above her. Because the organizing committee had arranged for Brooke to be on camera, the two agreed that she would sneak up to meet Ronald after her shift. Ronald found his own seat, right next to the aisle of the second tier. The view was excellent, except for a tall, redneck man in front of him, wearing a sun hat, tattered shorts, and old shoes, a very disheveled figure, resembling a homeless person on the streets of Los Angeles. Ronald tried to move, making a noise that was heard by the redneck in front of him, who turned around. "Ronald, what a coincidence, you're in this section too." "Steven, what's wrong with you? Why are you dressed like that?" Ronald recognized the homeless man as Spielberg, whom he'd met at the airport the day before. I want to watch the opening ceremony quietly. I don't want to be recognized by reporters." "Oh." Ronald flipped over to the next row and sat down beside him. The two pointed at the presidential box opposite them. "Is that the president?" "The one next to him looks like IOC President Samaranch, and that's Prince Charles of Britain behind him." "I think so." "Is his wife not here? I read in the newspaper she's expecting her second child soon." "How many cameras did you see?" 6, I think. Maybe a helicopter aerial shot too." The two watched and discussed the program. Both being directors, they were both very interested in the large-scale artistic performance that was being arranged for the opening ceremony for the first time. "Oh," the two directors exclaimed in surprise. 2 astronaut-like figures descended from the sky, suspended by no wires, relying entirely on compressed air on their backs to slowly land in the stadium. Beep beep, a whistle blew, and young people in white clothes huddled together in the stadium, their balloons forming the word welcome. How did they get these young people? It must have been a lot of work rehearsing them, Ronald asked with interest. "I heard they hired high school volunteers from Los Angeles." and they rehearsed for over 2 months. The group exercises began to change again. Separating and merging, they transformed into flowers. A young woman wearing a white hat walked down the aisle, handing flowers to all the spectators. Mr. Spielberg, the woman recognized the famous director. Spielberg gestured to her. The woman didn't press the matter. The President of the United States of America, First Lady, and President of the International Olympic Committee, Mr. Samaranch, the loudspeaker began introducing the guests on the stage. As the American national anthem and the President's signature background music, Salute to the Commander-in-Chief, played on the live band, the mass gymnasts began changing formations again. One moment they were a diamond, the next a circle. Then they released balloons. Hundreds of them soaring out of the stadium, announcing to everyone in Los Angeles that the opening ceremony had begun. The live band played a compilation of Hollywood and Broadway classics, and the mass gymnasts began to change formations as they marched, finally forming the Olympic rings. Ronald applauded. It seemed the American mass gymnastics were quite impressive, no less so than the previous Moscow event. The television cameras began scanning the front row of guests and celebrities on the track. The camera panned to Brooke Shields, who made a cute peace sign at the camera. "This is our famous college student, model, movie star, Princeton graduate, Brooke Shields," the host joked in the studio. As the opening ceremony's artistic performances progressed, the mass gymnasts formed the shape of the map of the United States, and caravans drove in. Then the mass gymnastics transformed into a steamship, and then into a church. This was a story about American history. Many extras rushed in, and the gymnasts unfurled colorful curtains, simulating stained glass windows in a church. A choir of several black people began to lead the singing. Ronald understood this was a gesture of racial unity. Next came a modern song and dance performance, and the theme song Fame from Fame began to play again. Ronald smiled. Irene Cara, the lead singer, could now continue performing her hit songs on television. The Olympic opening ceremony was said to be watched by hundreds of millions of people. To be recognized here was a gift from heaven. Beat It, the song changed, switching to a famous track from Michael Jackson's new album. The audience began enthusiastically chanting MJ's name. His absence from the opening ceremony was a source of regret for many. Under each audience member's seat, there is a puzzle piece. Please raise your pieces to form the flags of the major participating countries. Ronald reached under his seat, pulled out a large yellow puzzle piece, and held it above his head. Please hold it for 10 seconds. Ronald looked around and discovered that the panels in his stand had been raised to form the flag of the People's Republic of China. This was a delightful surprise. He hadn't known the organizing committee had done this beforehand. 3, 2, 1, thank you everyone. Ronald put down the panels. Please welcome John Williams, the announcer called out. John? Is he hosting the live band? Spielberg handed Ronald a bottle of water. John Williams, composer of music for Star Wars, E.T. the Extraterrestrial, Superman, and other famous works, picked up his baton and began conducting the live band in the Olympic theme song. The mayor of Los Angeles received the Olympic flag, and then the athletes entered. Stephen, could you share your thoughts on the directing of the live cultural performances? Also, could I appear in your E.T. the Extraterrestrial sequel? The woman who had presented the flowers told the broadcast team about her discovery, and they immediately sent a female reporter with a large antenna and a wireless microphone to interview Spielberg. The director of this year's opening ceremony has redefined the word legendary, Spielberg said, adjusting the antenna on the reporter's hat. Your alien look is pretty good, haha. So what do you think of the song and dance performances? How was John Williams conducting? You'll have to ask my friend, Ronald Lee. He's the director of the blockbuster movie Breakdance. The reporter quickly shoved the wireless microphone at him. Unparalleled, Ronald flattered. The organizing committee's arrangements were superb, showcasing all the major events since the founding of America. And our superstar, MJ's songs, don't you think MJ should have been at the opening ceremony? The reporter followed up. We were all looking forward to it. His songs are fantastic, and it would be even better if we could see him perform his signature breakdancing moonwalk. Yay. Brooke, having finished dealing with the cameras, climbed up to the stands to meet Ronald after the reporter finished his interview. Here they come, the athletes are entering, Spielberg said, adjusting his sun hat and pointing towards the stadium entrance. Greece is leading the way. The announcements, made in French and English, listed the countries represented by the athletes. One team after another entered. Canada. They've sent a huge delegation of over 300 people. As the Canadian delegation continued forward, Ronald suddenly heard a familiar melody. Revolutionary soldiers must always remember the 3 main rules of discipline and the 8 points for attention. Ronald couldn't help but sing along. Huh? Do you speak Chinese? Spielberg recognized Ronald's voice in Chinese. I've learned a little, Ronald replied, his eyes fixed on the entrance. Leading the way was a tall flag bearer carrying the 5-starred red flag, followed by athletes in blue shirts and white trousers, their skirts adding to the festive atmosphere, marching in with synchronized steps. Yay! As the Chinese team entered, the spectators in the stands rose to their feet and applauded. This was a tribute to their courage in competing against a pressure from the Soviet Union, for the sake of friendship and the Olympic spirit. Ronald leaned forward and clapped along to the rhythm of the revolutionary song. A mysterious country, if I ever have the chance, I definitely want to make a movie there, Spielberg said excitedly. High jump, gymnastics, and women's volleyball. These are the events where they have the potential to win medals, the announcer broadcast. Women's volleyball, high jump, and what else? Gymnastics, Ronald silently noted. The opening ceremony lasted a long time, and Brooke, leaning on Ronald's shoulder, was already drowsy and could barely keep her eyes open. Finally, the opening ceremony began. IOC President Samaranch invited the current president of the host country to declare the Olympics open. God bless America, Samaranch concluded with this phrase to the host country. The previous 2 Olympics had resulted in huge losses, but fortunately, the chairman of the Los Angeles Organizing Committee, Peter Ueberroth, was a capable businessman. By selling sponsorships and broadcasting rights, the Olympics were expected to be profitable, effectively saving the international Olympic movement. I declare the 23rd Modern Olympic Games open in Los Angeles. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Is this a bad way to film chapter 547? Why aren't the lights on? Ronald and Brooke Shields sneaked back to the hotel after the opening ceremony. Sir, a balloon released during the opening ceremony fell onto a telephone pole, causing a major power outage in Los Angeles. Our hotel switched to the backup generator, so the lobby lights aren't fully on. This? So they really did announce the Olympics to the whole city, huh? Just in an unexpected way, Ronald protected Brooke as they slipped into the elevator. Brooke was going to the Bahamas the next day, so they hurried out of the elevator. They kissed and went into their room. I'm going to be spoiled by you. The next morning, Brooke lay in bed, eating the brunch Ronald had brought, completely satisfied. The first gold medal of this Olympics was awarded to Su from China. He won the 50-meter pistol event, the first time an athlete from the Eastern continent has won an Olympic gold medal. Huh? The first news item on the TV that Ronald saw was unexpected. Wasn't China supposed to be strong in women's volleyball and gymnastics? After dropping Brooke off at the airport, Ronald went to the Back to the Future set in Burbank after the plane took off. During the opening ceremony yesterday, Ronald had received a favor from Spielberg, getting a huge advertisement for his film, Breakdance, in front of hundreds of millions of television viewers worldwide. Spielberg was eager to go home and reunite with his girlfriend and son before returning to film The Color Purple, and Ronald was returning the favor by going to the set as his representative to check on Zemeckis' filming progress. Robert is an old friend of mine, and I have complete faith in his abilities. The distributor, Universal, wants me to submit a progress report, so I won't be going. You go check on him for me. Spielberg didn't take it seriously, so Ronald just went to check on Helen's filming on behalf of the big boss at Amblin. Filming had been going on for several weeks, a significant turning point. The well-coordinated crew should have had sufficient time to gel, and the engine should be operating at full power. The film crew, rife with internal conflicts, was on the verge of collapse. The actors were increasingly at odds with each other, constantly sabotaging each other and holding grudges. Back to the Future, however, seemed to fall into the former category. Everything was running smoothly in the small town where the filming took place. This is a time machine modified from a DeLorean DMC-12 sports car. Director Zemeckis personally showed Ronald around the set. Although Spielberg and he were good friends, he still took this person's inspection of the filming progress seriously. We bought 4 in total, For different purposes in the filming, Zemeckis opened the door. This purebred American sports car had been discontinued due to poor sales, but its swan wing-like side doors were still quite beautiful. Ronald wanted to sit inside, but the dashboard in the front cabin was equipped with several diode-based digital displays, serving as the time travel display. The tall and large Ronald couldn't fit into the cramped driver's seat. Stoltz had a tough time filming. Zemeckis scratched his head. He'd initially chosen DeLorean to promote American manufacturing, but Johnny Carson's sports car factory had design flaws, only suitable for people under 6 feet tall. No wonder it went bankrupt. They continued their tour of the set, which had been set up like a 1950s street. Besides the DeLorean, everything else on the road was also an old car from the 1950s. Ronald looked around and was quite impressed with Zemeckis. The set was all meticulously researched and in the 1950s style, and the actors' costumes were all based on the era. At least Ronald couldn't see any problems. It seemed today's report would be easy to write. Zemeckis is a genius, everything is excellent, that would be it. Ronnie, a beautiful woman called to him. It was Helen Slater. Zemeckis walked away to attend to his own business. Ronald raised his hand to greet her. Although Helen didn't have any scenes in the 1950s storyline, she still insisted on coming to the set every day to learn. There was nothing to complain about in terms of her hard work, except that she was sometimes too persistent, even becoming depressed after her hopes of becoming famous overnight with Supergirl were dashed. "How are you doing here?" "Great. Eric Stoltz, the male lead, is a very good actor. It's a pleasure to act with him." Helen talked a lot about her experience working with method actors. "He doesn't let anyone call him by his name Eric now. We have to call him Marty before he'll agree. He says it helps him stay in character." Ronald nodded. This was probably a habit his younger brother picked up from Sean Penn when filming Fast and Furious, but in front of Helen, he couldn't very well criticize it as a pointless gimmick. "Hi, Jennifer, I haven't seen you in a long time." Eric Stoltz, wearing a jacket, jeans, and running shoes, walked past the two and greeted Helen Slater. He called her Jennifer, the name of Helen's character in the movie, and used lines from the script. "Didn't we just meet yesterday? Why are you looking at me like you haven't seen me for a year?" Helen responded with a line from the script. Stoltz seemed not to see Ronald, nor did he come to greet him, and went to rest in the trailer. That's just how he is, always focused on the role. "Sometimes we even use lines to test each other's on-the-spot reactions," Helen explained. Ronald frowned. This kind of distorted approach was making him uncomfortable. And he was one of the first directors to mentor him, even when he was immersed in his role. Couldn't he even greet him? "Hello, Ronald. It's so nice to see you. I saw your breakdancing and Dragon Boys, they're truly brilliant works. Elizabeth Shue looks beautiful in them." Unlike Stoltz, Lee Thompson, who played Lorraine, Marty's mother, respected Ronald a lot. Her debut Burger King commercial and her current role as the true leading lady in this film were both thanks to Ronald's recommendation. "It's nice to see you too. How are you feeling here?" "Pretty good, much better than the conditions at the last Red Dawn. John Milius really made us camp like we were training gorillas. At least here we have a trailer." Lee Thompson had heard that a big shot from the production company had come to inspect the film today, but she didn't expect it to be Ronald. "That's different. That was a realist film with a changed timeline. This is a light-hearted film. It's sci-fi in name, but it's actually a light comedy." Light comedy, Lee Thompson thought Ronald's words made a lot of sense. There weren't many sci-fi elements in this film, it was just the time travel theme woven into the plot. Many scenes, like using lightning energy to recharge and return to the 1980s, felt rather far-fetched. Light comedy? Who said that? Before filming today's scenes, while waiting for the lighting to be set up, Lee Thompson, Helen Slater, and Eric Stoltz sat together to rest. When Ronald's comments came up, Eric Stoltz became dissatisfied. "Isn't this a light comedy?" Lee Thompson was a little surprised. What was Stoltz thinking? "Of course not, it's a tragedy." "A tragedy? How do you interpret it?" Helen Slater was very interested in Stoltz's explanation. "Everyone says that the core of comedy is tragedy. Did Stoltz have some profound insight? Look, Marty traveled back in time and changed history. His parents were no longer subservient but became successful people. So when he comes back, are his parents still the same? Is his girlfriend Jennifer, who fell in love with Marty, still the same Marty? Everyone's appearance is still the same, but their inner selves are completely different. When Marty travels back, He is the only one who remembers everyone's original appearance. He is the loneliest person in the world. What is this if not a tragedy? That makes sense, Helen nodded. Stop talking. Lee Thompson saw Ronald walking over with Zemeckis and was afraid they had overheard Stoltz's words. Ronald was a famous commercial film machine, and he didn't know how he viewed this kind of profound insight. Ronald had indeed heard this profound insight, and he felt a little disgusted. These actors always prioritize their own acting, don't they care about the overall tone of the film? This is supposed to be a light-hearted, enjoyable commercial film. The audience accepts the premise of going back in time, which leads to some stories, ultimately resolving a major problem. The protagonist returns to his era, corrects his parents' mistakes, and even deepens his relationship with his girlfriend. It's a close call, the good guys win and defeat the bad guys. At this point, a Shakespearean tragedy-style performance would be completely superfluous. Cut. Ronald finished watching one of Zemeckis' shots. He had initially intended to report that everything went smoothly, but then hesitated. This scene depicted Marty having just returned to the past, seeing 1950s clothing and scenery on the street, unsure of his surroundings, and displaying surprise and bewilderment. Stoltz's performance, you couldn't say it was subpar, but it always leaned towards film noir. That surprise and bewilderment looked like someone who had just killed someone and was filled with dread. Wrong casting, a thought arose in Ronald's mind. Actors all possess inherent qualities. Some are more skilled and can portray characters with diverse personalities, while others are better suited to roles that align with their own temperament. The protagonist, Marty McFly, is supposed to be a somewhat timid but optimistic type, like a classmate we all had in school, a nice person who got along well with everyone, but too afraid to stand up to the bullies. Stoltz is clearly too far removed from this type of character. In fact, Zemeckis' initial choice, Michael J. Fox, was the most suitable candidate. Stoltz's so-called method acting approaches from the inside out. First, one internally identifies with a character, and then uses their own natural reactions to replace the character's reactions. However, if an actor misinterprets the character, it can be a major problem. I'd like to see some of the footage we've shot. Ronald pulled Zemeckis aside and gently told him. Is there a problem? Zemeckis' eyebrows rose. Wasn't he supposed to just be there for a brief appearance? I don't know yet, so I need to see some sample footage. You, take Mr. Lee there. Zemeckis pointed to an assistant, instructing him to take Ronald to the church in the town set, which was also where the crew viewed the sample footage. Click-clack, the last reel of sample footage finished playing, spinning idly on the projector, with black and white characters flashing across the screen as editing marks appeared. Tisk. Ronald was a little hesitant. In the sample footage accumulated over the past few weeks, Eric Stoltz's acting was actually quite good. His performance was well structured and layered. One could imagine that in the film The Mask, directed by Peter Bogdanovich, his acting had made a significant breakthrough under Bogdanovich's tutelage. It was several levels better than when he directed Bogdanovich's fast-paced film. But this also brought up a problem. In that film, his character was a child with facial deformities. Wearing a large mask, he could only convey emotions through his eyes and body language. His face was expressionless. Ronald had also seen some footage of him from The Mask in the archives, which Zemeckis had used for casting. This acting style is indeed well suited to his method acting approach. Every movement stems from the heart, allowing the audience to truly feel his acting prowess. However, overall, this style leans too deeply, and Stoltz, without adjusting it, directly applied it to Back to the Future. It's like a protagonist in a light comedy performing a tragic role with deep resentment. No matter how well the acting is done, it negatively impacts the overall quality of the film. Ronald, how will you write the report? Zemeckis, having finished filming early for the day, was increasingly uneasy about Ronald's request to see the sample footage. I don't know, I want to hear your opinion. Ronald gestured for the projectionist to restart the scene of Stoltz as Marty. I don't think there's anything wrong with his acting, come on. For God's sake, of course I know his acting is fine. But this is a commercial film, not Shakespeare's King Lear. Sigh, what do you want me to do? Zemeckis, of course, knew about Stoltz's problem, but filming had already been underway for weeks. Commercial filming can't be stopped to replace actors or halt the entire production until Stoltz finds his footing. This is your masterpiece, Robert. I know you went through a lot of difficulties to make Back to the Future, and even made the Emerald to prove yourself and gain the trust of the major studios. Don't you want this film to perfectly reflect your original intentions? Ronald also felt the situation was tricky, but he had reached a dilemma, and whatever choice he made, he had to bear it. Of course I know that Michael J. Fox was actually the best choice, but that son of a bitch Family Ties producer Goldberg disagreed, so we couldn't get Fox to play the role, and we settled for Stoltz as a second choice. Well, Robert, Ronald thought for a moment and said, I will tell Steven the truth and see what he says. If he thinks it's okay, that's great. If he thinks it needs to be changed, then we can sit down and think about a solution. It's almost the weekend, why don't you pause filming and wait for him to make a decision? That's the only way. Zemeckis watched Stoltz's performance on the screen. After Ronald exposed his mistake, he found it increasingly jarring. His acting was definitely out of place in the rest of the film. SHHH, Zemeckis grabbed a bottle of Coca-Cola and smashed it to the ground. Crash, the glass shattered. The crew rushed over to clean it up. What happened? The actors outside, still resting and eating, heard the noise from the church. A moment later, the crew emptied the broken glass. Did they argue and fight? Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Did you hear? Helen Slater was introduced to the cast by Ronald to play that decorative role. Today Ronald said the movie should be a light comedy, and Stoltz vehemently opposed that. Oh, I've noticed he and Helen always refer to each other by their character names. Helen. Lee Thompson pulled the angry Helen back. Let's go ask them over there. Don't get angry with these extras. Ronald is a professional person. When I was dating Dennis's ex-wife was his good friend, and Ronald didn't give me a hard time. He still gave me very positive recommendations, which is how I got my first leading role. Is he really jealous of me and Stoltz? Helen looked at the broken glass on the ground, and memories flooded her mind. Is everything all right? We heard the noise outside, Lee Thompson asked Ronald and Zemeckis as they walked out of the church. Nothing's wrong, just a little accident, Ronald smiled at them. We need to make some changes to the set. Ronald gave some great suggestions, so we're giving you a break starting tomorrow. You can come back next week. Zemeckis didn't want to cause chaos on set, so he made up an excuse. Okay, director. Lee Thompson was quite happy. Her boyfriend, Dennis Quaid, was filming in Germany, and she could take advantage of the holiday to reunite with him. Ronnie, Helen stared wide-eyed at Ronald. If you're free these next few days, stick with me. I need your help with something. Ronald looked at Helen. At 5 feet 8 inches tall, 1.73 meters, she was a perfect match for Stoltz. If it were Michael J. Fox, at around 5 feet 4 inches, 1.62 meters, it wouldn't be good for them to act together. He had promised Gerald that he would help her to the end, and if they changed actors, he would have to find Helen a lead role. Oh, Helen responded, stealing a glance at Ronald, seemingly lost in thought. Chapter 548 The Magic of the Olympics. So Eric is really going to be replaced? Helen Slater asked Ronald during dinner. It's not up to me. Spielberg is the producer of Back to the Future, and he'll weigh the pros and cons of replacing him, but I always thought his acting was excellent. His acting wasn't superficial, every reaction came from within. Just because he doesn't fit the feel of the film, they're replacing him. Ronald forked a piece of fried shrimp cake into his mouth. Juice seeped from the golden, crispy crust, the delicious flavor mingling with the fried aroma, almost exploding on his tongue. Have one of these shrimp cakes, Ronald urged Helen to eat more. After her anorexia, Helen was always cautious. But she should be able to try this kind of food. It tastes very good. I remember eating something like this in Manhattan when I was a child. The chef at this Greek restaurant is very good. Helen indeed praised it after trying it. Actually, a movie is like a meticulously prepared dish. The ingredients, the methods, the chef's skill, and the speed at which it reaches our table all determine the final taste. Ronald took a sip of white wine and pointed to the dish. If you replace the shrimp here with fish, that springy texture is gone. The dish might still taste good, but it won't have that same deliciousness. I understand what you mean, but Stoltz shouldn't pay the price for this. If he could find a suitable role, like in The Last Mask, Ronald continued eating, finding it difficult to respond to this. Indeed, the casting for that role was problematic. Eric Stoltz shouldn't have been chosen. But Zemeckis was probably under scheduling pressure and couldn't wait for his preferred Michael J. Fox, so he compromised. It seems this is a lesson worth considering. For big-budget films like this, Back to the Future had a budget of over $15 million. If suitable actors aren't found, It's better to postpone or cancel than to compromise and end up in a difficult situation. You asked me to come with you. Is there something you need? Helen finished eating, wiped her mouth with a napkin, and tilted her head to ask Ronald. I promised Gerald, so I'm going with you tonight to meet Minahan of Canon. Canon? The breakdancing company. Helen thought those exploitation films didn't require much acting skill, just good looks. However, her good upbringing prevented her from saying it directly. Thank you, Ronnie. Actually, my father was doing this for my acting career. You didn't have to go to such lengths for me. After all this, I understand that opportunities in the entertainment industry aren't that many. I understand, this isn't an exploitation film, it's Andrei Goncharovsky's new film. Akira Kurosawa wrote the screenplay. Ronald finished his last piece of food and wiped his mouth as well. You should have heard of him. His last film went to the Venice Film Festival, Maria's Lovers. Helen raised an eyebrow. Working with a director like that would be very interesting. The next day, Ronald took Helen to Canon. Helen went to meet with Konchalovsky first, while Ronald chatted with Minahan here. The box office for breakdance has suddenly increased dramatically this week. Why? Ronald was a little surprised. How could breakdance, which had been showing for so long, still see growth? Why? Minahan stood up and spun around twice. Ronald, it's all because of you. Ha. Minahan suddenly came over and hugged Ronald, giving him 3 hard kisses on the cheeks. The footage of your interview at the opening ceremony has been broadcast all over the world. Besides America, where the box office increased by 30%, it's a revival. And many other countries have also requested more copies. Is that amazing? Ronald was also surprised. Although he had high expectations for the Olympic opening ceremony's popularity, he hadn't anticipated that a film that was about to finish its run would suddenly regain its popularity. Have your accountant come over. Our domestic box office has already exceeded 57 million. If the momentum continues, we hope to reach 100 million, Yoram interjected as he walked in from outside. I'll call him right now. Ronald's enthusiasm immediately changed upon hearing the box office figures. If he could have a movie that broke 100 million, his status and influence in the industry would be completely different, right? But who knows? The charm of movies is that no one knows why they will be a hit or why they won't. Of the 2 new films he'd poured more energy and effort into, Dragon Boys was still only making around 5 million per weekend. Although it hadn't decreased much, it didn't look like it was going to break 100 million at all. It was just slowly climbing the box office charts. Of course, a large portion of breakdance's box office didn't make the charts because entertainment newspapers like The Hollywood Reporter only counted the box office of films released by the 7 major studios. And after its first 6 weeks of release at MGM, breakdance switched to Cannonball Studios' own distribution company. Outsiders only knew that breakdance's box office had stopped at around 40 million. Only those in the industry were surprised by the still high number of screenings in second-run theaters around the world. Ronald, I've arrived at Los Angeles Airport and am on my way to Cannonball. Okay, see you later. Ronald's personal accountant, Lawrence Wong, upon hearing the call, immediately took a night flight to Los Angeles. He hadn't expected that the film project in which Ronald was involved would break the $57 million box office mark in America. This meant that the revenue he earned from this client was more than all his other earnings combined. When Ronald received the call, he was already in Cannonball's office continuing his conversation with Minahan. But yesterday I heard Helen say that Andre admired her understanding of acting, and I thought Andre would choose her. Ronald was also surprised to hear Minahan say that Andrei Konchalovsky didn't like Helen and didn't want her to star as the female lead in Runaway Train. It was just a tense, high-budget exploitation film. With Helen's figure and face, wasn't she perfect as a decorative figure? I didn't expect her to have any profound acting skills either. A female mechanic held hostage on a train by 2 escaped prisoners. This role didn't require much acting talent, did it? If you want Helen to play the role, then we'll let Helen play it. Minahan was also dismissive of Konchalovsky's rejection of Helen Slater. This old man thought he was someone important, daring to reject Ronald's girlfriend, no, supposedly his ex-girlfriend, who had helped him the most? Don't say that. Let's hear his reasons first. Ronald, to be honest, do you think Helen is pretty? Konchalovsky, having been called to Cannonball Studios, understood Minahan's request for an explanation for rejecting Helen. He touched his balding head and asked, "Of course she's pretty," Ronald replied, bewildered. Of all the women he dated, Helen was the most beautiful. Do I have a bias in my taste? What do you think, Minahan? Sometimes, people have a preference for certain types of women, finding them the most beautiful, which is perfectly normal. Like Spielberg's fiancée, Amy Irving. Many people didn't consider her a top beauty, but Spielberg loved her and called her an absolute beauty. Ronald had always felt his aesthetic sense was close to that of the general public, wondering if he was unaware of his own shortcomings or if it was somewhat biased. Is there anything about Helen that isn't beautiful? Blonde hair, blue eyes, long legs, a slim waist, and a great figure. Minahan was also puzzled. Konchalovsky, what kind of beauty do you want to be satisfied with? No, it's precisely because she's so beautiful. Huh? Ronald waited for him to continue. This character is a train mechanic who is occasionally kidnapped by two escaped convicts. She wears dirty mechanic clothes throughout the film, so I need a beauty who can be incredibly beautiful, but also able to soften and become an ordinary girl. Do you understand? Konchalovsky looked at Ronald, knowing that Ronald, as a fellow director, should understand his meaning. Hiss. Ronald pursed his lips. This made a lot of sense. A beauty of Helen's caliber would be stunning even in a tattered t-shirt. She didn't have the ability to hide her sharp edges and present an approachable side. But if he's unwilling, then the favor I owe Gerald will be wasted again. Ronald hesitated, wondering if he should use his influence to force Konchalovsky to agree. If you insist on using Helen, then I won't film it. Konchalovsky had left the alliance because of artistic constraints, and seeing Ronald's expression, he immediately pulled out his nuclear weapon. Either listen to me, or you find someone else. Ronald, Minahan pulled Ronald aside. If you're willing to change Helen to another movie, I'll keep him. If you insist on Helen as the female lead, I'll fire him, but you'll have to take over. Me? How could I possibly film a snow train scene? Ronald quickly refused, having already turned it down because he thought it was too difficult. But what good scripts do you have here? Aren't they all plagiarized from First Blood? Ronald knew that Helen needed a decent movie, and he had no other choice but to try to keep Stoltz in the future so that Helen could stay and play Jennifer. Ronald called Helen's father, Gerald, and briefed him on the situation. Gerald was quite understanding. I know Hollywood isn't like television, opportunities are inherently fewer. I won't pressure you, just remember this, Helen's Supergirl won't be released until the end of the year. Don't let her be without a movie to film again. That's still quite a bit of pressure, Ronald said, hanging up the phone. He needed to get Helen to start filming her second movie around the time Supergirl was released. He needed to hurry. He'd ask Spielberg for his decision later. After finishing his business there, Ronald picked up his accountant, Lawrence, and the two went out for dinner. When are you going back to New York? They asked. They found a Cantonese restaurant in Chinatown. The dishes there were quite good and suited their tastes. I'll be staying here for a while. China has sent a delegation to the Olympics, and the Chinatown in New York is very excited. The association on my street also asked me to come to Los Angeles to cheer on the delegation and bring some money to support them. Money? Is their delegation short of money? Yes, they have to pay for food and lodging here in US dollars. I heard their foreign exchange reserves are tight, and many athletes aren't eating well. How can that be? Ronald pulled out his checkbook. How much did you donate? I'll donate too, so they can eat well and perform well in the competition. Okay, thank you. I knew you had a good impression of China, Ronald. Thank you to the Chinese community in New York's Chinatown. Thank you for your help. On behalf of the Olympic delegation, I thank you. The leader of the Olympic delegation, in Los Angeles Chinatown, accepted the donation brought by Lawrence and immediately pledged to strive for good results and bring honor to the Chinese community. Is this Ronald Lee also an overseas Chinese? The leader asked Lawrence, noticing one of the checks was in an individual's name. No, although his surname is Lee, he's actually a foreigner, a film director. But he's always been supportive of the Chinese community in America, and has done a lot of effort and helped to address the unfair treatment we face here. Lawrence explained why Ronald was donating. He said he really likes your team and your achievements. He heard you weren't eating well, so he specifically instructed me to use this money for the athletes' meals. Please rest assured, our foreign friend, we will definitely take his concern as motivation and strive to achieve good results. Ronald's money, after treating all the athletes and coaches to a big meal, still had some left over. After discussing it, the team leaders decided to give special treatment to several teams with a good chance of winning, having the women's volleyball and gymnastics teams have extra meals at a Chinatown restaurant every other day. This is a foreign film director who was very impressed by your spirit at the opening ceremony and specially donated to our women's volleyball team so you can improve your meals. Just imagine how disappointed he would be if he knew you lost 1-3 to the US team in the group stage. The women's volleyball coach was a very dignified-looking man. After dinner, we have extra training tonight. The team leader asked me if we could make it to the finals. If we do, he'll give the foreign friend a ticket. If not, just say so early, and we won't eat his food to avoid embarrassment. Why can't we? We'll definitely make it to the finals. The outside hitter slammed her fist on the table. Okay, think about it. We should also give some gifts to our foreign friends and overseas Chinese. I'll go discuss it with the team leader first. The coach left first, leaving the food specially prepared by the restaurant for the players. What gift should we give back? The players discussed. Let's write him a letter. No, not this time. This foreign friend is a Westerner, not an overseas Chinese. He won't understand. The setter was more thoughtful. We don't have anything to give, do we? How about we give him some of those drinks? Sure, orange juice flavored. I think it tastes better than the cola the organizing committee provides. That one tastes like Chinese medicine. Thank you, please thank them for me. Ronald hadn't expected to receive a return gift. Some canned drinks, a reply letter translated by a team member, and 2 tickets to the women's volleyball finals. Thank you, Director Lee, for your love and support. We will definitely repay your kindness with our achievements. China is a country with a long history and abundant resources. We hope you will have the opportunity to make a movie here to promote our beautiful mountains and rivers and friendly people. Ronald read the Chinese letter directly. That's interesting. Looks like I'll have to go to China sometime. Ronald put the letter away and went out to attend a meeting with the Back to the Future crew. Before leaving, he took out a case of canned drinks, opened one, and drank it. The orange juice tastes pretty good, kind of like Gatorade, a sports energy drink. Ronald felt a familiar taste. He held the can in his hand. The green pattern on it surrounded a portrait of a discus thrower. Jian Libao, the name of the drink was written in Chinese on it. Frank, do you think I should perform at the closing ceremony of the Olympics? In his Los Angeles studio, MJ, having finished a day of practice, asked his new manager, Frank Dilio. I think whether you go or not, it should be your own decision. You're not only a great artist, I've worked for many artists, and none of them have your business acumen, but Quincy said that my current status isn't suitable for the closing ceremony, and if I were to participate, I should go to the opening ceremony. Didn't he also disapprove of you performing Beat It at the opening ceremony? Yeah, Michael Jackson actually regretted it a little. The opening ceremony's ratings were unexpectedly high. About a third of American households watch the live broadcast or the subsequent replay. Ronald's comment during an interview, "I wish MJ had performed," deeply stung him. Why couldn't the hottest pop star appear at the opening ceremony of the most popular Olympics? I don't know his reasons, but you really shouldn't miss such a top-tier exposure opportunity. Fortunately, your song was played at the opening ceremony. Dilio added fuel to the fire. Yet, MJ regretted it even more. Ronald's cameo in breakdance didn't lead many to question the originality of his breakdancing moves. Instead, it allowed him to ride the wave of breakdancing sweeping across America, and his record sales began to rise again. We really should cultivate a good relationship with directors who are good at pop culture. You could have him direct your other singles. His song Girls Just Want to Have Fun has already received 7 nominations at the newly established MTV Music Awards. Next year's Grammys, MJ felt even more annoyed when he thought about Quincy Jones's arbitrary decision to have John Landis direct his singles music video. This veteran producer's production skills are indeed impressive, but he tends to be too autocratic in other aspects. Did Polygram CEO, Google, want you to authorize the singles name for a movie? Why don't we give it to him and invite Ronald to direct it? He's particularly good at musicals and dance dramas. Okay, I'll leave this to you. MJ finally found something he could control, and maybe he could even make a cameo appearance in a movie again. Chapter 549 Your girlfriend is auditioning too? Spielberg gathered Zemeckis, Ronald, and the film's executives to watch the footage. This was the first time he had seen the film reel of Back to the Future. Stoltz's performance on screen felt heavy to him. Halfway through, Spielberg took off his glasses, wiped them with a hem of his cotton t-shirt, and said, "Stop." Zemeckis stared intently at Spielberg, wondering what decision he would make next. Ronald is right. This way of shooting will cost you most of the box office." Zemeckis was somewhat frustrated. He whispered in Spielberg's ear, and the two quietly discussed replacing the male lead. Spielberg wasn't convinced by Zemeckis. He made a decision on the spot: replace Eric Stoltz with Michael J. Fox. "I can't find Michael J. Fox. His agent and Gary Goldberg, the producer of Family Ties, are in cahoots and won't let me speak directly with Fox," Zemeckis said dejectedly. In the TV series Family Ties, Fox played the eldest son, Alex Keaton, and unexpectedly became a fan favorite. Producer Goldberg, not wanting Fox to be involved in both projects, had already declared that no one from the Back to the Future team was allowed to contact him. "Find him," Spielberg said calmly. As soon as possible, seeing Zemeckis' distressed expression, Ronald went over to comfort him. "I know John Candy, he and Fox are both Canadian. You can pass on the message through him." "Thank you," Zemeckis said gratefully. "I've seen the script you asked Candy to bring. I heard Universal is making a big sci-fi production. Are you directing it?" Michael J. Fox called Ronald the next day. "It wasn't me, it was Robert Zemeckis. Listen, they were going to cast you as the lead, but Mr. Goldberg stopped them. He said the script was great, and after you read it, you'd definitely complain that he wouldn't let you play it, so he simply wouldn't let you see it." "Hey, I think he's right. I really want to play Marty McFly. I originally had an agreement with Goldberg to only act in movies during the summer breaks from filming Family Ties. I've already used up my quota with 18-year-old Wolf this year, but I really want to do Back to the Future. Then I'll contact Mr. Spielberg and Zemeckis and have them talk to Goldberg." Ronald confirmed Fox's willingness to participate and then told the crew, "You're robbing us." Goldberg, a Jew, was furious in front of the crew members who came to negotiate Fox's schedule. "Don't do this, Gary. We can share Fox's time," Spielberg bargained. "How do we share? Family Ties is his most commercially successful role. He'll be filming here 5 days a week. We can film his scenes at night, only 2 daytime scenes a week." Zemeckis explained their plan to share Fox's schedule. "You can't extend the nightly filming schedule and prevent him from returning the next day. If Family Ties requires an extra hour or less of overtime each day, that must be prioritized." Deal. Both sides agreed to each other's time requirements. After all, most of Marty's scenes in Back to the Future are indoors and at night, as long as Zemeckis goes home and replans the shooting schedule to accommodate Fox's time. Both sides tacitly avoided mentioning Fox's rest issues. After all, he's an actor, and he requested to be in Back to the Future, so they could let him work 2 shifts. Could we add an Apple box?" After the schedule was agreed upon, Ronald came to see Fox and Helen Slater's re-audience. Michael J. Fox and Helen have a 4-inch height difference. When they stand together, Helen is half a head taller than him. Even close-ups require height adjustments, with Fox standing on an apple crate to barely fit together. "Marty and Jennifer have a lot of long-range moving shots," Zemeckis reminded him from the side. Since Stoltz was replaced by Fox, his girlfriend Jennifer Parker would have to be replaced by Claudia Wells instead of Helen. Ronald slapped himself. Wasn't he just asking for trouble? What did the success of Zemeckis' film have to do with him? He'd even lost Helen's role. He'd have to find another way. Ronald, Spielberg, noticing his presence, gestured for him to come out and talk. "I owe you one this time. Thanks to your reminder, otherwise Amberton would have lost even more money." Spielberg patted Ronald on the shoulder. "Zemeckis' work is decent. It's not like we're going to lose money. Don't say that. We all know that if it weren't for you, even if Zemeckis continued filming, I'd still suggest replacing him after seeing the footage." Spielberg pointed out that Back to the Future is a high-concept film, not relying on plot to attract audiences, but rather on the imaginative concept of time travel and the various precognitive abilities that the time travel anomaly grants the protagonist, Marty. A high-concept sci-fi film, if it's paired with the deep acting expected of a drama, is a disaster. You might have saved my Amberton and the distributor, Universal, millions, and also averted a potential reputational disaster for Zemeckis, but he might not thank me, Ronald thought to himself. "I know Helen Slater is your woman. This whole thing started because of our mistake. I'll recommend her for the lead role in another film. It's not part of the favor I owe you." "What kind of roles does she like?" Ronald was overjoyed. She likes roles that require acting skills. She studied with those London Shakespearean actors before, but her acting skills still need to be tested." "I see. Can Helen sing?" "Yes, her father has been training her. She's a good jazz pianist and jazz singer. Neil Simon, the famous playwright who's both on Broadway and in Hollywood, is preparing his new film. The lead actress is a singer. I'll call him and recommend Helen." The two went back, and the crew started calling the actors to announce the decision to replace the male lead. Eric Stahls, however, was left out, to be notified to his agent later. In this kind of situation, damage to Stahls' reputation as an actor was inevitable. But for better box office results, such things were always considered last. "Hello, this is the Back to the Future crew. We need to speak with Lee Thompson on something important." Ronald, who had also been assigned a call, dialed Thompson's agent. "Ms. Thompson isn't available to answer the phone." The agent seemed lost in thought. "The crew has made a major decision. You'll face the consequences if you don't contact her." Ronald decided to give this clueless agent a scare. "Hey, Helen," listening to Ronald's call, laughed, her arms around his shoulders. She had learned she had a new audition opportunity for the lead role, and wasn't too disappointed about losing a decorative role. "Hello, who's calling me?" "This is Lee." A while later, Lee Thompson called anxiously. She had secretly slipped away to Germany to see her lover during the cruise break, and upon hearing about the major decision, she was terrified and immediately called to find out what was going on. "It's me, Ronald. I don't care where you are, get back to Los Angeles right now. The crew has made a major decision." "Is it about me?" Lee Thompson was even more terrified when she heard it was Ronald. Was she going to be fired because of her acting skills? "Don't think like that. Since we've notified you, it's none of your business. Come back now." "Hey, honey, I just got back." "Where are you going?" Her boyfriend, Dennis Cade, hugged Lee Thompson from behind. "Don't go. I'm in a real hurry." Feeling uncomfortable from Cade's hug, Thompson slapped him away. "Stop it, honey. There's a big problem on set. I'm afraid I'll get fired if I'm late." Lee Thompson vaguely guessed that it was about the male lead. She quickly threw her clothes haphazardly into her suitcase, then turned to leave to go to the airport to buy a ticket. Just before leaving, she saw her boyfriend's displeased expression, then turned back and kissed him. "Don't be like that, I really have something urgent to do. I'll make it up to you when you get back, bye." "Oh, everyone's like that." Dennis Cade lay down on the bed dejectedly, reaching into his bag to pull out a small bag of goodies, a chew. The next day, Ronald took Helen to the set of The Slugger's Wife, written by Neil Simon. Neil Simon was a rare dual-threat screenwriter. His scripts had won the Tony Award, the highest honor in theater, as well as an Academy Award for film and an Emmy Award nomination for Best Writing. This was exactly the kind of work that required acting skills that Helen Slater liked the most. She had been studying theater in New York recently, and perhaps she would gain Neil Simon's appreciation. "Ronald, what are you doing here?" Outside the audition room, Ronald unexpectedly saw Tom Cruise. "I'm here with a friend for an audition for the female lead." "What a coincidence. I'm here with Rebecca for an audition too." Tom was surprised. "Really?" Ronald glanced at Cruise. Was his girlfriend, Rebecca Demoni, also a rival for Helen's affections? "Well, let them compete. We're just here to keep you company. You know, actresses always need a man by their side to feel secure in these situations." "Ah, right." Ronald thought this was quite a coincidence. "Remember, you were outside the audition room when you called my name. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gotten my first role, and I wouldn't have met Paula. That was also due to your own talent and hard work, Tom. I remember you deliberately knocked out your dentures to make your performance in The Outcast." Cruise now had the best dentist and his teeth were very white. "I'm also very lucky to have met you and found such a good agent as Paula," Tom Cruise said with great emotion. "You have to be lucky in this industry. She has planned my career very well. Actors don't necessarily have to find roles that allow them to showcase their acting skills. The overall effect of the film is what actors should consider." Ronald heard the complaint in the voice and gestured towards the screen. "Rebecca has her own considerations. She comes from a family of actors, so she has a natural aptitude for acting from a young age. I've talked to her several times about signing with CAA, but we always end up arguing about it. She always thinks I'm too nagging." "Hey, you're not alone." Ronald patted him on the shoulder. "Actresses have so many ideas and strong opinions. They're really a hassle." The two chatted for a while, and then Helen Slater came out first. "Goodbye then. I'll go talk to Helen first." Ronald winked at Tom. Tom understood and waited for his girlfriend Rebecca to come out. The two actresses were practically direct competitors, and it wouldn't be comfortable for them to have another get-together or not. I think Mr. Simon might choose me. Helen was still chattering about the audition during dinner. He asked me about my performances off-Broadway and talked a lot about understanding the inner world of the character, the baseball player's wife. Seeing how happy Helen was, Ronald felt a little relieved. I think Helen is my biggest competitor, Rebecca Demoni complained to Tom Cruise in another restaurant. Don't be like that. You have plenty of opportunities. After we did Good Boys 2, you should start planning your career. It's not just about acting skills. You can't make it in Hollywood. Okay, I know, Rebecca said, looking annoyed. Tom was great in every way, except he loved to peddle his philosophy of success, and once he started, he wouldn't stop. Have you heard? The lead actor for Back to the Future has been changed, Universal producer Ned Tanning said, chatting with his subordinates. I heard. My friend is an assistant producer on that set. Apparently, it was Ronald Lee's suggestion that Spielberg approved. His eye for talent is as good as ever. How's our filming in Chicago going? John Hughes just keeps saying everything's great, everything's going smoothly. I'm always a little worried. Ever since hearing the news of the lead actor being replaced in Back to the Future, Ned Tanning has been worried about the Breakfast Club filming in Chicago. You can't just blindly trust these directors. Should we send someone over to check on things? His subordinate asked. It's no use. Ned Tanning took a sip of coffee. Directing is a highly specialized profession. Sending an outsider won't help. They won't be able to tell the difference between good and bad filming. If it were that simple, how could a disaster like Heaven's Gate have happened? How about we ask Ronald to make the trip? He's an expert and has a good relationship with Hughes. That way, we can get accurate information without offending John Hughes. That sounds good, but how can I get Ronald to agree? I'm not like Spielberg, who did him a huge favor back then. I heard from a friend that Ronald originally recommended the female lead for the role. This time, the actress named Helen Slater lost the role because of a height mismatch. Could you offer her a chance for the female lead? The female lead, Ned Tanning started calculating, wondering if giving up a female lead for this was worthwhile. Do you remember that project with a black singer's single adaptation? It's with Google. He's still struggling to find a director and lead actor. You're in the bag, Tanning said with a smile, dialing Google's number. After chatting for a while, Ned Tanning called Ronald again. Ronald, it's me, Ned. Hello, Mr. Tanning. Ronald was watching TV in his apartment. The Chinese women's volleyball team had defeated the Japanese team 3-0, advancing to the knockout stage. Well, I heard Helen Slater is one of your people. I have a film project now, playing a modern version of Joan of Arc. The producer is Peter Goebel. He remembers you. Saying you were a great help on the set of Endless Love. I remember Helen played Superwoman, right? This is a great opportunity. Ingrid Bergman received critical acclaim for her portrayal of Joan of Arc. Huh? Ronald wondered how he had become so influential. Were roles now chasing after him? Well, Goebel is still looking for a director for that film. If you're interested, you could work with Helen on this movie. Ronald was about to refuse when a thought struck him. The casting for the baseball player's wife wasn't finalized yet. Having Helen audition might not be a bad thing. Okay, but whether I accept the role or not depends on reading the script. Of course, Helen's audition isn't tied to whether you become a director. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Tanning. Call me Ned. Tanning smiled on the other end of the phone. I also have something I'd like to ask you for a favor. Could you spare a couple of days to make a trip to Chicago for me? Is it okay to film chapter 550 like this? Ned Tanning sent an assistant to accompany Ronald to Chicago. The two arrived at Glenbrook North High School, an abandoned public high school, where John Hughes' The Breakfast Club was filmed. Since Ronald entered the industry, America's birth rate had been steadily declining. Glenbrook North High School, despite its relatively new interior and facilities, was ultimately brought down by a lack of students. The soon-to-be-demolished library became John Hughes' primary filming location. The Breakfast Club is a very unique film. The story is centered in this library. 5 high school students, for different reasons, are placed in solitary confinement. On Saturday morning, these 5 people, who normally don't interact, are forced to write self-criticisms together. During this long day, they go from disliking each other to understanding each other, eventually becoming close friends and even lovers. However, after the weekend, they might return to their high school social circles and become strangers again. John Hughes' film is essentially about this one day. Hi, "Ronald, welcome," John Hughes said, lying on the floor next to the camera as director. His previous commercial production, 16 Candles, did reasonably well at the box office, but this film was actually what he most wanted to make, so he was much more invested in it than before. "Hi, John," Ronald greeted him, and seeing that he didn't get up, he simply squatted down to talk to him. "Do you usually sit on the floor? Why don't you have your assistant get you a chair?" Ronald looked around but didn't see any chairs. This was Roger Corman's first filmmaking secret. "I sit on the floor. It's easier to watch the actors perform," Hughes said nonchalantly, completely without the airs of a director, treating the actors like friends. "Hi, John," Hughes's darling, his muse, the red-haired Molly Linwood, played a wealthy princess. The two of them, like good friends, sat on the floor chatting about pop music. After the Beatles went solo, which song do you think is the best? Without a doubt, it's John Lennon's Imagination. Following behind was Anthony Michael Hall, who played a nerd. Like Linwood, he was 16 years old, and only 2 of the 5 actors were actually in high school. This method of quickly categorizing characters in teen movies by labeling them was first used by director Ronald in Fast and Furious Richmond, because it was effective, allowing the audience to immediately identify who was who. It's now widely used in teen films. Ali, Emilio, Ronald saw the 2 actors who came in. One was Emilio Estevez, who played a wrestler, an old acquaintance. The other was Ali City. Ronald had met her once before. She was the girlfriend of Eric Stoltz, who was expelled from Back to the Future, and had once eaten at the set of Ronald's Dragon Boys. Emilio played the athlete, and Ali played the psychopath. One was strong and athletic, the other beautiful but lacked family warmth, and was withdrawn and unkempt. In the end, Ali's character was beautified by the princess, stunning everyone, and she and the athlete fell in love and became a couple. Last to arrive was Judd Nelson, who played the criminal, the kind who was always causing trouble and considered a troublemaker by teachers. "Alright, everyone's here, let's begin," director John Hughes, seeing that the 5 main actors had arrived, ordered filming to begin. The film sets were limited, and after several days of shooting, the lighting crew only needed to follow the previous plan. The cinematographer didn't have much creative freedom, simply filming the 5 actors in medium shots and watching them improvise their lines. "Action," John Hughes lay down again, watching the 5 begin their performance. Ronald glanced around, didn't see a chair, and had to sit cross-legged as well, watching the camera and sound crew begin their work. Sigh, still no experience, Ronald shook his head. John Hughes was already filming his second movie, and he still forgot to have the script supervisor clap the clapperboard, rendering the scene useless. Ronald resisted the urge to speak up. On set, the director's authority needed to be carefully maintained, and even if he was wrong, it could only be discussed privately later. Judd Nelson, playing the criminal, was the most mischievous, constantly taunting Molly Linwood, the princess, as she twisted and turned. "Stop it," Molly Linwood turned around and snapped. That reaction was very realistic, Ronald thought. It seemed Hughes did have some ability in directing acting. He looked at Judd Nelson. This actor might also be a method actor, quite immersed in his role. "Cut," John Hughes called a halt to filming. The actors began to discuss in their chairs. "I think my reaction was okay. Your reaction when Judd scared you was great," the 2 16-year-old actors were discussing amongst themselves. They had both acted in the director's previous film, 16 Candles, forming a small clique. "Ouch," Linwood's hair was pulled out by Judd Nelson. She turned around and slapped Judd. Judd Nelson, as expected, is the Sean Penn, Eric Stoltz method type, still in character even after the camera stops. Ronald chuckled. "Okay, let's do it again." Hughes didn't bother to discuss the scene with them and called for the second take. "Action." "No." Ronald's outstretched hand fell back down. Hughes wasn't following the director's script. "Another take like this?" No discussion of the performance's strengths and weaknesses? And he didn't even use the clapperboard this time. Ronald reminded himself that he must use it next time, otherwise wasting film was a minor issue, but wasting a brilliant performance would be a problem. The actors might not be able to get the same brilliant performance again. Cut. Hughes stopped the second take, still letting the actors discuss and improvise. Ronald noticed that the actors' lines were different in the 2 takes. They were still discussing what words would fit the character's personality. "John, did you forget to use the clapperboard?" Ronald couldn't help but whisper in Hughes's ear. "I don't want to use clapperboards. If I do, They'll just act according to the script. Shooting without clapperboards allows me to capture their improvisation, Hughes said to Ronald, shifting his posture. Sometimes I don't tell them when we're in action, that way, the reactions look the most authentic and believable. Ronald hesitated. Hughes undoubtedly had his own method, relying primarily on improvisation rather than reciting lines from the script. Ronald had seen the effect of this directing method. It was surprisingly realistic, more in line with the habits of high school students than the scripted dialogue. This method of improvisation required good actors and seamless teamwork. Ronald felt he couldn't handle such a purely improvisational approach. But with Hughes, the results were quite good. However, shooting like this, when it came to editing, finding which scene a shot belonged to, or where a shot from a scene was located, was incredibly difficult. I think the performances you've achieved are surprisingly excellent, John, Ronald said, pulling Hughes aside during a break in filming. I'm learning your method. Every scene is shot on the order of the script. After losing my 16 candles to you, I specifically studied your shooting method, Hughes replied with a smile. This sequential shooting method is inexpensive because most scenes in the film are shot in one location. Moreover, the actors can better understand the characters' reactions and the intensity of their emotions. Ronald expressed his understanding. What I want to ask is, how will you edit it? Editing? Hughes had no experience operating the editing machine himself. He always let the editor cut out the combination he wanted. He had never imagined that film without a clapperboard would be a nightmare during post-production editing. Okay, I'll think of something. Ronald felt that it was inappropriate to rashly change Hughes' creative method, but if they shot it like this, even Hughes himself probably wouldn't remember it clearly, and they wouldn't know where to start editing. They wouldn't even be able to find the film reels. Ronald left the filming location, found a phone, and called Ned Tanning. Ned, congratulations, you've discovered a directorial genius. Yes, he's filming brilliantly, but you need to send an editor over beforehand, Ronald explained the situation. Such filming is a rare opportunity. Don't try to correct a genius's work, just send an experienced editor to assist Hughes and mark each scene carefully. Hey, why did you hit me, you motherfucker? I'm hitting you. Back on set, Ronald saw the actors who had been fine moments before suddenly clashing. Emilio Estevez and Judd Nelson, two male actors, were beating John Kellers, who was playing a janitor. Why are you hitting me? I was just trying to help you, John Kellers cried, bewildered. Ouch, Emilio Estevez delivered a hard blow, drawing blood from his scalp. Stop. Stop it, Ronald rushed in, forcefully separating the group, then dragged the head-clutching John Kellers out of the circle. What happened? Why are you hitting him? Let this son of a bitch talk for himself, Estevez pointed at Kellers, still cursing and pointing a finger at his nose. What did you say? Ronald looked around. Only one assistant quickened his pace and stepped forward with the towel for Kellers to cover his wound. I saw they were discussing so enthusiastically, not taking a break at all, so I kindly reminded them that Martin Sheen had a heart attack when he was filming Apocalypse Now, because he worked continuously without rest. You dare to say that? I'll beat you to death. Estevez stepped forward again to hide him. Oh, hey, Ronald reached out and pressed his hand against his chest. Estevez was playing a wrestler, unlike himself who was a real wrestler. John Hughes, originally a nerdy guy who worked as a creative director at an advertising agency, could only watch helplessly in this situation. Fortunately, several assistants stepped forward and helped Ronald separate the crowd again. Mr. Kellers, Ronald said to the unfortunate man who had been beaten, you need to apologize to Emilio. Mr. Martin Sheen is Emilio's father. You should have used him as an example, huh? I didn't know. Kellers was dumbfounded. He didn't know that Martin Sheen was a stage name. Emilio, the eldest son, hadn't inherited the name, but his second son, Charlie, had. You have to apologize to him. Ronald knew that Martin Sheen had nearly died from a heart attack while filming Apocalypse Now. I sincerely apologize to you. Kellers covered his head, the blood staining the towel red, but he kept apologizing and begging for forgiveness. You idiot, watch your mouth next time, Estevez pointed arrogantly, then walked away with Judd Nelson, the two still mocking Keller's stupidity. Ronald looked at John Hughes. This kind of hooliganism on set required the director to step in and distinguish right from wrong, to make the perpetrator restrain himself, otherwise the crew would be in chaos. Hughes shrugged. His character in the movie is someone who solves problems with his body. Of the two young actresses, Molly Lindward tossed her red hair. clearly disapproving of this behavior, and turned away. Ronald, Director Hughes is quite particular about getting into character and improvisation. It was his acquaintance, City, who came over to try and explain. I understand, every director has different methods. Ronald looked at the beautiful woman, whose black eyeshadow obscured her beauty. I'm sorry about Eric, Ronald told City about how he had caused Stelz to be fired. It's okay, we're not together anymore. He's dating Cher, the lead actress from the last movie. City waved her hand, indicating that it had nothing to do with her. Cher, Ronald was quite taken aback. She debuted in the 60s, she must be around 40 now, almost 40, City chuckled, seeing that Ronald seemed to be calculating Cher's age. Alright, you guys be careful not to get into a fight with Emilio, he can punch you pretty hard. Ronald felt that actors who were quick to resort to violence were someone to be wary of, so he gave them a heads up. It's okay, I know how to deal with people like him. Lindward is the director's muse, he won't dare. That evening, Ronald met with the editor sent by Ned Tanning. What brings you here, Ms. Allen? Ronald was also surprised to see the woman with large tortoise-shell glasses. Didi Allen was a veteran Hollywood editor. She had edited films that pioneered New Hollywood, such as Bonnie and Clyde, as well as Sidney Lumet's Dog Day Afternoon, and Warren Beatty's Best Director winning Red. Her mentors were Orson Welles' Citizen Kane and Robert Wise, the director of West Side Story. Ronald had watched many of her edited films in his university classes. Did you say this was a masterpiece, requiring an experienced editor to work with it? I'm always very interested in geniuses. Didi, a very amiable woman, discussed Hughes's filming methods with Ronald. The next day, Didi saw the chaotic state of Hughes's filming and the actors' brilliant performances, and was also shocked. You have to get me a Sony camera, I have to follow along and film myself, otherwise no one can find where the camera is. Didi quickly got the portable camera that Ronald had bought. She pointed it at where the actors were, filming Hughes as he filmed, and she filmed him as well, using a clapperboard to record every improvised line in a notebook. This is indeed a masterpiece, but the director is a complete jerk, even with Didi Allen's extensive experience. She was bewildered by Hughes's filming methods. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all, see you in the next video.